Pray,
Whoa!
I sure do love cinema sometimes.
Look at that big screen over there. That's a lot of
Wow.
cinema. That's
Oh, look at it.
whoa.
Wow.
That would be a cool little game if you play as Martin Scorsese running around collecting cinema.
Oh,
There's just little
Those little-
You have
reels.
to, oh,
little
yeah,
screens-
but some of
screens.
them are
Like, for, like,
fakies. Some of them are like
Banjo-Kazooie,
Marvel
but
movies,
it's-
and you have to avoid
no.
them. They're like traps.
They slow you
That's a good
down.
idea. I just like it now as a Banjo-Kazooie, but it's a little Martin Scorsese running around collecting film reels instead of jiggies.
Yeah, and then there's like
Nice.
enemies that are just like Iron Man, but a bloated zombie version that goes.
Yeah, or
"Bleh."
like some big, or like fat cat producers that are gonna get him,
Yeah.
and he's just got to run around. But who's in his backpack? Who's his companion? Is it Robert De Niro?
Leonardo DiCaprio.
And along the way, you could like get power ups from great heroes of cinema like Christopher Nolan and fucking Alfred Hitchcock are there. Just like they provide him
Yeah,
new
with Kubrick.
abilities.
Yep.
I feel like
yeah,
that's
something that's
He encounters,
thematic
like,
to their.
What about like?
their
Does he
style.
encounter any writers like Ernest Hemingway or something, or Dostoevsky? Is this like
that'd be at his low point, maybe.
His
Really?
low point is that authors will help.
Well, you know
him?
how you
That
need a
it's a
certain
writer
amount
that
of
comes to him, yeah.
jiggies to get through certain doors. It's going to be like he needs funding to get through the doors,
I
and
see,
you got to
right.
appeal to
And then
producers.
You have mini games. It's like in Kirby, where there's a mini game where you work in fast food. It's just little Martin Scorsese working at some fictional
That could-
like.
That could be our
McDonald's.
fictional plot, is that he makes a really bad movie that everyone hates, and so he becomes destitute, and he has to, and on the streets, and he has to work himself back up to being the great Martin Scorsese he was,
Has to
and,
start by
and learn
making
all
a
of
mo-
his lessons along the way. It's like Assassin's Creed, basically.
Has to
Mhm.
start
Oh,
his
Martin
his
Scorsese
journey with
redemption.
making a Marvel movie, becoming the thing he hates.
Yeah,
I mean,
you
I
do
mean,
a
I
one
was
for me
still,
and one for them sort of thing.
How would
made
I-
a bad movie and naturally had to start from the bottom again and work their way back up into everyone's good books. Now they just get promoted.
The only job we can get you, Martin, after that last movie is you got to direct a Marvel film.
Hmm.
This is all we've got. That's the only way that you're ever
It'll
going to
be
make
like,
a movie again.
It's like those like dev tycoon games, but you know, it's a mini game in the Banjo-Kazooie type game where you just got to design a film, and it's like big blue laser. You know, the more money you put in, like the more money budget they give you, you have to get 250 million, then you can have like every A-list star and huge battle, overworked CGI.
Maybe he like enters into a quiz game, right? It's a quiz mini game where they give you 3 answers, and you have to pick the things that will make the most money. Whenever you get the answer wrong, the game screams that you're wrong.
And just
very
like dev
loudly.
tycoon games, it's like depending on the era. Like if you're picking in 2000, I don't know, like 19.
Oh yeah. So like if it was 2009, it's going to be all of the young adult dystopian science fiction like film adaptations.
Mhm.
Meanwhile, if it's in the like the 2010s, it's superhero films, or if it's in like the late 90s, it's like raunchy comedies.
Yeah.
Like the
So,
Hunger Games.
just saying, this is a
let me
billion-dollar
tell you
idea.
about the depression. Hunger's no
Absolutely.
game.
A $1 billion idea. It's more like a more $1 billion idea.
Whoa.
Oh yeah,
Whoa.
Morbius.
Whoa.
Morbius. That's been reignited because of Madam Web.
Common Morbius W.
Oh,
Madam
Morbius
Web.
memes.
They're gonna ship.
so
They're gonna ship
funny.
the two together, Madam Web and Morbius.
I like the idea that all these superhero films are
Morbius.
flopping, and so Jared Leto goes into like the main office to be like, "You see, it wasn't me. It wasn't Morbius. It was the current state of film, and so we need to do this
There was
again."
nothing I could do. It was impossible for me to fix this. I was caught in the rip, and I was taken.
People are
out to sea
screaming
all
for
last
Morbius
week for it.
too.
That's right.
This is what they want. This is what gamers crave. Morbius 2.
Or
He does seem like a
Morbius
gamer's
video
hero,
game.
doesn't he?
Hey guys, you'll
Yeah.
be printing money.
Oh, so welcome everybody. This is EFAP number 250. Was it 9? Yeah. We're gonna be asking and answering the question of, is cinema kill? Or rather, we're gonna be looking at someone else asking and answering it. Two other
kill?
people, in fact. We'll
Ooh.
possibly have a back and forth ourselves as to whether or not we think such a thing could be said.
We
First, on
Whoa.
the block to be checked out would be the Mr. Stuckmanator. What is it? Stuckmanizer. The Stuckmanizer.
Yeah,
Stuckmanize me.
Stuckmanizer.
Stuckmanize me,
Stuckmanizer.
baby.
He's just-
Stuckmanize me, Captain.
It's like, say what you want about his review style. You can't deny that's a fucking cool ass catchphrase.
He's just really, he's so explosive and charismatic.
Yeah, I was
That
gonna
really
say
fits
it,
him.
it captures
Those
the whole
videos begin
vibe.
with an explosion.
Yeah, that is Stuckman through and through. There is nothing more or less. That is Chris Stuckman.
Now, you in
Stuckmanize
chat,
me.
you've been Stuckmanized before, but it's worn
Mm.
off. That's why you got to get Stuckmanized again.
I
Yeah, you have to
Stuckmanized
get
myself today already.
re-Stuckmanized every once in a while. Yeah.
He's recently put out a video called "The Future of Film: Why I'm
Whoa.
Worried." It's
Well,
like,
why
oh,
do you think
jeez.
he would have? Why do you think he would have put out a video like that?
Well, in the thumbnail, the fucking Marvels is in there.
Oh my god!
It's like, wait a minute, like, you gotta be careful there, Stuckmanizer, because he made a little promise about the future of his videos about 2 years ago. I'm gonna watch that first because something
Oh.
I remember, and
I don't
so that
think I
means it'll be
remember.
interesting to see what video he's gonna make now with the
Mhm.
context provided by this older video. So I've got you all the watch together. I assume you're all in, are you? Hopefully.
I am all in. I'm
Yep.
going all in, baby.
Yes. All right then. Well, I think we're gonna get started. This is just a selection of like 2 minutes. This is when he was
yelling at me.
becoming a filmmaker. He realized
When he was
very
becoming
quickly
a man.
he didn't want to be a stinky, gross YouTuber for much longer, and so
That's
he
why
had
he looks so not like one of those.
to, not like a YouTuber. Oh yeah, remember one of his most fucking famous things that we've covered was that in a video or was it a Twitter thing where he was like, actually wait, I'll put that that'll be relevant once you hear what he says here, because this is all important to understanding his point of view about the film industry and his way of addressing it. So this, like I said, this was 2 years ago.
I want you to be able to make this and finance this, and trust me, those are the types of things I would love to make videos about. As far as movie reviews, I'm still going to talk about movies. What I'm not going to do anymore is trash filmmakers. And I know that for some
Trash
people that's
filmmakers?
Yeah, well, we'll let him continue because you need more context for it, I think.
That's strange.
But it is strange. It's all very. Wait a minute. Fucking.
But Remy the Rat told me that, and Gusto told me that a trash film can come from anywhere.
True. It's all in the concept of, because some people are familiar with this already. He basically says he doesn't like being mean to filmmakers anymore, or really films, because the whole thing is he's becoming a filmmaker and that he appreciates the craft and that we can't, as this is what he said on Twitter, I think, we can't as critics who take a half hour out of our day to like shit something online compare like our workload and our ability to like shit on things compared to the people who sacrifice like a whole year or more to create a film. Like, it's fucked up.
What has that got to do with any? The amount of time you put into something doesn't stop the fact that you made trash, and
Well,
therefore there is something to be said about you because you made it.
well, but consider that they spent a long time and they really cared.
I suppose the more interesting part is his assumption that it takes half an hour.
So that was the part that we
If
took
this
issue
takes-
with. Like,
Yeah.
I would say as much as like 3 years ago. I can't remember when we covered this because I think it was a tweet. But I was obviously not very happy considering the whole. In the time it takes me to make like one video, he may have made like fucking 10,000 or some shit, and he'll be like, "That's what we do." And it's like, like,
No.
And you know, I'm not just speaking for myself here. This is plenty of people on this cast right now know what it's like to make videos that take a hell of a lot longer than to sit down after you've seen the film and hit record and go, "Yeah, I liked it,"
Yeah, but
Patreon.
or didn't.
The time that you put into something doesn't affect the quality of it anyway. Like, essentially, he's saying just because they put in more time, it means that it should be valued as such. It's like, no, it's the end product that matters. It's
So
no
what
one.
matters most.
The angle he was trying to highlight, and this is where, like, I think he should have just focused his time there, was just, he just feels bad. He feels bad making fun of people who work really hard to make stuff. But, he moved into, we as critics don't spend very long compared to them, and so we have no right to, like, shit all over their work, which obviously is...
Yeah, it's got to be a broader moral argument rather than more of just a pretty straightforward self-preservation argument, which is that you don't want to be the guy who...
That, I was going to
Yeah.
say, that became what everyone thought he was saying it for, is he's becoming a filmmaker, and so now he's like, you know, making fun of filmmakers isn't cool, guys. And it's
Yeah.
like, interesting.
It's just that there's a taboo against publicly voicing negative criticism if you work in the industry itself. So now that he wants
That's
to be
true
in the
too.
industry, he can't do that anymore. That's really what it is.
For those who don't know, as far as I'm concerned, like, we entertain the hypothetical sometimes, but the idea that I or Frangy or Rags or anyone here will get anywhere near Disney in a controlling way, like for products being created, is never gonna fucking happen. If there was a blacklist, we would be on the blacklists. Like it's
Oh,
just
absolutely, yeah.
the amount of shit
they ain't
we've
talking
said.
to us.
Yeah,
No way.
and that's the deal you make when you say what you say about this. And to an extent, as a company, you don't really want to hire someone who's just blasted you for years. Like that's not really the smartest thing to do. There's a couple.
Is that true? Because like periodically in my comment section, I'll get people who very confidently tell me that if I was really as good as I seem to think that I am, then I'd be in charge of Disney.
Well,
Oh.
here's the real trick, Little Platoon. It's not about hating Disney. The best way to get hired by Disney for, so let's say, Star Wars is to hate Star Wars. So if you do, they'll be like,
Yeah.
"Ooh, you're perfect for the
Right.
job."
If you hate the intellectual property, for some reason, many companies think it's a good idea to hire you.
There you go.
We
It's
we
a really
hated
hard thing to
Halo.
break into there because like I can't waste $100 million on a series that bombs and get promoted if I don't have the $100 million to waste in the first place. So how am I ever supposed to break into this racket?
It's definitely something to think
Why,
about.
I have heard there were some tweets that were like, "It's so unfair that the Marvels is like crashing and burning all because of these like hateful people making these hateful videos," and they'll show like Drinker, Disparu, whoever else, and it's kind of like, man, you guys have the power to just bring down Disney. They should just hire you at this point. You got the power to bring them back up probably as well, right? If you just say, "Hey,"
I can't even get
check it
people
out.
to press the like button, let alone anything else.
Yes, but you see, the Marvels was gonna soar in the box office if it weren't for you. So,
For the pesky actors strike.
so that keep it all that in mind. We'll just continue here, see what else he says.
To be a disappointment. And I also know that that will probably cost me some views. But I just don't enjoy it anymore. I don't enjoy talking negatively about film.
So, I don't like to do this that often, especially when someone talks about their own feelings, but I don't believe you. I don't think I believe anybody who says they don't enjoy talking negatively about film. That seems like a pretty broad point of view. Like, so you're not going to enjoy making fun of The Room ever again, really?
I was about to say, if you went for Birdemic or The Room or any one of those sort of classic bad movies, he'd probably be like, "Well, no, those are different."
He would say those different.
Yeah.
They're not real movies.
Right.
What do you do when you just talk casually to someone and you just saw a horrible movie and everybody agrees it's horrible? You just go like, yeah, but they worked really hard.
They worked
And then
so
Well,
hard.
and
over.
I have to imagine that as part of his creative process, he would surely look at some movies that he's invariably going to watch and come away with a not great opinion about them and spend some amount of time thinking about why that is. You can use harsher words and say that that's trashing a movie in your brain, I guess. But at the end of the day, like, that's probably going to happen. And that's not a bad thing, right?
If that were his take, if he said, "I'm just not going to do it in video form because I don't like what it spreads," that'd be one thing. But he just said, "I don't enjoy talking negatively about film." It's like, not at all, really.
Anymore, because he used to.
Yeah, he did used to. He
Yeah,
has a
something
series
changed. He's a new
called,
man. He's evolved as a critic.
He has hilariosity reviews where he trashes bad movies. He's not making them anymore.
It was hard to make amateur films as a kid, and I knew that. But it's very difficult to make them professionally as an adult as well. And meeting filmmakers, talking to them at festivals, going onto their sets, really seeing how much work goes into even your average, not so great movie.
I don't know why you didn't know that already.
Yeah.
That's
Especially
a strange thing to say, yeah.
you wouldn't need to go onto the sets. As opposed to watching behind the scenes stuff, you'll be able to see all the incredible work that gets done.
You don't need to go on a tour of a game development studio to know that game development is a difficult process.
Well,
Yeah.
how many times have we watched a film where they've shown you something, you go, "Fuck, that would have taken ages."
Yeah, like you don't need to see the behind the scenes for Children of Men to know that one take took an immense amount of planning and work.
Or A Bridge Too Far, the amount of shit we saw in that film, we were like, God, they did all that for real?
Yeah, all of the pyrotechnics, all of the equipment, getting all of the people organized and getting them moving.
We gotta borrow the army for this movie, guys.
And
I thought everybody knew that creative endeavors were difficult.
Well, and one of the most regretful things you'll find about watching any of the assembled documentaries is like, wow, look at all these talented people working so hard to make the shit that the writers squash into nothing in MCU projects.
The Loki one.
Yeah.
And, you see all of the work that went into the sets and the costumes and everything. And then when they start talking about the script,
Dude, it's fucking crazy when they start talking about the characters. They're going through
Yeah.
such incredible journeys. And they're never specific. They'll just be like, yeah, that's
Well,
just, they're doing things and
the
this and
particularly
that.
We sure
fascinating
did.
one was
Boy,
they
don't we
talked
all
about
know.
they talked about Renslayer for maybe 30 seconds, and the purpose of this little 30-second point was to say she's not a straightforward villain. She's complicated. Anyway, moving on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's
Right,
also the Jonathan Majors section. They, I think, use his actual name once. The rest is Kang, and it's only for it was like 40 seconds, I think.
Yeah,
And it was
compared
mainly
to
how he relates to the plot. Everyone else got a big section, but his was cut down completely. He is so getting, like, erased from MCU history.
Yeah.
He's out as... In any case, yeah, as people, you don't even need to be a hyper film fanatic to have seen behind the scenes shit and to go, whoa, that looks incredible. So it feels really inauthentic for him to say, I visited a film set and now I don't feel like making fun of films. Which is also
Well, it was
funny.
like, I started. Do you think it was like I started making connections and I started talking to people and I started, getting in with, now I was like, oh, like these are people I can talk to. These are bridges that I can build. These are ways for me to access the industry.
Yeah.
That's how I took it. It was, I'm fine with bad-mouthing these people, but now I've met them and now they're actually people in my head. And I feel bad.
That's the takeaway a lot of people got from this because they didn't believe the reasoning he's providing because it just doesn't sound right, does it? It sounds fucking weird.
Well, it doesn't make any sense saying, like, you don't want to judge something because they put time into it. Like, it takes more effort to burn a steak than to cook it properly. Like, there are many things that you can put a lot of effort in and you still destroy it. Like, effort into it doesn't... The quality of something isn't affected by the amount of effort that goes into it.
You know what's funny as fuck with all this? His biggest inspiration's all shit on shit movies. Like, that's something they all do.
That is definitely a thing that does happen. I mean, look, look at he's in the thumbnail. Look at him. He's shit on other people's movies. That's okay.
But they're
That's
allowed
okay.
to because they're
He
on top of the world. They could get away with
they're
saying a lot of
legends.
stuff. He
They
can't,
get the
though.
legend bonus. It's like, oh, okay.
The idea that he will never come across a movie that has a scene that's so goofy he'll laugh and make fun of it with his friends. It's just like, you want me to believe now that you'll sit there going, guys, come on.
They worked hard on that scene.
Yeah.
That we're laughing
You have
at.
no idea how hard this is.
It comes across as pity. Like, if that's the only defense you've got, everyone's going, this is awful. It's like, yeah, but they put a lot of time into it, so I feel sorry for them, is essentially the way it comes across, that statement.
I mean, I would say that that's probably a big part of it, but I imagine another part of it as well is just not wanting to burn bridges.
Yeah.
Which, if he said that, I think everybody would just be like, "Oh, yeah, of course." But instead, it needs to be presented as some like moral.
Yeah, we'd all
position.
understand it, but if at the same time, I feel like everyone would be called him a cuck if he said, "I can't speak negatively about people's films anymore." Okay, I need to have a chance in this industry, guys.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
It would be interesting to say that out loud, though, because that is true to a large degree.
Yeah, I mean,
they wouldn't like you for it though, because now they'd be like, "I bet he really hates my movie. He's just lying to my face about it." Because that's what you're saying.
I mean,
under that.
if 5 movies come out and you say, "I'm not speaking negatively about any movies anymore," and then you go, 1 was good, 2 was good, 3 I saw 3, 4 was good, 5 was good. It's like, so
yeah, you either lie or it's obvious what you think anyway.
Isn't that what's his name, Hideo Kojima does?
Yes, on Twitter. It's very funny.
I saw the Marvels, full stop. That was one of the funniest tweets I've ever seen. Because normally when he sees a movie and he likes it, he goes like, "Oh, I like this and this and this." And then I just saw the Marvels in IMAX.
I like what the film had to say. The stuff that happened in it sure was things.
Yeah.
And boy,
It was one of the films of all time. That's what people say.
Goes into even your average, not so great movie. I just don't feel like doing that anymore. I don't want to talk negatively about filmmakers. I don't want to trash filmmakers. It would be strange for me to be making movies and also shitting on other filmmakers. Also,
why?
See, that's a different argument, and it's not true. It wouldn't be strange.
Yeah, that's
It's normal.
strange.
There are
Okay, so here's a hypothetical. What if someone makes a movie that's like a super mega Nazi and wants to kill all the Jews for real and makes a movie? You're still not gonna.
Yeah, I feel like you could
talk
shit on
bad
that
about
filmmaker.
that?
But, well, does this apply to YouTubers? Are you allowed to shit on fellow YouTubers, or is that weird because you're a YouTuber
Because
too?
he makes YouTube videos. I mean,
Thing
it's
is, there are a lot of authors who were literary critics. Like, I don't know why it's treated as this harsh divide where it's like there are the creators and then there are critics who are not creators, even if they're doing it through some creative medium of some kind.
Well, yeah.
When
What's
it used to just be
really
more
interesting
blurry.
about him, like, how many
Like,
times
a
do
lot
we
of-
hear, you can't make fun of it, you don't do it yourself? This is the opposite. You can't make fun of it, you do it
You
yourself.
do it yourself. Which,
Well, and-
again, I don't think it's any surprise that the kind of people who feel compelled to create may also be the kind of people who feel compelled to speak about the about the industry that they're a part of or the art form that they love. Like, it's not really surprising at all because you're passionate
Yeah.
about it.
And so, yeah, I was going to say as well, like, if you think about this from multiple parameters, some people have mentioned in chat already, it's like, so what does he have to say about someone like Drinker, who's trying to make film, trying to talk about where film should go, and also criticizing films as they come out? Does he just see him as, like, an enigma? He's like, why would you do any of that? You crazy,
Or
man.
does he see that as like an impossibility? Like it's like a married bachelor, it's an impossibility.
Yeah.
Someone
Which is
to be
what,
a
again,
creator and also a critic.
it just doesn't, this feels bullshit. It's just like, what do you, this doesn't, because as well, because you're talking about critics and the difference, the line that's drawn. Who would you say is the biggest critic of any director's film? Probably the director.
Yeah.
That's, well, because
That may have been true now.
Certainly for the creatives that are like, super invested, every
That
single
are-
shot is scrutinized, right? They're like obsessed.
because it's part of the process. It's just a part of the process. And then it just comes down to sometimes people don't just do the one thing. Sometimes people do more than the one thing.
Yeah.
Sometimes people aren't just a director. Sometimes people aren't just an author. Like, a lot of authors are journalists, or again, literary critics. Like, that's not uncommon.
There's plenty of that on this platform already. There are
God, there's so many arguments he's making that are so strange. It's like there's plenty of praise on this fucking platform too. So does that mean you stop
So that
doing it?
doesn't
No.
count, yeah.
so many channels dedicated to talking about bad films and negativity about movies. There's no
And
shortage
I'm the
of
positive
that.
guy. I'm a positive guy.
What's the point in being positive for the sake of being positive? That's not genuine at all.
Yeah.
That's when you
But there
become
is-
cinema wins.
There's a lot of people
Oh,
that
no.
do that. There's a lot of Twitch streamers that are like, this is a positive stream. I will be positive all the time. They
Ugh.
also tend to be the ones that burn out because it's fake. Nobody's positive all the time. So if
Yeah.
you try and do it, you will inevitably burn out faster than someone who's just, you see the good and the bad of everything, and that's just how they are. And there's definitely YouTube channels that do the same. They will never criticize anything. So even his argument about there's so many negative channels, yeah, there's also a lot of fake positive ones.
Dude, the
There's an implicit criticism in all of the I'm going to deliberately be positive and only talk about good films though as well. And the implicit criticism is that you're not then going to talk about something. And by omission, you're effectively saying that that thing is kind of shit and not worth my time, or I'm deliberately ignoring it to avoid seeming negative, which is itself a negative impression. All those people who say, well, I'm going to go and talk about this art house thing because, I'm just above Marvel. Well, what are you saying really principally there? Is it that you really, really like this particular art house thing? Or is it that you think Marvel is just really, really crap, but too many people are saying it? And so you're going to just pretend like you're better than to criticize it.
I mean, a lot of people want to be different. A lot of people want to be the one. Well, actually, I said this before it was cool. I'm the one who pioneered the trend. That was me.
Me, baby, me.
There is a strange amount of people where it's like, I can't like this thing because it's popular. It's like they have to find the edgy thing that nobody else, even if it's awful, they'd rather say that they like the awful thing just to stand out and be different.
I think, no offense to him, but if Theo was here, he'd say he has a bit of that. Like if ever something gets popular, he's suddenly he's like, not as fond of it anymore. It used to be the cool, small, known thing. Now everyone likes. I mean, it's been known to kill franchises, right? Like a lot of people would cite that Rick and Morty was destroyed by becoming so popular.
Yeah.
To an extent, some people think like Dark Souls or From as a franchise creator, like they become more homogenized over time to appeal to larger audiences, but. It's so you can point to things more than just the fact that it is getting more popular, but there are people who feel that way, yeah.
On this platform already. There are so many channels dedicated to talking about bad films and negativity about movies. There's no shortage of that. When you see a bad film sometimes, if you're a film critic, and I can tell you this from experience, you get kind of excited because you realize, I could really like make a good review of this, and I could really talk about all the problems with this and just really let them know how shitty they did.
Yeah, that's fine.
It's so funny to see him
Basically,
talk
my
about
channel.
the motive. It's like, yeah, that's a fine motive because you're talking about trying to create something entertaining, right? But like, shouldn't he then realize, like, oh wait, if I'm to praise anything, then naturally there has to be good examples create bad examples as a scale, right? So like they would, why couldn't you always make it? Because I hate the whole positive negative thing. It's like, if there's a problem with how someone made a movie, so let's say a dead pixel, how crazy would it be if someone made a fucking movie with a dead pixel in it? That would be nuts. No one would ever do that. But let's say someone like, I don't know, Zack Snyder did that. That'd be nuts. That'd be crazy. Never. He'd never do that. But if he did that, you could point that out and be like, you need to be careful about this sort of stuff. Luckily, it can be sorted out in post, especially if it's streaming, where if you just, fill in the fucking dead pixel every time it shows up with one, it's easy to solve. But like, you don't have to make that some kind of like horrible, negative, angry thing. That can be positive. You can be like, look at this example of, an experienced director making a very small and obvious mistake that you wouldn't expect, and it's like, and the solution is several, and that this has happened before in history, and you can talk about cameras and pixels and stuff. You know what I mean? Like he's broadened out negative as just being something that you can't do anymore. So I just said, you guys are so baffled that people aren't as toxic toward others as you guys are. I don't think we've, like, are you in the right stream? I don't know if you've listened to anything that we've said so far. But
and also, yeah, if you're a filmmaker yourself, you'd want to keep your own house clean, so to speak, Yeah.
I don't. This is the thing, though. The whole negative positive. I don't like that. Criticism is always considered negative. There's like no positive that can come from it.
I find no joy in that anymore. I just don't. A few years back, I stopped doing my worst of the year videos for that same reason. And ever since then, I've had a tough time enjoying negativity about film because I love film so much and I want to be a champion for film. So
I don't see how you wouldn't be a champion for film by also recognizing where film is failing.
Yeah, I'd say we're a champion. We're champions for films.
Push up what's good.
And we talk a lot about shit
suppress
stuff.
What's bad, or not even suppress. Highlight what's bad, right? Like that's how you would put it. You want to
general improvement as well, because like, an awful lot of the mistakes that are being made in a lot of modern films are really basic things, but unless you're really looking for them, I certainly feel like you're starting out as a writer and you're not necessarily putting into words everything you feel about what you're watching. And so like your influences are influencing you without you really understanding completely why. It can actually be really helpful. It's like when I was watching you guys before I was on YouTube and I was sort of writing on the side and things, it did get me thinking, hang on a minute, does this character action actually pay off anything later on? Am I making him do this because the plot needs him to? Or is it the thing the character would do in the action, given that the character is who I've written him to be? And like that stuff, it sounds really simple when you just lay it out like that. But speaking for myself, and I think quite a lot of other people, it's not always at the forefront of your mind. So criticizing these things is in aid of a general improvement, not just in the film you're criticizing, but also other people who might be inspired by that film or by what you're saying to go and write something better. It's ultimately, it's an aspirational, optimistic thing, not a, I hate this thing and I'm just going to shit on it for laughs.
And if you can't break down why something is bad specifically and explain it, then you'd find it very difficult to make something that was good.
And you might not actually know. If you can't explain it, then you might not know it.
I think, and it generates the scale. I don't see how you can have praise without criticism, as a whole. I mean, you can create an environment where you don't ever speak of criticism, but it's always implicit in everything that you say is praiseworthy.
It devalues the praise as well, because there's only really two options. Either you just don't talk about the bad movies, or you lie and you say they're good, or you point out what you liked about them and ignore what you didn't like.
Yeah, what are you supposed to do if someone's like, what do you think of the characters? And you just go, yeah,
No, they worked really hard in the acting.
Somebody, if you receive praise from somebody who is willing to criticize you, that praise is meaningful. But if it's somebody who just says, yeah, good, yeah, nice, well done, good job, all the time, what are you meant to do with that? I guess you just have to assume that you've been getting it right all the time and that there's no need to improve or change or grow.
I guess so.
And you have to keep yourself sharp. You have, as a person, you can't fall out of. I mean, we've seen it time and time again with directors. I mean, look at Ridley Scott and James Cameron, where you're just like, what the fuck happened? What happened? How did you lose your edge? Did you stop caring? Did you change into a negative way? Like, what is it? You need to be able to keep yourself honed and sharp.
If he had like a friend who's a filmmaker, would he actually give them no tips? Because that would be negative. The implication being that they're failing.
I would imagine that. I got to imagine that's not the case.
Exactly,
Maybe
right?
he
It would
even
have to
say,
not be the
like,
case.
"Oh, no, among friends
no.
or with myself, I'll be critical." But then at that point, you would have to extrapolate out and say, well, if you can accept that there is value in criticizing yourself or receiving criticism from your friends, do you also believe that there is some value from criticism being levied publicly, or from other people who are completely unrelated, or from you to other things that are completely unrelated to you? Is there any benefit in public criticism of creative endeavors?
I think that's exactly the case. I think that's how Hollywood is now. Because many times you go through these movies and you're like, at no point did any of you think that this was awful. Did nobody tell you it
No
was
one
awful?
said
Did nobody
anything.
point out
That's for
anything?
sure.
Yeah.
And it's just everyone on the sets are yes
The
men.
only
Because if they're
things
not, they'll get fired.
come to mind was Iman Vellani, right? Like she had a thing of talking about continuity, which was like wild to hear. It was just like, what? Someone in Marvel is talking about something making sense? That's weird.
Well, you saw how is it Jenna Ortega was treated when she was like,
Yeah,
this
difficult to
character
work
doesn't need
with.
to do. You had Henry Cavill on The Witcher. Every single time anyone goes, I don't like this, I think this needs to be changed, they're always treated as a problem. They always headbutt other people. And Jenna Ortega, if it hadn't been the massive hit it was, probably would have faced a similar thing that Henry Cavill did.
Yeah, which is absurd. Like they seem to be very much unique highlights of actors who are invested in the characters behaving as they should, so to speak. But they've like beaten that out of everybody in the MCU and Star Wars at this point. They'll just do everything.
It's so strange though, isn't it? Because when you watch the old Bungie vidocs, one of the things that they consistently say is that they are in an environment where everybody feels comfortable just very like brashly criticizing each other's work. Just not trying to couch it in pleasant terms, but just saying this sucks, you need to do it again, or you need to fix it, this isn't working. And then they highlight that as a positive because it means that everybody's on the same page, everybody's pushing each other.
Everyone gets their turn, everyone's open for it. Yeah,
Exactly.
no one's above it, and no one's beneath it.
Ultimately, the point is to make a great game. And of course, Bungie used to make great games.
Yes, they did used to make great games.
It did work, that process of being very openly critical of each other.
So you
need to bring it's this culture. You need to build up a culture around you where you can do these things. And a particular culture will, at least as long as you can maintain that culture, it will sort of keep you on the right track. It will set you on a good path forward.
Yeah, like I'm in a writer's room pretty much every day at the moment. Amber's brought in pretty much with the explicit instruction, tell us if we're being shit. And so I get yeah, it's like I get to sit there. It's like, does that make sense? No, it doesn't make sense. And everyone takes it nicely. And then occasionally I'll have to write something and someone will say exactly the same thing. And it can be a really horrifying process because you've sat down for hours and you've penned something and you think, actually, I'm pretty proud of that. And then it sits down in the writer's room and someone says, hang on, that bit right at the beginning just makes no sense and the rest of it falls apart. And it's not nice when you're told that, but actually it's absolutely necessary. And it pretty much happens evenly and equally as well. And so the finished product will be so much better because you have, as you say, this culture of people being perfectly honest with each other in terms of their creative decisions. And the hope is that at the end of that, something comes out which is at least coherent, but ideally very, very good. But it wouldn't be if nobody was sitting around in that writer's room saying, yeah, that thing you did was a bit shit.
And the point being, if there is a benefit to doing that in these sort of circumstances, is there a benefit from public criticism? I don't see how the answer could possibly be, no, there's no benefit at all whatsoever.
You remember, it comes back to how he feels. He doesn't enjoy it anymore. Doesn't like the experience.
If that's the reason, then okay.
Well, that's the thing. I don't buy it. I think that if a friend said, where can I improve? And if he said, I can't tell you because it makes me feel awful. We're like, what? Like this,
I don't know. I guess I'd almost be tempted to. Well, then, can you do that and help me still?
Could you deal with the pain just for me as a favor?
Yeah, like as a friend, very cool.
And he's like, I'll try. And he says,
that's right.
You need better lighting, bro.
You're saying my film's too dark. Why do you hate
I want
lights?
to be a champion for film. So I am going to distance myself from film criticism and embrace
That's
film
crazy.
appreciation.
That's your channel.
Well, so
But
then
again,
that
criticism isn't strictly negative.
Yeah.
well, it goes both
pointing
ways. He said
out.
he's going to
You've got to
embrace
have it.
film appreciation. What is it to appreciate if you don't recognize where it falls and where it succeeds?
What is it to appreciate without some form of critical process of
Yeah.
analyzing what is good and bad?
Watching all the terrible movies these last X years during EFAP has certainly given me great appreciation. Not even just for the really good movies, but even for the fine movies, the movies that are okay. I'm like, oh, okay, I can appreciate this movie. That's an okay film.
Kind of how it goes. But so that's to give you a context for something he intended to do at that point. To make sure you understand his position on that. And then he made a video called The Future of Film, which is the main event. All right, it's just worth keeping this in mind while we go on to his opinions of what's happened to Phlegm.
You got to support guys that's been
Cinema.
Different intro. No rock music.
Yeah, he's serious now. He's not doing.
Yeah,
his
we've grown up. We've grown up, Fringy. We must leave childish things behind.
He's not going to Stuckmannize us. Whoa.
Movies.
Very filmish.
Oh,
What's going on, everybody? Hope you're having a great.
I hate that intro so much.
I really don't like that at all. I think that's awful.
I
That
think I prefer his old one, honestly.
His old one, yeah, it was a little bit more earnest and fun. This one is
And it was
good.
quick to the punch as well. It was pretty short.
That one sounded
I
bad.
missed the
Like, physically,
explosion.
the sounds were
I
unpleasant.
do miss the explosion, honestly, I do.
Great day. So this is not going to be a typical movie review. It's going to be more of a discussion video based off of a few different topics that relate to Marvel and movie theaters. Martin Scorsese and his opinions. I've never really talked about that.
At this point, Martin may as well just be cinema. That's how it works now for discussion. He is. He was sent by God as a film reel. He turned
By
into
the
a person.
movie gods.
Before about
To
how he
save
said
us
that
all.
Marvel is in cinema and those movies are more of roller coaster rides. I want to talk about movie
What does
theaters
that
and
mean?
who's
Yeah,
Well, that's the thing, isn't it? We can't even do anything with
one of those
that. We had this
catchphrases.
conversation, I think, on one of the previous anniversary. I can't remember now, but it was like, please, whenever you say a movie is like a roller coaster, tell me what you mean by that and whether or not it's a good thing. And if you're being critical, well, wait, he said he wouldn't be critical anymore, so I guess it's not critical.
Oh, dang
going
it.
to them and who's supporting them. And I want to talk about the current state of the MCU. So let's cover these
All
things
right.
and I hope it's going to be fun. But before we go further, I do want to give a special thank you to the sponsor for this video, BetterHelp.
Do we know
Yeah,
already
it's
if
BetterHelp.
have they redeemed themselves? I've seen
There
them
is-
pop up everywhere again.
Even if they did, I'd be.
I still am very
Here's the thing,
uncomfortable with a sponsorship for mental health. That just...
Well, yeah, I watched a video the other day and it was for like a lawyer service, and I'm like, I don't know if I could, in my right mind and in good conscience, promote a lawyer service
Feels like
or
super
a
serious.
legal counsel or like mental help. I'm like, I don't know anything about these services. I don't know if they're good or not. I don't require the need of mental help yet.
And I think it's made
So-
even more awkward when you have like a full-throated sort of like, no, it's good. It's good. And it's always like, you're saying this because...
How do you know it's good?
Yeah, but they're also saying it as like a... I know I'm being paid, but this one's good. It's like...
For me, it would have to be something that I use, that I like, that I then, after that, decide to seek a sponsorship for.
Yeah.
If I'm the one who sought out the sponsor, like if I did I use like a Manscaped razor and I use it, and boys, Manscaped razor is really good. It cuts so clean and it's worth the price and it makes me look so good. Mwah, ladies love it. I would like to promote this product because I use it myself and I like it and I think people will want to get one instead of, yeah, BetterHelp called me and there's some mental health service and they're going to give me money to tell people to seek out their mental health services.
But trust me, this
I don't
one's
know
good.
if I could check it out. Yeah, like how have you verified this? Have you used it like a razor?
I think
have you gotten?
That's the thing, right? With all these promotions, it has to be that. It has to be that they used it because otherwise it would look awful for their integrity, right? So it has to be that he was in a low place and that BetterHelp got him out of it.
You know, if he said that, if he was like, I legitimately was in a really bad place, I had something bad happened, or my father died, or something, this depression or whatever, and then
Cinema
I
was
used BetterHelp.
dying.
Cinema died, and I got depressed, but I didn't want to criticize it, so
You
I
watched
went to
the Marvels?
BetterHelp, and you know,
Has there ever
then
been
I'd be
an
like,
ad-
okay, that's something.
Has there ever been an ad for BetterHelp where someone said, "Now I'm being perfectly honest, I've never been depressed or anxious. I don't have mental like."
They paid
health
me, so I'm
problems at all."
promoting them. Simple as
Yeah.
that.
I've never been depressed on account of all this
I've
money
never
they're
heard
paying
that.
me. Well, hey, that means their service works. If they pay them to promote the service and the money keeps them from depression, then I mean, BetterHelp's working. It's doing its job.
Just the whole thing just seems off. Hey, let's talk about movies. Me, a movie guy. Anyway, our sponsor is a mental health service.
Yeah. There's no link between, because you don't need to be like a channel of any kind to say you should use this razor blade.
You know
You
what the
should use this
easiest-
food delivery service.
You know
You
what the
know, like,
easiest
those are
thing for
things
me to
all
prom-
people kind of use.
Easiest thing for me to promote when Little would just call me and say, "He want a sponsorship." It's like, yeah, fuck yeah, I'll shop at your fucking place every week.
A lot of
Normal
people.
products make sense to me, but like the idea of giving wholehearted recommendations for like services that are fundamentally beyond your field of expertise, I don't know, you know.
Yeah,
don't know.
I got to be able to vouch for it. I need to be able to vouch for it. And
The
I mean,
internet
it's
is
like
filled with lonely people who are dealing with a lot mentally, and the idea that you're like, well, I've been paid, so all of you, I'm going to sell my trust to you to send you over there, hopefully gain me some bucks, gain them some bucks, and then, yeah, maybe you'll feel better, but either way, you're out your buddy. Just feels awkward.
By the way,
Mhm.
Little Rock Zoo, if you wanna call me up, and you can contact me, right? So do it. Call me up, Little Rock Zoo. I'll promote the shit out of that zoo.
What's
Zoos
the
are great.
prize? What's the everybody's favorite animal at Little Rock Zoo? Who's the main star
I don't
of the
actually
show?
know. I haven't been in a while, and I need to. But it's kind of starting to get like cold. As winter's starting to come in, and it's fall. So
Yeah, so the animals are getting lonely.
uh,
'Cause
let's
people aren't
see.
showing up
What's my
as much.
favorite? I don't know. That's a really good question. I think we're lucky. I don't think a lot of places have them, but we have at least one maned wolf, and those are always neat. They have the really long legs. You've got penguins are pretty neat as long as they're actually swimming around and stuff. When they're just like standing, it's like that's neat, but you like to see them doing stuff generally. Ooh. I don't know. I kind of like a lot of different animals. I've always liked fish in aquariums. I'm always keen on. I really like the underwater stuff, like crabs and like seabirds, things of that nature. Although fish swimming around because they can be so colorful and different shapes and sizes. And plus, there's often like otters there, and those are great. Those are great fun. And the seals, they're really neat.
Are you sure you're not sponsored?
Oh no! See, that's the thing. It's just I just love animals are great and zoos are great. So go to the zoo. Support your local zoos, everyone.
With massive life adjustments for me, making a film, becoming a father, and this year with the strikes that went on.
He
Better
put
help
making a
can-
film in front of becoming a father.
Better help can help you when you're making a film.
My life's gotten a lot more busy. I'm making a film, and I became a father. Yeah.
It was funny when they listed without thinking about that.
I poke fun, but it's fun. It's fine.
To take a single meeting when it came to anything regarding a screenplay that I had written, which was very difficult for me in this integral part of my film career. And so it was really great.
I imagine that the way that the BetterHelp sponsorship works is you need to start with some story about yourself and why you needed mental health services.
Yeah.
See, this is
most
the
of
other
them do tell you that
gross-
you have to give a personal experience or you have to show yourself using the product. But I don't really know. It's hard to do that with something like a therapy sponsor because like most therapy programs at minimum will have you for about say like 4 sessions, so like once a week. So you'd have to use it for a month just to do this ad placement, which
Right.
I mean, it's not impossible that that's what he's done. It's just
And
that
you have to need it, not just because I feel like if it's one of those things you don't need, if I don't need mental health services, if I don't need any kind of counseling or anything like that, then I don't know how do you know? It's like going to a doctor if you're well.
It's
Like
just- how can you give broad generalized advice on something that is so fundamentally personal? Because the reasons why you're going to be seeking out mental health services may end up being vastly different than someone else. You might be dealing with it for relatively mundane problems compared to somebody who's like very mentally ill. And
Yeah.
I don't know. Everything about it just seems off. The idea of here is just like a broad sponsorship on a video that is completely unrelated in a field that I'm not familiar with really at all to recommend like mental health. It's
And it's
don't
the
know.
repercussions. It's the gravitas of like what can happen if that doesn't work out. We're dealing with people who are potentially suicidal, whose life has come to like essentially a standstill because of their, their problems. So it is like if you end up recommending Manscaped or something like that, something that's not really that important, and it turns out, actually this Manscaped razor isn't. I mean, it's fine, but it's not really all that good, and it didn't really help. It's like I guess that happens, and it's not really your fault. Sometimes products just aren't always that great, but like you don't lose anything really. You're out a little bit of change, I suppose, for buying the thing. But it's not like now I'm even more depressed. Now I have even less faith in the mental.
Well, yeah, that's the
health,
worst case scenario that you
field.
have immense trust in the particular creator. They direct you to this, you spend money on it, and then you feel even worse afterward. That's just a big old combo of oh fuck. Like,
and I think it's the element of, because I hear this from people sometime when they say, I'm really sad, I'm depressed or whatever, and then I say, well, you should go and consult you need to go see a doctor or medical help, and they're like, yeah, but I did and it didn't really work, so I don't do that anymore. And I'm like, well, shit. Now I guess you'll just die sad then. I don't know. Like, what are we doing? Like their faith.
Didn't say that to him.
But their faith and their confidence in these fields has been eroded by bad experiences.
Yeah, that's
and
the
what if that was
important
BetterHelp,
Yeah, well, as I think Tall Biscuit said it, right, that the whole idea with these promotions is that you are selling your trust. That's the entire thing they're trying to buy off you, the sponsorships, and that if there is any way to sound more authentic, over time, those will be incorporated into the contract. So, like, if there's a way to genuinely sound like you're selling this out of the goodness of your heart in the contract, that goes in a year or, however long. So when they begin with, like, I was in a difficult place. It's like, was that in the contract? Did you have to say? Was that a quote like that they told you to say? It's like, makes it all like weird and.
Well,
I've heard BetterHelp ads from multiple places, and they all start the same and go about the same. It's always
they generally give you a sort of blueprint or basic guideline.
How fucked up is
why
that?
all the Raid Shadow Legends, they have all the same thing. Millions of player, top rated,
If they were like, we want to sell professionally, so like you talk to one of our guys, and you're like, okay, and they're like, so how you feeling? You're like, I'm fine. And then they're like, okay, tell me about your childhood. You just do, and then like after like a half hour, they're like, do you feel better at all? And you go, sure.
I guess it was nice to reminisce about my childhood.
Yeah, you know what I mean? And then you're like, I
everything
guess
was way bigger back then. But
that's enough
strange.
to count. So now I'll promote this. It's like,
I don't know. And plus, if you're Chris Stuckmann, if you're really a YouTuber of any decent size, you can be really picky and choosy with the kinds of sponsorships that you can do. Especially if you're really active,
you'd have thought.
You get emails all the time, and you can reach out to people all the time.
The crazy thing
you
is,
can reach out to people who can get people to come your way.
I know the Rags and Fringy are especially along with me. I'm not sure how many people here are, but like there was a big controversy with BetterHelp back in the day that I thought that more people were aware of than I guess are, because I would have thought.
Yeah, that's why I brought that even up.
Yeah, I would have thought that you'd stay away from BetterHelp as a sponsorship because of what happened back in the day with a lot of YouTubers.
I've never heard of them before. What happened?
The therapist didn't need qualifications to join; they could just join.
Oh,
yeah.
Which is probably really fucking important.
Yeah.
That's one of those things where you're like, I would have thought that would have been illegal, like automatically.
Like there was like a process.
Right? Both my parents work in mental health charities, and actually the legal requirements for becoming a therapist are staggeringly low.
Well, this is why it was said, like, surely they've not made that mistake now. Like, surely things are better now. But like, I haven't looked into BetterHelp, nor would I. This is just one I would completely avoid.
Turn to BetterHelp. BetterHelp connects you with a licensed therapist who is trained to listen and give you helpful, unbiased advice. You can have your therapy sessions as a phone call, as a video chat, or even via messaging if you prefer that. Whatever's the most comfortable version.
Is it via or via?
I think it depends on your accent.
Maybe. Did you know that's the Latin word for road? Via?
I didn't know that, honestly.
Yeah. There you go.
So I learned something new today. Thank you, Ryan.
Hooray. You did it. Thanks, BetterHelp.
Yay.
Whoever stuck in ancient Greece.
BetterHelp.
I'm glad you're reaching out for help during such a tough time. Could you tell me a little more about how else you've been feeling? You've mentioned you don't feel motivated to do anything, so I'm wondering if you might also feeling tired a lot lately. Starting a new job, being around all new people is a bit... I read that as really big cringe.
Being around people is pretty fucking cringe. I should know, I'm a therapist.
Sometimes our minds take a bit longer to adjust. In that adjustment period, it's pretty normal for someone to experience changes in their mood. So you gotta wonder, imagine the big new controversy for them is that the therapists are AI.
AI.
Like, oh, fuck.
These days, yeah.
Have you guys heard
Would not
about...
shock me.
There was a bunch of people who had AI girlfriends on the service that the owner like went to jail, so it shut down and none of them could access their girlfriends anymore.
Oh no.
I was like,
I can't access my girlfriend anymore because she was never real.
I've not heard that one, but I know there was one similar, same story, load of AI girlfriends, and the woman that made it was like, "This is really bad. I need to stop this." So she changed the service rules, and they were like, "You've just killed my girlfriend." And so she like allowed all the original people to use it, but no new ones.
You killed my girlfriend.
That was literally what I was saying. You killed my girlfriend.
Gonna be like, hey, good movie.
Over 30,000 therapists in their network, which gives you access to a wider range of expertise than may be available in your area. And if the therapist you're first match with doesn't feel like the right fit, which can be common when starting therapy, you can easily switch to a new therapist at no additional cost without stressing about insurance, who's in your network, or...
That seems strange to say. You can switch to a new therapist at no additional cost, as if the therapist that you have is so... Like you can just change them?
Yeah, like
I don't like this therapist. Well, maybe you need to not like your therapist. Maybe you should potentially be apprehensive or confrontational with your therapist.
Yeah,
Maybe
that's a big
maybe that's exactly what you need.
For therapists the world over right now, especially in the West, is this conflict of should they be in any way like giving affirmation or should they not be challenging as part of the experience. And like there's some people who like call abuse on their therapist if they try to tell them like you might be wrong about this. They'd be like, no, I'm here to spill my feelings and for you to tell me that I'm right and that my life is hard.
No, but that's not how that works though.
It's not gonna make you any better. They're like, oh, you're saying I'm bad. You're saying I need
help.
You a
racist? I was like, what?
God.
Or anything like that. Over 4 million people have used BetterHelp to start living a healthier,
how many are still
life.
using it?
How many do you think you might benefit from therapy?
Doesn't that sound like okay? Especially after delving into so much RoboCop in the past like month, this sounds like an OCP ad. You're gonna live.
It kind of does, yeah. If you don't like your therapist, you get a new one, yeah.
I buy that for $1.
You just need to crank it up a little bit. Be like, yeah, your therapist will, if you pay them a little extra, they'll come and give you a fucking hand job or something. And you're like, oh wow, that's a great service, 100%.
I'll pay for yeah. Tell me
Check
more.
out the link in my description below. BetterHelp.com/.
Robo wants an Oreo.
What if they were called Worse Help?
Oh.
Chris Stuckmann. That not only supports this channel, but it will also give you
do Audible next time, Chris. It's better.
10% off your first month with BetterHelp. That's better.
There's something about like getting coupons for therapy. That's
It's
just
weird.
Kind of dystopian, you know?
It's weird, isn't it?
It's all weird. I don't like
10% off your next therapy session. It's like, I don't know. It's weird. It's really weird.
BetterHelp.com/Chris Stuckmann. That link is in the description below. Thank you so much to BetterHelp for sponsoring this video. I saw.
You didn't say the thing of the video wouldn't have been possible without BetterHelp.
This video wouldn't have been possible without BetterHelp. Stuckmanized.
It took my cameras hostage, and if I didn't do this, I couldn't do this video.
All right, let's shit on the Marvels, Chris. Let's do it.
The Marvels.
Yeah,
there's a lot of people talking about this movie right now. I'm not really going to talk about it
no,
in depth.
Not really.
That's part of the problem.
That's part of the problem.
It seems that no one really gives a shit. Actually, Chris.
That it's a short movie. It's a fairly breezy watch. I liked Iman Vellani quite a bit as Miss Marvel. I thought she
all
was
of the
fantastic.
most boring takes.
Yeah,
all of the most boring.
You like
yeah.
her quite a lot. She
Friggy.
seems nice, but
As
her
part of
character's
his-
lame.
As part of his take, it's a short movie.
Yeah, it's a
Well,
short
I mean,
movie.
because these are the
Crazy.
common takes. Wow, it's short for a Marvel movie. It's also a very light movie. It's not very weighty or dramatic, and Iman Vellani is entertaining. Like, those are the most common perspectives that get given out when people don't want to be more specific about anything that they like or dislike about the film.
Also, if we're going to write notes that you're going to read while you're on camera, like stick it near your camera at least. He's looking about 2 foot over
Also,
the
how
camera.
can you?
He keeps
I'm sorry.
watching to the right of
I
him.
just, yeah, you
Wow,
just
you're
made me
right.
realize, how is he needing bullet points to remember the film was short and I liked Iman Vellani?
Hey, look,
And-
right, I'm not going to hold it against him that he's, like, got notes, okay?
That's
It's
not the
fine.
point. It's
No,
that
but
you can't remember your
nowhere near the
basic take
You
on the
shouldn't need
film.
notes for this. You shouldn't need notes for this. There are some things you need notes for. This isn't
Look,
one of
okay.
them. This is
It's okay, he's just using his notes, it's fine.
I'm not criticizing for having notes. I'm criticizing for having to go to his notes to remember what he thought about the Marvels.
Well,
Isn't that indicative of the
isn't that
fact that he has no
telling?
idea what he thinks of the Marvels?
Isn't that an interesting thing? It's kind of odd, you know? It makes you think there's so much subtext in this frame of him having to read his notes to remember what he thinks about this movie.
I just don't know why
He
he
has a
puts
lot
it
of
to the right
trust
of his
in his
camera and not
past
just
self.
like below it or above it, so it's not as obvious.
Or or make it a part of the video where you have a clipboard and you have notes.
Yeah,
Well, he
You
doesn't
just
need
and then you do the little thing where you like and you sort of
Well, like a
flick
news
them.
anchor. He's like an
Yeah,
anchor.
or you go through your
desk.
notes and you turn over the page on the clipboard and put it behind and you just go through them, and that's part of your thing. Is like, I've got all my notes here that I took down for the video. Let's go through them, and that can be part of your style. You and your clipboard, like clipboard of thoughts.
Me and my clipboard.
Some people in chat have said he looks really defeated and sounds really defeated. I mean,
That's
obviously,
just a
if cinema is
video of his.
kill, then he is deflated. That's how that works.
I mean, he sounds like that every video I've seen him in. So
I was
don't know.
gonna say that, but I was like, is that me?
He is also talking about the Marvels, and he's not allowed to say anything critical about it. So like, that's pretty
Oh, you
Deflate
should
impressive.
hear-
anybody. Yeah.
You should hear how he ends his review of the movie.
Although I don't really know what the movie's about.
There we go.
Okay.
I guess I don't
It was
really
about
blame you
teamwork.
for not knowing what it's
That's
about.
fair.
no.
though. I think the first time I spoke with Fringy after seeing it, I said I don't know what the film's about. It was only after thinking about it for a while that it was like, I guess teamwork is the way to make the dream work. I don't know.
Yeah, teamwork is good.
Yeah, girls get it done.
Yeah, that's pretty negative, Chris. Like,
Whoa.
you better be careful there.
I don't know what the film's about.
Bridges burned.
That's what I'll say. What I really want to talk about is
Okay,
what
so what if Nia DaCosta was like, hey, you know, Chris, that really hurt
That
my
really hurt.
feelings.
Yeah, and I'm a
Oh.
filmmaker. You probably
Yeah.
don't know until you come onto my
Yeah.
set how much we
That's
work
right.
real hard.
Would you take it back?
Take down your video, edit it.
And say that you knew what it was about. It was about love and freedom.
don't really
And family.
consider a debate anymore. It's really just a discussion point that I'm seeing a lot, and it was jump started when Martin Scorsese said
wrong?
that Marvel movies and superhero films weren't really cinema, and
Which,
that they were more.
well, wait, I don't think he said weren't really cinema. I think he said,
He said they weren't cinema.
Okay.
Yeah, this,
Don't add
this
these little weasel words.
Don't,
that
yeah,
went
don't
you said-
soften your patron saint's words.
like I said, I think it was in 200 or 150, I don't know, but we had a big discussion about how much this is an annoying discussion. When you say a film isn't cinema, that means something different for every single fucking person on this planet. It's
Yeah.
so
Whereas
complicated.
it is far easier to just say, well, they're all films.
Just say it's
that the
bad.
Marvel ones are
Just
bad
say
and
they're
tacky and
bad.
plot.
Yeah.
Just say they're bad.
They're bad films. I mean, a lot of them are. That's the thing. When you be like, I don't know, fucking Iron Man, that ain't cinema. It's like, is it not? And you're like, no, because
Well, you wouldn't say that about Raimi's Spider-Man films.
Oh, fuck no.
surely. Or Superman, the original.
the fact is,
Superman,
Frankie,
or Tim Burton's Batman
even if he
films.
thought that was true, he wouldn't say it because he knows he's not
No,
allowed.
of course not. That's right. That is an unacceptable take.
more theme park rides, and you go.
Mahler, you can't say that they're bad because that's negative. Just say that they aren't art.
Okay, that gets away.
Oh,
Dude,
yeah.
you
That's
just reminded me.
That's just a category, yeah.
That's like the whole, everyone's allowed any interpretation of anything, but you have bad media comprehension. You have bad media literacy.
Ugh.
It's like, oh, didn't you just say the thing you said you wouldn't say? And it's like, no. Okay.
Marvel movies and superhero films weren't really cinema, and that they were more theme park rides, and you go to those movies to have fun, and that's great. He wasn't really saying that that's wrong. He was just saying that it has its place and that
Well,
it
no,
shouldn't
I
be.
mean,
Oh, when you're saying you're-
it
it was
was
insulting.
insulting. It is lesser art.
Yeah. That's what.
Yeah.
It might not even be art at all.
Today, EFAP learns about subjectivity. Today, subjectivity learns about EFAP. That's what's happening.
Yeah. Yeah,
Yep.
subjectivity better fucking prepare thy asshole because we're here, baby.
Yeah.
wrong. He was just saying that it has its place and that it shouldn't
As being
be
not cinema.
the entirety of why we.
Do you see how it's walking around minds
People-
because they know
People
what the
do so much
implication is?
fucking work for
Well,
him.
the thing is, all right, Martin Scorsese is like, you can tweak it and then get to a much more reasonable position that is like, yeah, they're just slop, they're crap movies, and they're bad for the industry. Rather than, well, they're not even cinema.
Well,
let's
yeah,
be
you
real.
can
They're
soften what he said by completely changing it into something that he didn't say.
Yeah, you could do that.
the point
Guys, you don't have to
being
run what you don't have to carry all this water for your patron fucking saint. Martin Scorsese said something that was dumb and wrong, and that's okay because he's human, and we all do that except me.
You're not human.
Yeah, your
that-
dog.
That's
Idiot.
right.
Guess you
And I
made a
would-
mistake just now. You fool.
That's right.
No, not me.
So that's a paradox, Rags. You need to
Dogs are people.
disintegrate into- You need to implode
Dogs are better
into a
people than people.
No, you that was a paradox. You need to disintegrate.
Oh no.
Disintegrate.
Rex goes,
I gotta go
What
fight the
happens
fart
when
cloud
you say
monster.
paradox? If you're a robot, you explode. If you're organic, you turn into a black
Oh
hole.
my god, it's already happening in chat. Martin is right. The MCU is entertainment. It's not art. Fucking hell.
Okay, well,
Jesus.
the problem is
Okay, I don't
wanna,
find it
like,
entertaining though because it's a piece of shit.
No, I don't want to. I don't want to retable. Like, I don't want to have to keep having this conversation about like the definitions of art. Like every single time it comes up, all right. You just have to accept.
Dude, imagine
that the EFAP stance is that Marvel movies are art. They're bad. We just think they're
imagine
bad.
saying there's no art in the MCU. No art. It's only
What does
entertainment.
it mean? Yeah, what
Fucking
does it mean
hell.
for the artistry and
This
like,
is the
costume
damage that gets
design
done. The
or-
discourse
yeah.
is fucked.
Well, it just becomes way more confusing because once we start like arbitrarily drawing all of these lines for these terms, it just starts to get really confusing. When I think it's just way
Do you
easier to
think-
say they're all movies. They are categorically definition. They're movies. It's just we like how we feel about them, whether we think they're good or bad.
Do you think when Ebert said video games are not art, that he had loads of fans that were like, he is right though. Video game, like it's to do with video games. You interact with it, which isn't art. That's more of a
Well,
like.
the problem is
That's a.
I imagine that people are like, oh yeah, Mario jumping around. Oh yeah, that's not art. Which again, that's already an insane perspective because there is artistry in the animation and the art in the backgrounds and the music, and then of course the artistry of game design. But then once you have your like art games, once you start to get those examples, then it begins to completely deteriorate. But you shouldn't even need like BioShock to understand that Super Mario World is art. It's obviously art. It is
Well,
comprised
see, so is it
of
like
many...
I don't care if they're considered art or not. I enjoy playing them. I care because it's to do with legitimacy and like
Yeah,
respecting the industry and the fucking art form. It's fucked up to be like, oh, video games are those cute little things babies play with. It's like, what the
as
fuck?
opposed to, like a real legitimate art form. It's
And it's
lame.
so funny too because film went through that. Film wasn't taken
Yep.
seriously for
Pretty much
ages.
everything goes
Mhm.
through it at some point when it's the new thing, and it takes a while for people to essentially accept it as a form of artistic expression.
Yep.
I think when Aldous Huxley first went to the cinema in the 1930s, I think it was, and he was absolutely horrified by it. And he effectively said, this is not art. It's spectacle, but it is not
Yeah.
art. And it's just a bunch of disembodied entertainers gesticulating flatly on the screen, making gramophone-like noises as they do so. That was the early curmudgeonly position about cinema. I think cinema has disproven that sense. Like, cinema has
Yes.
proven that there is no juxtaposition between entertainment and art. The problem with a lot of modern films is that it's kind of trying to prove him right retroactively.
It's trying
which
to
I don't
prove
really
it
like.
right.
Challenge accepted.
We are in that awkward position, yeah. And that's why I feel like a lot of people think it's intuitive to describe, like, even, which is more reasonable, by the way, modern MCU is like, well, that's not art at that point. It's like, no, it is. It's just really bad. It's something you can say. Don't worry about it.
I'd be even comfortable. I mean, I often call it soulless commerce, which is what I believe
Yeah.
it is. It's still art. It is soulless
I will,
commerce, though.
even though that's
Like-
even more hyper subjective, I would totally buy saying it's soulless. I'd be like, I'm pretty clear on what you mean by that. But saying it's not art, it's like, what the fuck?
When it is the product of many different artistic disciplines coming together to create a form of artistic expression,
Well, yeah, that's part of the problem, right? Because Chris would probably say anyone who's saying it's not art is totally wrong, because he would never want all the people who work their asses off behind the scenes, behind every film, like, to tell them what they're doing isn't art.
which means that he then makes it more confusing because they're all art, but they're not all cinema. So cinema is not a definition that would be attached to art itself. It's other kind of like the difference between like the definition of literature compared to fiction or whatever.
This is what we
Like, these
encountered the
weird-
last time we talked about this. Is like someone stands up in the crowd and says, "These are the definitions," and then someone next to them is like, "Whoa, whoa, whoa, no, it's almost that. It's actually this." And then someone else goes, "No, it's this." And then you look back at the quote and you're like, "But that's clearly not what he meant." And then someone else goes, "Yeah, because he meant this." And then the first person's like, "That's not what he meant."
Well,
It's like,
that's
oh,
kind of the
God.
nature of definitions, is that they're attached to a bunch of different concepts that people have, and they're given different priority depending on who that person is.
Yeah.
The entirety of why we go to the movie theaters. And I very much so agree with him. There's a really
As if you
You
could tell me
agree with the
a movie
different-
theater.
Well,
Well, it's like
again,
people say the
you agree
purpose
with
of art or why we watch art and things of that nature, but they say it in this very. They don't say it in a broad way. They mean it in a very specific kind of way. I don't like it when people speak for the reasons why I do things, especially when the reason I go to one movie is completely different, oftentimes the exact opposite of why I go to see a different movie.
really good video on some of these topics I'm about to get into from Patrick Willems. It's on his channel. It's
Yeah.
called, I think,
Oh.
it's like Who's
my boy Patrick.
Killing
Why
Cinema
plot
or Who
holes
Killed
don't matter.
Cinema. I'm going to link that in the description below. He makes really great videos. It's like 90 minutes long. It's a feature
What does it
film.
mean if you
It's
say
amazing.
well, actually, now I'm curious about this. What does it mean to say that Patrick Willems makes really great videos that include critiques of specific films?
Oh,
When you
jeez.
say
Yeah.
that you're not going to say anything negative about any given film. I'm not going to say anything negative about any given film, but I do like this guy's videos, which include videos that are critical of very specific works. You get what I mean? Like, how many steps removed are you from
Well,
his
yeah,
true
remember-
opinion on any given thing?
Shout out J.J. Abrams.
He really
All-
did. He
and
went
all sorts of
hard
stuff.
on
Yeah,
him. He was
exactly.
pissed.
So,
I don't
And
get
that-
it. How
it's-
Patrick
it's-
Willems makes
hey.
such shit videos, but it seems
Chris
like so
Stuckmann.
many people will just be like promoting him. Yeah, he's just so good. He's just so insightful and smart. And it's like, have you listened to him speak?
Hey.
Fuck, he's a moron.
You've seen all of his worst videos, though. You haven't seen any. Like, how many have you watched,
Oh,
Drags? Over more than
How-
two?
I've
be-
watched 1, 2. Let's say that I watched those two. Still, those were so bad.
I know those were
Jeez.
bad, but you know, if he has a video
That
of like
also matter?
discussing
And all the stuff that
the
was contained in
directorial
that?
styles of Bad Boys versus John Wick, there's probably nothing wrong with that video, you know?
I don't know.
But when he's talking about like how plot holes don't matter and that writing is just fuckery, it's like, well, yeah, there's going to be a lot of problems with that.
Right? It's a great video that can educate you on a lot of these topics I'm going to discuss if you don't know anything about them. As far as movies in the MCU after Endgame, I've enjoyed Shang-Chi quite a bit. I liked Spider-Man No Way
boring.
Home quite a bit. I liked Guardians of the Galaxy 3.
Boring.
Black Panther 2 was fine.
Ooh, there you go. That's a
Oh,
slight bit of spice.
Fine.
That is a bit
Black Panther
spicy.
was fine.
That's
Yeah.
Because they
spicy.
can't be bad. They can't
Well,
be
no,
bad.
no, right.
They can't be
Well,
shit.
He said he's
Well,
not going to
presumably
make it
the ones he's
negative.
skipping over.
Yeah,
were-
that's what I'm getting at. Yeah, it's like it was fine. I can't say it bad because I'm not.
Oh, it's just interesting because the first three ones are the boring choices that everybody picks for the decent Phase 4 movies. Which, I mean, you know, let's be real, all right. How many people even remember what happened in Shang-Chi? Okay. But the fact that he would say that Wakanda Forever is fine, that is actually interesting.
But honestly, it's
Listen to that
been
long sigh.
downhill. I have completely
Oh my
fallen
god!
off.
Wait a minute, Chris. Stop. You gotta be
Uh-oh.
careful.
What are you doing?
Downhill.
Downhill
Yeah,
implies
stop,
a drop in
stop.
quality.
Oh,
Oh no!
Off the train of watching the shows. I haven't seen Secret Invasion. I didn't see Loki season 2. I didn't see Miss Marvel. And I really
Damn.
do think the major issue, at least for me, is the Disney Plus stuff. I just couldn't keep up.
Oh,
with
that's
it.
boring. That's
Yeah.
boring.
Couldn't keep up with it.
Boring.
Yeah, I don't know.
So we've
I
had-
feel like
We've had a few episodes before we cover like all the crazy reasons for why it's not working that everyone resists saying it's badly executed. Like
Yeah.
everyone has to find a new it's like oversaturation, the failure to connect things, taking too long to have a focused villain. There's no hero team that's been made yet. There's not enough development. There's not enough clashing. It's like they just come up with all kinds of different things and it's like it's just bad, man.
Yeah,
never
it's
because
because
it's
it's all
low quality.
trash.
It's never because of the writing. It's never
If
because
all
of
of
the
the shows were great,
characters.
if they were great, you would carve out the time in your day to make sure that you were watching all of these shows. You would
Yeah.
if it was great.
Especially considering that your job is this.
Well, and it's funny too because it's like,
just
oh,
crazy to me to think I want to talk about this topic. It's like, oh, I've fallen off because it's too much to figure out and this and that, without talking about like, yeah, no, it's all piss though. Like it's all shit.
it's funny too because it's like oh, I got to do all this homework, and it's like watching Secret Invasion makes the Marvels so much worse. Like it makes no fucking sense at all.
Oh yeah, like the fucking kept Fury in there is like another person than from Secret Invasion.
Yeah, he's a
like,
different person, but he's still not Fury.
He's still not Fury, but
Fury.
he's a different wrong Fury. It's weird as shit.
It was like
it has an interesting side effect because a lot of people have said, well, because I've not watched all this stuff, I never watched the movie because I can't catch up on all these things. But if you actually watch them, you realize you don't need to see these to watch the movies. They change nothing, and actually, it's worse. But if you haven't seen them, you still have that impression. So they've kind of shot themselves in the face both ways. It doesn't work. I don't know what that saying was, but
it's the worst of both worlds. It's the worst of both worlds with the MCU continuity, because the whole point of the MCU as a selling point is, isn't it really cool that we can essentially tell a long form story in big budget cinematic form, and you have your continuity, you're building up a world that you couldn't build up in one movie. Isn't that cool? But it's the worst of that, where the films are often disconnected, but the ways in which they connect is contradictory. They deal damage to the subsequent stories. So it's kind of fascinating how like they've lost the benefit of the MCU while retaining all of the detriments, which is it's way harder to maintain continuity.
Yeah.
And they don't. They just don't.
No.
Have to know all of this. And for a minute, they were sort of like making it so you didn't have to watch the shows to get into the movies. But The Marvels is the first big MCU film where you kind of did.
I'm gonna give him a bit of a break on this, in the sense that it sounds like he's talking from a sense of as far as he's aware, which I think any normal person, if you were told a couple of true things, such as, yeah, Carol, actually no, she's the only one that I guess would be irrelevant. She's not in Secret Invasion when she should be. But Nick Fury is like, Secret Invasion is all about the Skrulls, and there's a peace and reconciliation tour in this film about the Skrulls with the state of them. So it's like, it would make sense that Secret Invasion would connect to this. Then you got Miss Marvel. It's like the introduction of Miss Marvel. So of course it would make sense that you'd need to see that to see why she's here, what she's doing. And then, of course, Monica. It's like, where does she come from? She comes from WandaVision. And so I could see anyone being like, well, yeah, this is the first one where I felt that I needed to see other stuff. And it's like, if only you did, so you'd know how much you didn't need to see them at all.
Well, they sit in that weird in-between stage where you can't ignore them, but there is not enough in any of them to be worth watching. So you do need a little bit of foreknowledge from, say, Ms. Marvel, because The Marvels does not introduce her character across 8 episodes worth of time. And there are things you miss, like the links between the magic bangles and the Nord dimension, which is also somehow the quantum whatever the fuck. And then with Monica Rambeau as well, if you haven't seen WandaVision, you have no idea who this person is, except that you still don't really have any idea who she is, because she's not really a character. But you do kind of have to be aware of the shows, even if you don't have to watch the shows. And that's kind of the worst of both worlds at that point.
Well, and that's why someone said, so you're saying he's still wrong. It's like, yes, I am saying he's wrong, but I can understand how he got here. It would be intuitive, I think, to think, oh, this film would have been better had I seen Miss Marvel and Secret Invasion. It's like, no, it wouldn't, but...
Yeah.
Like, if you didn't see WandaVision, you might be curious about things that are happening with Monica Rambeau. And if you didn't see Miss Marvel, you need some catching up about her.
You'd be confused. Who the fuck is this?
Well, the funny thing is, we all were we missed a whole fucking movie with Monica. That was it. It's just like she seeing her in space, and she's mastered her powers to the point where she can even fly. You're like, when the fuck did any of that happen? What the hell? You're like, oh well, I don't know. Shit, that's what's happening now.
The film tries its best to do that, and if you didn't see Secret Invasion, apparently that actually will help you.
No.
It will make it worse.
Yeah, it makes it worse. There's more writing problems. There's more to criticize, unfortunately. Chris.
I mean, to be fast about it, it would be an under-exaggeration to say that the Marvels annihilates what sense Secret Invasion had left. The whole point of Secret Invasion rests on a failure on Nick Fury and Captain Marvel's part of putting the Skrulls in a place where they could live, and then this film immediately just drops them in New Asgard. It's so funny.
Yeah,
you can't you can't just do that. That completely undermines all of Secret Invasion. It's like, yeah, but we didn't know that because we had no idea what Secret Invasion even was. Yeah, okay, fine.
Because I didn't, and I watched and read some other reviews of people saying that the Nick Fury in this movie is nothing like the one that was just in Secret Invasion, that it's almost insulting.
Depends on what you mean. I guess
mean,
some people
a
like Nick
dumb
Fury in
idiot,
Secret Invasion.
sure.
I don't know. He was in.
I liked him in the Avengers.
I mean, I even liked him in Winter
Yeah.
Soldier. Like, I'm historically critical of that film, but to portray him as like reacting to enemies trying to kill him with technology and abilities that you might assume he has with his role, compared to having him cower so that the teenage girl can save him. You know what I mean? I have a preference for one of those, even if.
Yeah, it's weird seeing him, even though there's a lot of issues with the scene, but the scene of him in the truck, like defending himself against, the Winter Soldier, was like, oh, this is clearly a different person from the useless clown loser who's in the Marvels. This is clearly different, completely different character. He's regressed substantially.
Right.
Well,
It
so
seems like he became a clown loser in Captain Marvel, but the benefit of the doubt you could give to it is, yeah, but this was a while ago, which even then, whatever. But it's like they've carried that over, even though there was an interim period where he was a totally different person. It's kind of fascinating.
I was going to say, the way that he just said that was, it sounds like there are fans of Secret Invasion that were upset with Fury's portrayal in the
Were
Marvels.
there fans of Secret Invasion, though?
3?
Probably
Maybe
2.
2 or 3?
Yeah.
Maybe.
And so I guess their argument would be that Secret Invasion, and forgive me for saying this, Secret Invasion took Fury seriously, and it brought him down, it made everything very serious, and he had to go through a lot, having anxiety attacks, and struggling to be the man he once was, and, the season is about him reclaiming the role of Nick Fury and get him back up there, and then in this movie, it's barely even addressed. It's ridiculous. I think that's what their argument would maybe be, I don't know.
I didn't have that experience because I didn't watch that show, so maybe that actually makes the movie better. I don't know. The point is,
What's the point?
stopped caring about this continuity because there was just too much of it. It had to become my entire life if I wanted to keep up with this fucking.
That's not true. You just don't
Just
like it.
People
down.
did people ever say this about Game of Thrones or House
No.
of the Dragon? Just saying,
No.
it just seems weird. It seems like they
Is it maybe
they
because
wouldn't
they
make
have
this
a
argument.
better quality?
I mean, I don't know.
I'm just guessing.
If it was good, you wouldn't consider it homework or a chore. You would just be excited to watch it.
There's no,
How
yeah,
dare you.
it just doesn't come into the equation. But I just don't think that he would, even if he thought it, he's never going to say, it's just so crap, guys. This becomes so fucking crap. Meanwhile, I don't know if you guys have watched any of his videos, but Jeremy Johns, when he put out his Marvels video, is funny. It opens with him basically saying, like, we've finally reached the point where they definitely made this with AI. It's just so awful. Like, he comes across as so much more of a real human being. It's so neat.
Yeah, I like I kind of like him.
Too much
Seems
of it.
very
It had to
earnest and
become my
real.
entire life if I wanted to keep up with this fucking story that's happening in these movies.
Oh my
I
god.
Why
said
would
the
you
F
put it
word.
that way unless it were bad? Like, you know what I mean? Like, why would...
Yeah.
It's so weird. Like, if it were all awesome, you did it back in the day. Was Phase 3, like, easy and not time-consuming to get through everything, I guess? It was just so good, I wonder. I don't know.
We're talking about 1 hour a week. I mean, come on.
This is what I mean. It doesn't make any sense at all. It's like, I can't spare my entire life to keep up with the MCU when it's like you can blast it all out pretty quick. It's just that no one wants to watch this shit. That's what's going on.
Yeah.
I think you could probably make an argument that there are too many threads. It's still a poor execution argument, but you can make the argument that there are too many dangling threads on at the same time. And the amount of cost you have to sink in to catch up on something you might have missed is now so much greater, which prohibits you or makes it less likely that you will actually bother to catch up on it, which then has a detrimental impact on everything that follows. If you compare the average number of releases a year from even Phase 3 to now, it's gone from something like an average of 8 every year to 15 a year if you're including all of the Disney Plus shows as well. Or 15 across 2 years. I can't remember. I did the maths at one point. But the point being that there are a huge number of various different stories going on. They are all crap, but if you do want to be on top of absolutely everything, you are going to have to sink more time into doing it. Obviously, if it were good, you would be motivated to do that. That's the principal criticism, but there is still more to do.
We kind of do it already. It was supposed to be a revolutionary new idea of you watch your TV and your films and you play your games and you read your books and somewhat. Everyone's doing it, listen to music. But it's like, what if several of those things were actually, all parts of the similar story that all lead somewhere, and that some of them you can check out and it'll make something better, but if you missed it, that thing it would have made better is still really good. That was the dream. It came crashing down because it wasn't just a couple parts that went bad, it was basically the entire thing. The MCU was supposed to be, and I'm sure they envisioned this back in fucking 2018, they were like, we're going to expand to TV shows on Disney Plus, They're going to be amazing, and they're going to filter back into the films, and it's going to be the most profitable thing in the history of everything. This is going to be the first time anyone's ever done something like this. Like every movie and TV show are going to feed into each other back and forth, and it's going to make all the money. And it might have been able to do that if they were really good.
Yeah.
Maybe it could
And
have done
also-
that if they were okay. Like, but they weren't.
They were
I'd
not
give lenient-
okay.
I'd give leniency to a lot of people, but if this is your job and it's something you intend to talk about, then it's 1 hour a week, and he would have kept up with them as they were coming out. But he's the one that decided, no, I'm going to skip this. And the real question is, why did he decide to skip it at the time?
Yeah. Yeah, like Miss Marvel's about to come out, and he's like, I can't fucking spare my life to watch that.
Yeah.
Like, whoa, it's Chris, what's going on? Like, why'd you?
Sounds pretty negative, Chris.
Yeah, Chris.
Yeah.
Watch it. Better watch it. Someone might be listening.
Enjoy watching comic book movies. In fact, I love watching great ones. Obviously, I've had
Yeah, great
love
ones.
watching great ones.
Oh, that's interesting. Great ones.
Mm.
I mean,
What do you mean, Chris?
You have to do
Hmm?
so
What
much
do you mean?
dancing around to prevent being blacklisted from Hollywood. Like, it's not great. And he looks over to the side, and you could hear some guy be like, mm-hmm.
Can you say that into the microphone?
Watching great ones. Obviously, I've had Daredevil behind me for like every video for a couple years now. I
wouldn't
love
be
good
scared.
comic book movies.
Are these cinema? Do they count?
Are they
I
cinema?
have
Oh,
always
God.
been very inspired by them. Sam Raimi's first 2 Spider-Man movies are
Oh, not the third one.
Yeah, it's interesting. Yeah, but it's a shame those
This
aren't
is what I mean.
cinema,
It's the thing. I'm not going to be negative. I love 1 and 2. It's like, what about 3?
2.
I love 1 and 2.
No.
Boy, 1 and 2 are so great.
Sure, 1 and 2 are good movies, man.
Like
Two
a
of the
black
most-
hole, you have to detect it
Yeah.
by what's around it.
influential movies I've ever seen. And Nolan's Dark Knight trilogy is fucking amazing. I'm sitting here wearing a Dragon Ball shirt. That's a manga, also known as a comic book. I mean,
What?
Also
I don't have
known
to
as a comic.
Wait, sorry, what was that?
I don't know what that
You know
was.
that comic book doesn't mean superhero, man.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that,
but shut up.
that just felt really stilted. I don't know what that was.
Yeah, it's weird.
I
That
guess
was
it was
the
just
Dragon
it
Ball
was
short.
matching for a bunch of different things. And it's like, well, I like Dragon Ball. Wait, Dragon Ball's not like superhero technically. Well, it's a manga, and that's you know.
So it can still be
illustrates
cinema. It can still be cinema, okay?
comic
It can
book,
still be cinema.
but
Do you
yeah,
think that was a
that
counter to people saying the comic book industry is dead, but manga isn't? He's like, no,
I-
actually, they're the same thing.
I don't know.
I don't.
I
I
don't
think
know.
I think it might just be as simple as what I first thought, which is that he erroneously conflates comic books with superheroes when it's not the case. It's not the case at all. It's a medium.
Oh, he's just trying to establish his nerd credentials. It's an appeal to his
Yes,
own
yeah.
authority, effectively.
Maybe
So,
that-
and look,
too.
I love all of this stuff. I love it when it's good. I just don't
Yeah,
like it when
I like
it's
that
not when
Dragon
it's
Ball
not
stuff,
good.
right?
I just don't like it when it's not the thing that is good.
sit here and pretend like I'm above any of this. I get excited about all
Well,
of
I mean,
these movies.
okay.
Wait, so is he
it's
trying to
okay.
counter the
That's
idea
all
that like I'm not saying that the Marvel films
I'm
have
not
gotten
a
so bad
snob.
that they're not interesting enough to me anymore. I'm interested in all kinds of crap like manga.
I think the super charitable one is I'm not a snob. I'm not some pretentious guy who thinks that these comic book, superhero movies. I like superheroes. I like anime. I like all that stuff. All right.
movies. But I also get excited about watching a 3.5-hour Martin Scorsese film in theaters too.
Why do you say that? Like that's not. He's pretty mainstream. Like
Well, I
Scorsese
just-
films.
I guess it's kind of funny that there's almost the implication of it would be weird if somebody liked Dragon Ball Z and Martin Scorsese movies.
Yeah, that's kind of where I take issue with this. It would be like if I said like, oh yeah, I like my Iron Man blasting stuff around, but I also watch Tarantino. You're like, yeah.
Okay, good.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's pretty normal.
It's
to
not
have
like
different
Scorsese's
interests.
explicitly made films that no one sees, and they're all in like film festivals or something.
that's fine.
No,
Like, the idea that you know who Martin Scorsese is. His films are generally successful.
it's like
Yeah.
yes, I do throw on a Mission Impossible every once in a while, but I also check out Oppenheimer.
Whoa, you crazy
Like a
son
lot
of
of people
bitch.
watched Oppenheimer. Okay, like you're all right.
A lot of people aren't like that. I bumped into a guy the other day at a restaurant
Most
who was
people
wearing a Halloween
are.
1978 hoodie. And I was like, oh man, did you know that tonight they're showing that movie in a theater nearby? And he was like, oh, that's cool.
Leave me alone, you
I don't
weirdo.
really go to movie theaters anymore. And I was like, why?
This movie
And he-
sucks.
There's so many reasons why someone might not go to a movie theater. There's
Yeah.
countless. I think
It's
RLM
expensive, man.
RLM talk about it regularly. They fucking hate going to theaters because of the people. They like,
Yeah, that's my attitude.
Expensive people are on their phones or they're
oh
talking during the movie.
god, people
inability
talking
to
in
stop
theaters
racing for
needs
2
to be
hours.
outlawed.
Like,
Yeah.
shut the fuck up. This isn't a social experience. It is, but it's not.
Yeah,
Shut up.
you're ruining it. It's the hip.
He said, because I can just, watch it all at home.
Yeah, you can watch it in your own home theater if you have it set up. You can black out
Yeah.
all the lights. You can have your own snacks. You can pause to go to the toilet whenever you want. It's kind
It's
of
amazing.
Right.
There's a
It's
couple of reasons
awesome.
why people like it.
Yeah,
I'm
it's
gonna
way
start
easier to
thinking
get away with masturbating.
Let me think about the direction he's going to take this, because I imagine he'll be talking about that he doesn't want to lose the value of seeing these works on a big screen with the big sound. There is something sacred
Sound
about
that
that
I can
experience
feel.
that needs to be. That's right. Yes, and that needs to be preserved, and it might die, and that's going to make me real sad because I grew up watching movies in the theater, and that was a really formative experience for me.
I
and
grew up
want to
surrounded by
retain
water.
that. I want to retain the cinema. I want to retain the theater. That would be my guess as to the direction that he's taken this. Which I gotta say, I'm already like I feel like that's a less interesting conversation than like the nature of the industry itself in terms of the movies that are being made and whether or not they're successful or not anymore, and what trends are going to emerge because of it.
Wouldn't it also
Oh,
be a pretty
you're okay.
strange argument to follow on from someone who presumably agrees with Martin Scorsese that Marvel films are more like, I don't know, entertaining experiences than they are works of art? If the reason you want to go to the cinema is for the entertaining experience of going to the cinema more than the work of art that you're going to watch.
And the thing is, you gotta. If I was being super duper charitable to him, it would be like, well, the experience of watching some amazing film, I could watch it at home, sure, but it's not the same experience
Yeah.
as watching it on the big screen with the big sound.
Oh, theaters when there's like no hindering effects can be fucking amazing. There's no denying it.
Yeah.
Well,
It's,
yeah, Oppenheimer in the theater was really great when nobody was talking, which they
When
weren't,
nobody was
unfortunately.
Well,
That was nice.
and to be fair, there are some films that benefit from the audience getting a bit noisy at certain points, right? We probably all agree that
Mhm.
Yeah.
when Cap picks up that hammer, you kind of want to hear some people celebrating and clapping and stuff.
That's the first time in the German cinema that I heard people go like, "Ooh!" That was like, because they're fucking silent here in Germany because there's no sounds. But
suppose-
that one, it's like, oh, that was an experience.
Yeah, what's being highlighted is just that there are plenty of valid reasons that one would not want to go to the theater. That's all.
Oh, absolutely.
And that is the mentality of a lot of people, is that it's just easier to watch things at home, and it's why movie theaters are struggling. It's why physical media is struggling. I could do a whole video on how.
Well, wait.
That's-
Physical media.
No,
struggling
you can't
has
put those
nothing-
next
Yeah,
to
that's
each
a
other.
pivoted,
That's
like-
stupid.
That's a different conversation because physical media is a home experience fundamentally. So it's
You need
actually
just-
completely
Yeah,
irrelevant.
now you want to
That's
go
a
for
different conversation.
streaming, presumably, but even then,
Yeah.
you know, there's a lot of arguments to be made about. I mean, certainly in our circles, right? Like streaming, we're all very aware, and it needs to be spread further that streaming does not mean fucking anything in terms of keeping the content. It's
No,
fickle.
clearly not. Yeah.
How Best Buy is not going to be offering physical media anymore after this holiday season. In fact, I might.
So that sucks, but if they're given like a reason, because if it literally is just nobody's buying it, it's like, well,
Well, yeah.
like,
The same thing.
What are they
I
meant to do
believe-
about that?
yeah, you
I
can't
believe-
blame them for that at that point. That's just a market that's gone at that point.
No.
Well, wasn't it always considered like a loss leader? They got you into the store via that section, but then you bought other things. Because I know that going way back, Woolworths used to do that with music CDs.
Right.
They specifically lost money, but it got people in.
It's well, because the thing is as well, a lot of the physical copies of stuff I'm buying are not typically in stores. They're more so like on Amazon warehouses of like, you know,
Right.
because they're classic movies that I want in 4K. They're not. I'm not looking to buy Mission Impossible: Dead Reckoning on 4K. I'm just not. Sorry.
No, I want my
why?
Tropic
Why not?
Thunders and my.
Why not? Oh, we have an episode all about it, Free.
Oh boy, wow. A whole
Hmm.
episode.
Yeah, search EFAP Mission Impossible: Dead Reckoning if you want to know more. Also, hi Gary.
Oh, hello there.
Hi.
I suck.
There it is.
Well, hi.
Hello.
How's
Hi.
Doctor Who?
I can guess.
Wait, it wasn't good. No, I'm jumping the gun. Sorry, you go ahead.
Fucking terrible.
Oh, what about
A
Tenet?
show that. Oh, Tenet was good. Sorry to break your rhythm. Let me know where I can link in to watch this too. Okay, just quickly. Tenet's fine. Catherine Tate's fine. It can't get out of its own way. It's a giant allegory. The whole thing's about the message. It's freaking pretty bad. It's
The
pretty
link's
bad.
the latest link in the thing.
I did think they'd at least hold off for 3 episodes.
Nope.
Well, apparently they can't even do that.
They didn't hold off for 3 minutes in the episode. So it's a giant. I mean, just to come out and say it, it's a giant trans allegory. That's all it is.
All right. Well, I'll be checking it out, I think, tomorrow. So I assume we'll talk about it on Real BBC and stuff. But
What you're going to be the most mad about is what I'm the most mad about is they undo the Dr. Donna for this.
oh, I guess that was always a worry, right? Yeah.
Well,
Mhm.
the moment she reappeared, you knew they had to. Like, you can't bring her into the story unless you do that.
Well, it's like when they fucking resurrect Anakin, or that they resurrect Palpatine. It's like you can't do that without fucking up that whole payoff. But yeah. To catch you up, we're listening to Chris Stuckmann talk about the future of film, how it's falling apart, and he's currently talking about theaters and physical media. Though it's a little odd because he started it with like an anecdote about how he's upset that a friend of his, or someone he met anyway, that isn't going to the theater for reasons of it being easier to stay at home. And we were talking about how that's like, I mean, normal. A lot of people have way better setups at home. Not necessarily better in every way, just in a lot of ways that come up for theaters can be annoying. And then physical media is a different thing altogether. That what would stimulate physical media being bought would be, I imagine, new films that are really good that people want to own personally. But then, of course, you have streaming, offering some of these things in a way that might convince the average consumer that they have those things in their library permanently when they don't actually. So I guess we'll just see where he goes with it.
After
Let me know if this.
Holiday season. In fact, I'm.
Oh my
Let me
God.
know if this echo.
That
Let
is
me know if
echoing,
that
yeah.
echo.
It is, yes. I can only bear to stand Chris one time, please. No more. No more.
No
Please, I beg of
more.
you, no more.
I'll just mute while it's on. So
All right.
It's holiday season. In fact, I might.
Mute.
You got to be really, really quick on the draw if you're going to adopt
Yeah.
that strategy. Can you just turn down the, can you use a headset? Or,
I am using a headset. But I'm on my Rode one, so it doesn't separate them. There's a way to do this. Let me jump back out. I'll keep watching. Okay. And I'll jump back out. All right.
okie dokie.
I'm gonna mute me for now.
Uh-huh.
All right, gotcha.
Might do a video on that.
I had a feeling.
I had a feeling as well.
that's gonna
I'm
happen.
going to mute.
But I didn't see the mute thing pop up.
At this point, it's that you can't hear him, but you can hear Chris. It's just like-
We've made it worse. Switch them. We want to hear you and not Chris.
guessing it's not fixed.
Is
I'm
not gonna
muting
be
on my
something to be
I'm muting my soundboard. So go ahead because it'll all be muted.
Okie dokie.
offering physical
All right.
media anymore
Nope.
after
No, mm-mm.
Maybe now?
this holiday season.
There you go. No.
Might
Nope.
Yeah, if you're using the Rodecaster, you'll have your mic, but there's also
There
the
we
USB
go.
going back to the computer.
Oh, there, that'll do it. Yeah.
Okay.
That's fix it.
All right, Chris, take it away.
holiday season. In fact, I might do a video on that. If I sound elitist in any way by saying you got to go to the theater, you got to support theater, I understand that because when I was a kid, I could only see like 1 or 2 movies in theaters a month, and I would always
Wow.
go on the $5 discount day and
okay.
take advantage of any coupons I ever had. And I
Man, I know when I was growing up, we used to have a dollar theater nearby where you
Damn.
could legitimately go in and get for $1 a movie ticket. However, if there was like 3 or more of you, it would be less than $1 per person to see the movie. So you could walk in with like $3 and the four you and 3 friends could just go in with tickets and see movies.
Man,
Those
that's,
were the
compared to now, like,
days.
the absolute least you could expect to be paying over here is like $15. And
Yeah,
you
it's like
definitely
10,
pay
12
more.
around here. It's and
Well,
then,
but
you know,
If you average it out, it's more like you're probably paying like $20, maybe 25
Yeah, depending on the movie.
yeah,
Yeah.
going
To be
in,
fair,
getting something like a drink or popcorn or something.
Oh, I'm not even
yeah,
talking
it
about
might be.
getting the popcorn and stuff like that. I'm
Yeah,
just
just
talking
a
geez.
ticket. Yeah, if I
Damn.
want to go, if I go grab a ticket and I like to get the nice seats that recline because because those movies are 7 hours long these days, I want to be comfortable. That's extra. That's like the premium ticket, the premium seats. Like they don't all recline, so you have to
And
pay that extra as well.
The food is really expensive over here at theaters. It's
that's like another
really-
Oh, it was
12
always like
bucks on top.
a rule with my family is
12 bucks,
we
yeah.
never buy anything from there except the ticket. That was like a
You eat before you go, or you.
Yeah.
I mean,
Well,
I
so,
do really love the popcorn from the
a
cinema.
fun
though.
memory
I don't like
that I had was that so it was a Sainsbury's right next to, which is essentially just like a Walmart right next to a cinema, and it was always baffling to me as a kid because I was just like, doesn't everyone just go there to buy this stuff and then go to the cinema? Like it's way cheaper. And it was like, well, yeah, a lot of people do, but you got to be careful. You got to hide all your stuff. That's what my family were like. You got to hide it. You
I'm
can't let
pretty
them see
sure
it.
we did that the first time I came over. I think we went to that
You gotta,
Sainsbury's.
put it in your pockets. Make sure they don't see it. And that was always a thing for me. I went with a friend's family who were much more, let's say, aggressive, and they didn't give a shit. And so they went to Sainsbury's. They had their bag that just said Sainsbury's on it, filled with stuff. And I was like, "Oh, you're gonna hide it?" And then they were like, "No." And I was like,
Nope.
Okay. And as we were heading in, some guy was like, this is fucking when I was super young. This guy was like, oh, you can't take that in. They were like, are you going to stop me? And he was like,
Oh, Jesus.
well, you can't. And she was like, okay, that's fine. Anyway, bye. And just like sort of moved past him. And he was like, he was like a teenager as well. I was like, oh, poor fucking guy. He's not going to do anything.
He's not gonna be able to do anything about it. That's pretty funny.
It's just so
I
absurd.
think you feel
isn't it?
so fucking good too if you're that guy and you're like, you gonna stop me? And they don't, and you just walk in with your shit.
Yeah.
And you just got away with it, and you didn't. You gotta feel like a king.
I'm fucking watching
That's
Shrek with my Coca-Cola one way or another. Okay, you're not stopping me.
Yeah, man. I get the Well, I allegedly what I would do if I did this would be I would go down to the Come and Go before I would go to the theater hypothetically, and I maybe might get those good packs of like a trail mix. Trail mix is great for theaters. Because just the package is kind of thin, and you can just put it on your belt and just stick it in there. You could do this. I wouldn't, but you could do
I
that and
wouldn't.
just walk right in. Yeah, and just have a really good snack in there that's way, way cheaper. Lasts you the whole movie easy.
I
Probably
now like
would,
the
at
idea
least.
of somebody with suction cups up on the ceiling trying to sneak past with like a bag full of shit.
Dude, the fucking meme that's nuts is the people who bring in huge meals. So what the fuck is wrong with you?
Bring in, like, McDonald's.
So,
I've
especially
people-
because like they do like full wedges with salsa and all these kinds of like and like
all these,
readily cooked
aromas.
things that you can buy there for like fucking 50 quid or some ridiculous thing. And these people come in like awkwardly trying to balance it all, and you're just like, what is wrong with you?
I don't think we have any of
Can you
those.
just go
cinemas in
out for a
Germany. I
meal
don't know if
after the
we
movie?
Have
I'd eat
those.
for a couple hours.
Jeez.
Around here, yeah. I assume that I guess this isn't just an American thing, but it seems like it is an American thing. The idea that like theater food used to be popcorn and a soda,
Yeah.
maybe a little box of
Back in my
little
day.
box of
Gummies
gummies or whatever.
whatever.
And now they're like, we'll get you chicken wings, pizza, hamburgers, and fries, and like actual like fast food kind of, not even necessarily fast food, but like meals. And I'm like, I can't imagine going to a theater, watching a movie while I've got my hands
You're like,
and stuff, like
you're
eating one of these while I'm watching. I'm like, oh my god, like this, I would feel like a degenerate
Oh my
in
god!
a theater
alright.
trying
feel
to.
like I
No,
would
it's
try
like,
to
I ain't
don't
going that
what
my
are you
far,
doing?
crazy doggo.
This is ridiculous. What is wrong with you?
I mean, I get
No
greasy hands with
decorum.
some nacho chips too, Rags. Come on.
Oh,
Well,
don't
no,
make
well,
me
no,
think
wait, well,
about that.
nacho chip grease is nachos are often like really dry.
So,
They
Rag,
shouldn't be greasy.
so something that we have at cinemas over here is we have like a super duper special, way more expensive selection of cinemas like that are part of the main cinema, where you can go in and you can get like wine and shit, and yes, they will give you like a full meal and they will bring it into you during the
Oh my
movie. You pay a lot
God.
of money for this. Costs like
Now-
50
Yeah, we have
bucks.
those here.
What is now?
Um,
This is going to be very
Also,
important. This
this is the
detail.
question, Rags. Are you a degenerate when you go to the much more expensive,
The
where they
high
give you
end.
champagne and they
Now
wait
here's the
on
thing.
you?
I thought that's the ones
That's-
we were talking about.
That's a good question, Frankie, but I'm going to need a little bit more information, right?
Yeah,
So what
okay.
is the nature of the seats of this place? Are you sitting
Oh,
at like a table and a chair?
So what they
Or-
have is there's way less seats in the cinema. There'll be
Okay.
like, so instead of like 50, you have like maybe 12, 16. And they have You know how like at university you got like in a lecture hall you've got like the table that you like pull out and then it's attached to the chair. So it'll be something like that they have for you to eat on. So like they'll bring you fries and they'll put it on this little table for you to eat with your champagne if you want it.
Oh, I love a good fries and champagne.
It's evolving to the point where the film is just a fucking painting in the background on the wall.
It's almost like an excuse to go to a restaurant.
Yeah.
You can just go and eat, you know? You don't have to justify it with the film.
I do enjoy the filet mignon. In the background, it's like, you
And
shall
the
not
cheesy fries are
pass.
exquisite.
I don't find that funny. Somebody eating a filet mignon while watching the Marvels.
Pure cinema.
Exquisite food.
indeed.
The movie is
quite,
trash,
yes.
though.
Oh, quite.
Anyway.
Anyway, back to Chris.
I get
Back
it.
to
It's
Chris
expensive,
in the death of
but
cinema.
this isn't just about going to a theater to support a theater. It's really about the kinds of movies that are being made. 1,000 people have talked about this forever, and I'm not the first person to say this, but the thing is, it's like we often complain that movies aren't the same as they used to be. Why don't they make them like they used to? That doesn't look like a real movie, blah, blah, blah. We hear those complaints all the time, and then we go home and we pirate movies, or we don't buy the Blu-ray, or we don't go to the theater.
Okay, speak for yourself, bud. I buy all the ones that I fucking love, all right? It's important to do that. And
I
think
support
that's
many
fair.
artists with my money.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know how many. What for everybody here? What's your most bought individual piece of media? And to give you an example, to get you what I'm talking about is like Resident Evil 4. I've bought
Resident
many
Evil
times.
4.
Yeah,
Yep, Resident Evil 4 is my most purchased piece of media.
I'm trying to think of what else.
Good question. I actually don't know.
I have 3 or 4 copies of The Shining because I was trying to find one where there wasn't a color correction mistake in it that many of the Blu-rays have, where the tennis ball is pink instead of yellow. So I've hunted down one that doesn't have that mistake in it. So I have like 5 or 6 of those, I think, actually.
Did you get
I think
it?
I've just
I did get it, yes.
There you go.
I got 2 copies of Mario Kart 8.
I think
There you
mine's
go.
Baldur's Gate.
Why?
I mean, I think I have
Why not?
a couple of things I've doubled for, actually.
I was trying to aim for like more than doubles.
I don't think I have more than.
I don't think I have more than 2 of something. Yeah.
I think in my life I've owned 5 copies of Smash Brothers Melee. Just
Wow.
because like, it used to go back and forth between my friend's house and mine, and then the box broke, and then it got in this one of those shit sleeves that doesn't actually protect them, and they kept breaking, and then we got a new one and a new one, and then about a decade later when we decided, yeah, actually that was a really good game, we need to get that again, but we can't find it, and then we found it and it was broken, so we got another one, and then another one. So there's 5 of those around somewhere.
Huh.
I mean, my thing with Baldur's Gate 2, I'm counting the remasters in that, obviously, because the enhanced edition came out. But then I was buying them on mobile. Then I forgot they had them on a different platform, so I bought it on Steam again. Like, I do that a lot. That's why I'm like, now I'm just buying things on Steam because I forget I own the game otherwise.
Yeah, 'cause
I have so many doubles because of Humble Bundle. They're like, here's this game. It's like, oh, I bought that 2 years ago. I don't know what to do with this.
Because I've got Resident Evil 4 would be GameCube, PS2, 360, PC. I think that would be all my copies.
Mine would be GameCube, Xbox, Steam, and Wii.
Oh yeah, okay, there was a Wii one, yeah.
Yeah, it's the easiest and the worst version of the game.
Oh, I don't know. Yeah, and obviously if the fucking remake counts, which I guess it, I don't know, probably not.
Same company.
It's a very different game,
it
but
might in
also
spirit. It
yeah.
might. Yeah, it's. Well, yeah, I think because it's a different game, it doesn't count.
Yeah.
It just counts as I bought a different game that's also Resident Evil 4.
Because it would depend on
So,
the kind of remake you get. Because that one is just there's enough differences. I'd say that it's not quite buying a double.
Yeah, like I've bought Dead Space, the original, twice. Once on the Xbox 360 and once on PC.
Mhm.
And the remake is, just fundamentally, it's a totally different game. So I would say that I'm not buying Dead Space again. I'm buying the Dead Space remake, a new, game.
Theater, and we wonder why Hollywood isn't hearing us, and it's because the only way they do is if we spend money. You can
Oh, they've heard
Or don't spend money.
The box office, at least, the pain of you know what I mean, like because raising up good movies and bringing down bad movies is going to be that's like the ultimate process. And even if there was no criticism of the Marvels online, like the public have spoken somewhat, haven't they?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And if he said like, but the problem is there'll be films that come out, for example, Killers of the Flower Moon, that doesn't get enough people watching it compared to how much it should. Isn't that fascinating? That opens up the question, doesn't it? Because they never want to frame it as good films versus bad films. They want to frame it as cinema versus entertainment.
Right.
Or content versus art, maybe. But it's just like, I feel like if you just take that step forward and say these films are poorly made versus the ones that are very well made and meaningful and creative and integrity, blah, 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 like, I feel like it gets easier to defend these points. Because the definitions get all muddy when you say, like, we should be propping up cinema more. And it's like, why?
As opposed to just saying we should prop up good films that
Yeah,
we
because good
enjoy,
films is just like, oh,
that are
fuck yeah, I'm
inspiring.
behind that. We should
Yeah.
prop up better things
Yeah.
in the craft. But if you say we should prop up cinema versus entertainment, you'd be like, okay, why? And it's like, well, because they're different and interesting and special and unique and blah, blah, blah. And you just be like, sure, but, like, shouldn't we just go with whatever people are enjoying? Isn't that, like, the better metric, which happens naturally at that point? Like, I feel like it's a much more compelling argument to just say, well, no, this is better, and we should support better.
Well, I mean, it would be hard to convince someone, well, you need to watch a bunch of these films that may or may not interest you, that you may or may not like, that they're kind of auteur films, but you should watch all of them, you know, to support the idea that there should be more films that are created by auteurs or something. It's like, well, maybe it would be easier as a sell to just get people to, you know, watch the movies that they like and support the movies that they like, and then, you know, and then see what comes of that.
Bet your ass we're going to get more Five Nights at Freddy's movies because that.
Wait. Is that... I guess we're all agreed it's not cinema. Boom.
Boom.
Need the Vine
Dang.
on boom sound, right?
Sorry,
the way he
Freddy.
The way he said it's like, Five
not?
Nights at Freddy's, look at them over there, right? We get more of that.
That's what I mean.
like,
It's
yeah.
like, can you come out of your shell? Just be honest. It's like, we don't want more shit.
Yeah.
And Five Nights at Freddy's, I mean, yeah, you wouldn't want that to be the peak of what's coming out. I get it.
No.
But at the same time, Five Nights at Freddy's sweep. It's just gonna win all the Oscars.
Hollywood isn't hearing us, and it's because the only way they do is if we spend money. You can bet your ass we're going to get more Five Nights at Freddy's movies because that film did incredibly well, even though it was day and date on Peacock. They hear those things.
But
Yeah,
so
why
what is
is
that as a
that?
data point? Is that bad that that's
Yeah.
happened? Or is he
Well, yeah,
just
that's
using
what I
that
was-
as an example of what needs to happen for quote
Of
unquote
what needs to
cinema?
happen, maybe. Yeah. But then I guess you should probably be really happy then, because Marvel films are now failing spectacularly.
this-
In fact, like, DC and Marvel films are both
This
failing
means the really
spectacularly.
difficult problem to solve. When it's like, you see, Five Nights at Freddy's got its support and they're going to hear that and they're going to make more. It's like, that'll be very satisfying for the Five Nights at Freddy's fan base, especially those who enjoyed the movie and want more of it. So that means things are working as intended, right? You know what I mean? Like, if there is a selection of people that really liked, for example, Killers of the Flower Moon, but it's not enough to fund the next Killers of the Flower Moon, I don't know what you're supposed to do about that that's not going to be artificial.
Cost has got to factor into it as well, because Killers of the Flower Moon cost, I want to say, something like $200 million. Five Nights at Freddy
It's
cost
250, I think.
Oh
Right.
my god.
Yeah.
God
Yeah,
damn.
whereas Five Nights at Freddy costs
Why?
$200 million. Well, something that's been talked about. I thought that's what he was going to talk about, was the thing that Matt Damon talked about on the thing where he eats the chicken wings, that there is less of a market nowadays for middle budget films that cost, $50 to $100 million. Like Air, which, I think that was because he was talking about that because that was when it was coming out. There's way less of a space for films that exist in the middle. Which
seems weird because so many of these movies that have that budget, you wouldn't like. What's the point of making a movie that's $250 million if you're like baffled as to why it costs that much?
Well,
It's
point that you
200.
were
I actually misspoke,
200.
but yes,
Still.
even
That's
still.
like insanely.
That's immensely expensive, and you would need to believe that there is demand enough
Right.
for a movie like that costs $200 million
'cause
compared to if it costs less than.
We're almost
for
going to fold
instance.
back on the whole, like, we love it when they experiment and they spend like 200 million on a goofy, wacky film or 50 million on a really, really wacky and specific idea that you never would have thought they'd fund. It's like, cool, yes, agreed, especially if it brings you something incredible you've never seen before. But there are people behind giving those money that those money needs people
They have
to be.
obligations. They
You know,
need to make
yeah, you know where I'm
money.
going with
They're
it, right? It's like,
shareholders.
imagine it were you, and you're like, hey, I want to make R-rated biography of person who no one knows existed. It's going to be 5 hours long. Can I have 300 million? You'd be like,
Yeah.
no.
No.
It's
Need to
it's
sell
one
it a
of
bit
those
better,
things-
but
You gotta just, remember, it happens. I think gamers, not to throw my brothers and my sisters under the bus here, but sometimes this happens a lot with gamers. It's really easy to criticize the things that a publisher might do when it isn't your massive amount of money that's being spent on an investment that you're hoping to get back. Like, yeah, it sucks we don't get a Titanfall 3. I get it. Titanfall 2 didn't sell very well at all. It sold very poorly. So, like, yeah, you gotta understand it isn't your money going to fund these things. It isn't your millions of dollars. So, it's just kind of remembering the same thing for movies.
and so
a
it's
lot of
like,
movies would be really cool to have, but I mean, it takes
I would
these things
say
don't
that,
just come out of the ether. It takes money,
to
lots
tie
of
it
it.
back in, it would be that I agree with good old Matt Damon there that there needs to be more of a space for films that exist in the middle, so that you don't have these instances of these films that cost $200 million that need to make like $600-700 million to break even, and invariably don't anymore, I guess.
I don't
And
think it
how-
makes sense because, nobody wants mid-budget movies. The audience, in general, has no idea what things cost, nor do they care. They only
once
want
you
the
get
movie
to
at the
that,
end of it.
I think the logic that he had was that people were more hesitant to go watch those kinds of films in theaters because there was some expectation of everyone going to the theater on a big screen. I kind of want a spectacle
right.
as a motivation, and so if you're going to watch something like Air on a big screen, maybe that's harder to justify.
Because it was an awful
for-
movie idea.
Well,
Like,
it's so funny,
you
I was
can
about to
make
say,
a spectacle on a mid-budget thing. It doesn't have to be about shoes.
Well, Matt Damon
Well,
talking about mid-budget films
Air was
like needing
alright.
more space,
I like Air.
downsizing, which I saw recently.
Yeah, Air was pretty good.
I wasn't. Yeah,
Yeah, but
anyone
it
see
doesn't appeal to most
downsizing that
people
wasn't
that
me in
film about
rags, which I
shoes.
forced him through half of it, but it was awful.
that movie sucked.
And it was definitely like it was like 70 million budget, so it's like mid to high, right?
Because once you start to get, I feel, into that $40-50 million range, there might be one of those, like, you just can't tell, especially depending on what the setting of that movie is.
Well, Oppenheimer, right? Nobody predicted the money that was going to make, and they did for good
No.
reason. Like there
100
was
million
lots
to
of
make.
good reason behind predicting that would not make the money it did. And so what does that mean? It's
then-
like, well, I guess it's a matter of filmmakers trying to like take advantage of markets while also satisfying expectations at the same time, which is very difficult, but that might be the only real strategy you have. Because I have a feeling what we're heading to in the coverage of this, as we do with a lot of people, is like we got to encourage people to get back in the theaters. It's like that's not going to do shit.
No, because
Yeah.
you can't artificially encourage people to get back into the theaters if when they go and see the movie, they're like, damn, man, that wasn't worth it. Like, I didn't enjoy that at all. And
Yeah, if they go
now-
see downsizing, they're gonna be like, "What the fuck?"
They recognize those things. My concern with the MCU going downhill is that a lot of people are only going to the movie theaters to watch these giant movies. And if the MCU is going downhill and less people go to the movie theater to watch the MCU movies because A, they're just waiting for Disney Plus, or B, they're not as good anymore, what's going to be the next big...
But like,
You can't say
isn't
that.
it's like we're sort of writing it over and using it as little points. It's like they're not as good anymore. It's like that's seriously a
Yeah.
huge deal, though.
That's probably the biggest deal.
And
They're
one
just
might say
trash, and
the
people are
difference
catching up.
between content and cinema is how good they are.
Yeah, this is what's been frustrating because I've seen this video already. Like, this has been so frustrating to see tiptoe around the facts. Like, yeah, the movie's a fucking ass. Just say
People
it.
never want to say it. It sucks.
Just say
it's
it's
weird.
ass.
No one wants to say it. They
That's
suck.
the big point. It's like,
Well, it's-
it's going downhill.
We got
People
say it after
don't
the
go
fact.
anymore.
Don't say it
Different
afterwards.
reasons, different reasons for different people, right? Because we're talking about a mix of people at the time of film's release saying like, "Oh, I actually loved it, hype, yeah, woo," and then later on saying like, "Oh, it was bad." People like Chris who apparently have sworn off being negative, but then there are the people who are legit like, it's not the writing quality, it's the fact that there's no binding villain. You're like, what? No.
Oh yeah, like that guy that we watched a few weeks ago with all of his observations about how the MCU was doomed, but also that it was straight fire and cooking.
Right now, it seems to be that Chris is worried that if people stop going to see Marvel movies because they suck, they won't go see movies in theaters. But this year, we've had like Super Mario Brothers, we've had Barbie, we've had Oppenheimer that
Yeah,
have all done
exactly.
really, really well. So I just don't think that fear is founded at all.
Yeah, people are not gonna not want to see movies anymore.
And the ones that are
That's a
successful,
desire that's not gonna disappear.
it's often word of mouth. Like it just keeps going for a longer period of time because people they tell their friends about it. Whereas Marvel relies on this is a big spectacle, you need to go and see this, and then nobody goes in the second weekend. Like Top Gun, that went on for
Yeah.
Ages.
ridiculous amount of time
yeah.
because people kept telling everybody else about how amazing it was, and eventually people, as it broke, it was like, oh well, I need to go and see this because everyone's saying it's great.
And then you got
mean,
closer to
It's an
home would be
understandable
Guardians,
fear
right?
for
The
a
legs.
couple of years ago, I would guess, because there was a period of about 2 to 3 years where was it like 70 to 80% of the entire cinema box office was MCU Phase 4, Avatar: The Way of Water, Jurassic World Dominion, and there was one other really big performer, and all of those were absolute dog shit.
Yes.
And so if you look at the decline of the MCU, and then you can start worrying about the future of cinema, because this is pretty much a quarter of the entire box office, just to pull a number out of my ass there. But it's a huge share of the box office, and if that disappears, what happens to cinema? I don't know how I mean, I guess because Avatar has only had a couple of opportunities to be a terrible film, whereas MCU's had lots, and so maybe people aren't tired of it yet. But as has been pointed out, it's not as though nothing will arise to replace the garbage stuff. It's just that it might take a little bit of time for that to happen. But, Mario was popular, as has been mentioned. There's a
Yeah.
couple of others which have done reasonably well. It's not necessarily going to kill cinema if the MCU goes the way of the dodo.
Well, as much as I feel like this is reflective of the spheres that we sort of speak on this stuff with, but like as much as we will make the claim that cinema is, or film, whatever, is at a low point that seems unprecedented, at the same time, I feel like the prescription we have is it's inevitably going to get better because capitalism is totally going to kick in, as it already is. They can't keep making these mistakes. They can't keep not making money. And eventually they're going to have to, like an Oppenheimer, which I don't know how everyone feels here about it, but I thought it was pretty fucking good. So it's like,
Yeah,
oh,
I
cool.
really
And it
liked
also made loads of money. Cool. And it's like,
Awesome.
and that's the thing. It's like, oh, shit, should we be taking more of a risk on films that aren't superheroes? Because and then like video game adaptations and live action anime that's not complete cringe, it's some option. You know what I mean? Like there's little poking out of these industries, and you're like, as soon as the giant that is all the money going into superheroes fucks off, that money's gonna have to go somewhere else. It's like, where is it?
Yeah, we still have the thing going on that all the cinemas, I don't know, signed all these contracts for all the big Marvel movies already, so they, I don't know, stink up all the theater rooms, so they have to put in like 4 or 5 screenings a day, or 10, or however big they are. Like that's not going to happen in the future with all those turnarounds.
Yeah, they might be really careful about what
they're going to be like. Oh, you're not going to
for.
get 20 screenings a day. You get 10, and then we can get these other movies in and give them more space to breathe. I guess I don't know.
I don't think the risk argument works when you look at it from like what they could be doing with, because obviously. Oh, what's it called? Where you spend money on one thing and so you can't spend it on something else. I forgot the term.
Opportunity loss?
Opportunity costs. Yeah. Like they could be taking 3 of those 250, 270 plus $1 million movies and make 3 medium budget movies for the same time. And so out of 12 movies for those, mid budget, one of them's got to be big. Like you could be building up new franchises and new series. And so the risk, I think it's way more risk to do a big budget movie than it would be many.
Oh yeah, I think it's
ones.
become a huge risk to invest in the MCU at this point. Like, what crazy fucking person's going to do that right now?
The reason why Jason Blum is so successful as a producer, it's because he spends like $5 million on each project, and most of them do reasonably well anyway and make their money back, and some of them make like 20 times their budget.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, the best that Marvel the best that they probably could have even hoped for something like the Marvels was maybe 600, 700 million, which when you're spending as much money as you are, is that a good investment when, again, factoring in opportunity costs, you could have maybe made 3 movies that made cumulatively a lot more money than that?
Yeah, and those movies can take more risks and try new things because they're cheaper. And so more people will like it. And you might have a niche audience, but that niche audience will really like it, and you can make multiple movies off the back of it.
If you can reliably make a bunch of $50 million movies that make, that give you a profit of $50 million or $100 million each, and you can do that again, if you can do that reliably, and you don't have to put all your eggs in one proverbial basket, then that's got to be a really appealing idea. The stuff that you can try out, the sort of feelers you can put out. Maybe that will allow you to be like, oh, maybe we can actually set trends instead of trying to constantly chase them.
Do you guys remember Red Letter Media's video about the Ben-Hur reboot?
Oh,
I
yeah,
don't.
I vaguely do. It's like a meme, right?
Yeah, well, so there's one part that always sticks with me is when Mike is like, they could have taken their $100 million and made 100 $1 million movies.
If only.
Thing that gets
That's
people to-
true, though. Isn't that crazy to think about, that that's actually true? You could have made 100 $1 million movies.
anymore. What's going to be the next big thing that gets people to go to the movie theaters? And I can tell you that this year I did feel a lot of hope with Barbie and Oppenheimer doing as well as they did. But a lot of that is because we kind of
Why not Mario?
Yeah, I don't know.
made it.
I don't know if Barbie gives me
We
hope.
like told
but-
people they had to go watch both, and people
like there is an element of it's kind of cool that like a film that is that like a lot of the aspects of its production and stuff are really cool and like interesting, and that exists and can
I think we all admitted that we were curious about Barbie. It's like, what is this gonna be?
Curious. Yeah, I was
kind of honestly looking forward to it. But oh well.
I was hoping it was gonna be fun. Oh well.
people were like, well, I'm not cool unless I go watch both. I better watch both. And it was definitely bolstered by that. But also, they're both really good movies. And
why do you keep them? But like,
both
he's just
really good.
Hello, like Chris, come on.
But also, what's the implication?
Yeah, what's the implication? It's that we need better film in general. That's the big problem.
In fact, Tom Cruise himself was a major supporter of the double feature, even campaigning for it.
I don't know what that would mean, if anything. Like,
He
Tom
watches
Cruise
every
supported
movie.
them.
That's real great.
I guess because
Call to authority, maybe.
I think it is just accepted that both of the films benefited from.
Is he going to talk about Dead Reckoning?
Well, yeah, that's right.
Because if he's saying like they're so good, even Tom Cruise supported and promoted them, it'd be like, yeah.
And then yes, Tom Cruise's $300 million film did not succeed.
Crash and burn to the point where they'll be renaming the sequel. That's pretty bad.
Yeah, that's really bad. I would say. I think that's very telling.
Publicly,
it'll probably be like Oppenheimer first and then Barbie. I think it's like you want like Oppenheimer is going to be on a Friday. Do you know what I mean? And then you can go. I'll probably see it in the afternoon. You want that packed audience, and then I want to see Barbie right afterwards with a packed audience. So Friday is like, I used to plan my days where you start out early in the morning.
I don't know if this has anything to do with anything really.
Oh, is that the picture of them at the top going to see good old Indiana Jones, huh?
Talk about that, Chris. Talk about Dial of Destiny.
Oh God, remember Indiana Jones? Dude, every Disney movie that's come out this year is all
ass.
This is what I mean. If someone said like, "Oh, Dial of Destiny suffered at the box office because people aren't going to theaters," like, no, it was shit. It was seriously
fucking
super
awful,
shit.
and everyone who went to go see it said it was shit.
It was a horrible movie.
And you go to movies all day, and I like doing that. And I'd go from one cinema to the next, and I'm going to do that. So I'm going to see them both opening day.
And in an unfortunate twist of fate, his excellent Mission Impossible film suffered.
Well, here we go. Here's the hot take. If people aren't aware, that's because the film's bad. It's a bad Mission Impossible.
Unfortunately, it's quite bad.
The script is horrendous. Fallout was fucking goat, and I don't know what the hell they did.
This bizarre, amazing anomaly that somehow managed to be. Remember the scene in Fallout where Ethan is thinking about the plan to break out Lane, and then imagining, and then it's just no sounds. It's just the music of him like mowing down all of the police officers to get to. Remember that sequence, and like how. And then how they tied that into the broader theme of that Ethan cares about the one life, that he values every individual life, and it's important that people like that exist. What happened? How did that happen?
I mean,
how did that movie come to exist?
Yeah, but
we did our Mission Impossible homework before Dead Reckoning came out, and between me, Rags, and Frank, we watched the whole set, and it was kind of weird watching Fallout again because it really stuck out. It was like this is unusual compared to everything else.
This is a shockingly just to be Fallout is very, very good.
It is one of the best action movies in general, I would say.
I fucking love the action in it, and then I love Ethan as a character in it, and then obviously in really interesting plot weaving all over the place, and Henry Cavill, what an excellent choice for like an unlikely foil turned villain by the end. Like that shit's there's so much in it that's working. And we talked about it at the time, but it's just like, fuck it, it's Mission Impossible. Goofy enough stuff has happened. You should have brought him back. It should have been Henry Cavill in a 2-parter at the end as the villain combined with some other bullshit if you want it. But the AI thing was such a fucking bad idea.
Ugh, it's awful.
Yes,
I think AI is a bad idea, but they did it badly. They'd done like I literally knew the name of the series. I keep thinking of Human Target, but it's not the one.
Code Lyoko.
The one that I keep hearing is Person of Interest was a
Person
show
of
that
Interest.
had
Thank you.
an AI.
Yeah,
Eagle
that is
Eye.
done. So they do an incredible AI that builds up from like a little thing to literally world encompassing by the end of the final series. They should have just watched that series and done that. That's all they should have done.
But
Well.
instead, they had the guy in the little pod connected with the mask on, I guess, to the computer.
Oh, the
feeding all of
coffin
the-
thing. What even is that?
I don't know.
We'll find out in the next episode that won't be called Part 2.
We'll find out in Part 2, which will now absolutely be the end of the Mission Impossible series.
Yes, that'll be it.
Mm-hmm.
One cinema to the next, and I'm going to do that. So I'm going to see them both opening day.
And in an unfortunate twist of fate, his excellent Mission Impossible film suffered from the Barbenheimer smackdown at the box office.
Is that the narrative we're going to go with?
From
the
I have to
Barbenheimer.
say,
What?
Yeah.
I'm so tired of this idea that, no, it was obvious that Mission Impossible should have moved out of the way when Fallout made like $800 million. It was so obvious that it should have moved out of the way. I think that's absurd. I think they had every reason to think they were going to make a lot of money. Yeah, it's busy, but July's always busy. Yes, obviously that phenomenon had an impact, but I think the fact that Mission Impossible Dead Reckoning wasn't very good probably also played a big role.
People talking about it didn't last very long. It just didn't.
Nope, because it was just kind of like, a really cool action movie, whereas Fallout could again evoke more interesting conversations about that film because
not only that, we had a direct comparison to Top Gun. It's like that's a Tom Cruise led hyper action movie, big budget. Macquarie's directing as well, right? There's loads of similarities.
He was producing.
Oh, okay.
And
Well,
screenwriter.
those two as like a team, I guess you could put it that way.
Sure.
They're involved, and like it's like why did one do so much better? And you can talk about IPs and stuff, but it's like Mission Impossible Fallout was very successful. This is the sequel. You know what I mean? Like it's in the public consciousness. Everyone was pretty excited, but like it comes out, and I remember a lot of people saying, "Yeah, it was really good," and then a lot of people after a week were like, anyway.
But I do feel a genuine craving from audiences for outside-the-box filmmaking, and I don't think it's
Just say they want good movies.
Well, but
fucking say it.
He feels a craving from the audience for outside-the-box filmmaking. Would that not be represented then in, box office somewhat?
Yeah, it should be.
Or is he saying that there's a?
If I think back on the what was it called, The Northman? Is that what was like 2 years ago? Which was kind of fun to. Sorry.
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah, because that was I think I watched that in the cinema. I was like, I think it was okay. I don't even remember it that well, but it was like a little bit different. But yeah, that didn't do very well. That's not going to be another one of those. Because I don't think they want necessarily something different. They want something good and entertaining and something that doesn't waste their time.
Like Top Gun 2 wouldn't exactly be called anything outside of the box film.
No,
it's
absolutely
a
not.
sequel to a long-established thing, and it plays on lots of quite safe and familiar beats, but it gives character payoffs, and people kind of liked it.
I suppose would we concede Barbie as outside of the box filmmaking?
Up to a point, I'd say Barbie, yeah.
I'd say relatively,
Reasonably, yeah.
And that's the thing. It's like, what does the audience want? It's like, well, it's really fucking hard. And if everyone knew the easy answers to that, then obviously we'd be releasing nothing but, billion-dollar films and stuff. But that's not what's happening.
Inside my small filmmakers, film lover community that we're all kind of a part of, where we want to see everything and we're excited about film and we talk about movies and it means a lot to us. I know that not everybody's like that. I have tons of friends who watch like 2 movies in theaters a year. But I am actually a little concerned for movie theaters, for physical media, for some of these things that I do
I don't know why we keep talking about physical media when, that's a different conversation to movie theaters. It has to be.
Yeah.
I just want him to move it along to, like, ultimate... What, so let's say physical media dies outright. Chris, tell me, like, your insights. What do you think? How does things suffer moving forward with that? Like, tell me what you think. And don't just repeat things you've heard from other people, but I don't even know if we're going to get that far, because we're halfway through now. I don't feel like we've gotten a lot from him so far,
Yeah.
Our staples of our industry, of what we love, because everything is changing right now and it's very scary. Just
See what I
It's
mean?
very scary.
Everything's changing and it's scary. It's like that's
What is changing? What's
so-
scary?
I feel like
Okay, so
These.
now we're moving on to a different conversation. We're talking about
Yeah,
the Warner Brothers shelving films. That feels like it's very much disconnected from the
Yeah, but we're going to talk about it now, Fringy.
because we could talk for ages about the nature of like why is physical media selling less and what happens if it stops entirely and negative positive, and then we could talk about theaters, pros and cons of going, and then pros and cons of it going forever, and then we could talk about the nature of films being completed and shelved permanently, the pros and cons or why that happened. It's just like, Chris, I feel like you're just highlighting these things and you're not quite explaining why, but let's see if he does it for this one, other than saying this is art that's been made and now people can't see it and that's bad.
Which I guess this is now aged pretty badly, right? Because they're shipping it around now.
Well, no, he
think.
that might be in the video.
Yeah,
Okay.
he points it out, yeah.
Warner Brothers once again canceled a finished movie with the Coyote versus Acme film that apparently was completely done and had really strong test scores at screenings. Now, recent reports do seem to indicate that Warner might allow the film to be sold elsewhere. But keep in mind that was only after being absolutely eviscerated in the press and social media by every single entertainment outlet, as well as a 100% united public and fandom. If we had remained silent, this potential option might not have shown itself. Do you have any idea how terrifying that is?
Isn't that a
Especially
good
as a
thing,
filmmaker.
though?
You work so hard.
This is what I mean. I'm waiting for him to sort of crystallize
I'm waiting for
a
the
point.
yeah.
Give me
Well,
something
because
to
now
work
he's
with,
going to
Chris.
say a point that I consider again unrelated, which is, doesn't it suck to work on something only to by the time it's done they're like, nah, and then nobody gets to see it? Yeah, sure. What's that got to do with the what's that got to do with like Marvel films not making money and the death of movie theaters?
But
So
I think
also-
part of the earlier argument is that movie theaters are dying because not enough people are going to go and see films because, and that's worrying and that's changing and that's terrifying. And yet here's a really good example of fans clamoring to see a thing and the studio realizing that they made a mistake and correcting it.
Yeah, if anything, you could say
That's
this
the
is
opposite
evidence to have hope.
I guess so. But now he's about to do the thing of talking about
Doom.
how it would be scary if you made a film and then they decide, no, we're not going to release it, which, yeah, but why, like, that's a different conversation. But also, I mean, the reason why Warner Brothers is doing this shit is because they're in a lot of fucking debt. That's why they're doing it.
This is what I mean. I wasn't going to be the first to bring it up. I was waiting for it. It was just like, should we talk about why this shit happens? Do you know why it happens, Chris? You're very savvy with the industry now.
I would have to. I would say this is a terrible long-term strategy because if you're like a director, you want to go to the studio that has a track record for shelving completed projects.
Yeah,
Probably
I might go somewhere else.
You probably want to work with a different studio. So like short term, Warner Brothers might make some money, but this seems like a disastrous long-term move.
Yeah.
Even put into one side the whole not
You can
releasing things
subvert that
before-
or circumvent that. You could make it so that you're only going to sign if you guarantee release upon completion or whatever. Like you can have directors that can get their safeties put in.
Well, sure, but like, I guess that would have to be a thing you'd need now compared to before, where there was just an expectation that when the film has been shot, gonna come out.
And there are a lot of directors that might actually like, do you really think that Peyton Reed is gonna be like, no, you're not releasing my movie? No.
I was
I
just
don't know,
reading the other day.
I guess I don't know. Maybe I'm being too mean.
I was just reading the other day that Snowpiercer season 4 that was finished and wasn't being released on TNT. So I looked it up when you said Warner, but yeah, it's Warner Brothers Discovery. So they've done it with an entire season.
It makes them look. I got to imagine there are a lot of people who'd be like, dude, I don't even want to work with Warner Brothers. Like, why would I work with a studio that has a way greater chance than any other major film studio of just shelving something that's already done? I think long term, it's a really bad idea.
And it pisses off the viewers as well. Like, that's the final season, and no one will know
this
what happened.
isn't completely brand new as a process. This has happened before in history with film as well, being shelved for amounts of time.
The thing is that having multiple films pretty close to each other, you know what I mean? Like when you've got like 3 or 4 movies within the span of a year that were already done and ready to go, and then you're like, it's just.
I mean, I understand your argument. I just don't think Warner Brothers are gonna have trouble finding directors. I don't buy that as a thing that's gonna happen.
I could imagine that it would be a bit more of a struggle.
I mean, there's so many that they'll have the pick of, and then there's plenty of people who will just take the job to have the job, even with the worry of the film not coming out.
Well, sure, but what about? I mean, what about like the notion of losing the big names that will never come back? Like, I don't think Christopher Nolan's ever going to work with Warner Brothers again. Like, he's now with Universal. I think James Wan isn't with Warner Brothers anymore either. He's going over to Universal. Like, there is definitely an element of just losing key talent that will never, ever, ever come back. Which is probably not good, having the doors closed permanently for certain creators.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, at that point, they're going to need to focus on the ones that are willing to work with them, or luck out with brand new talent that eventually becomes someone like a Nolan.
And then, of course, you have to deal with the general... Like, Warner Brothers as a studio kind of has a bit of a clown reputation now. They're kind of viewed as, like, a bit of a clown studio, it seems. Of, like, that they've had films that keep consistently failing and that they're shelving these projects. It's the same problem Disney has right now, right? As well, of having, like, a kind of a negative attachment to their name.
Yeah, because they keep just getting rid of stuff on the network, right? On the Disney Plus network.
There's that,
just
yeah.
Can't watch anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Is there at least like physical copies you can get for those, or are they just gone?
I don't think you can get. There's no physical copy of Willow, for example, which is a real shame. Everyone wants that.
Do you guys love the fact
really good?
that
I unironically do.
Willow's only alive in piracy? That's fucking hilarious. Who the fuck is gonna pirate that and be like, I gotta protect it? Thank you, piracy.
Any idea how terrifying that is, especially as a filmmaker? You work so hard to get that ever elusive green light, and someone gives you that green light, and you're like, all right, I'm in.
Yeah, and you're right, Fring. I don't know what does this support anything else, or is he just saying the state of the film industry as a whole?
Just another state of the movie industry, I think.
I guess the thing is, he would have to accept that this is downstream of films are failing, studios are losing money.
Yeah, and that this,
like, Warner Brothers and Disney having a massive amount of debt.
You know, if the Snyderverse were fucking 10 out of 10, this maybe is, everything would be okay for Warner Brothers in a lot of other ways. Like,
maybe, yeah, maybe.
You wonder, like, because those films could have made shit tons of money. And then, some of them made okay amounts of money. So it's just like, you want the amount of knock-on that would have had in the industry in lots of ways.
I guess the thing is now they probably would like some okay money compared to...
Yes.
Like
yeah, they can't even make okay money in a lot of these. Well, it's crazy. Fucking The Suicide Squad flopped, right?
Yes, it did. But I guess the thing is that was during...
COVID times.
Well, no, because now the problem is, again, Five Nights at Freddy was released simultaneously on streaming and it still made money, so...
I mean, the assumption for back then was that it was worse because like Black Widow, Wonder Woman 84,
Wonder Woman 84, yeah, a lot of movies.
Yeah.
But now I'm not so sure. The fact that Five Nights at Freddy made a bunch of money, while also being on film.
We highlighted at the time with Black Adam that we were like that suffered probably because I guess The Rock isn't as big a draw. I guess that Black Adam's character isn't that interesting. It's like now looking back, it's like, oh, I think it was just that. Like, things are just fucking downtrending, hardcore.
How they wish they could make Black Adam money.
Yeah.
Black Adam was
Black Adam money.
Oh, that Black Adam money.
Man, I'm making the Black Adam money. Let's go.
But now I better really focus because I got to make this thing. All right, I made it. Holy shit!
Yeah, see, I don't know what he's doing here. Like, this is the big impassioned speech of, look, I'm a creator. I can relate to the struggle of creating something and then it getting shelved and nobody ever seeing it. Like, you don't need to do that. Everybody understands that's not a good thing.
I'm motivated to be like, well, I mean, there's other stories happening at the same time. There's all kinds of like business decisions that are being made that will be beyond the creative aspect. That's just the nature of all of this. The creation, the fact that you even had a chance to make it in the first place as a result of loads of very cold business decisions. So the fact that there's repercussions for those decisions is something you should be prepared for in some way, shape, or form. But then on top of that,
you're going to work.
Do you want to go ahead?
I was just going to say, if you're working for a big studio, you have to understand that this is going to be part of the equation. If you're working with some, in the same way, if you're working for EA, you know the deal. Like if you're working at an EA studio, you understand the deal. Okay, you got to make a lot.
And on that note, you know, why don't you make a speech about how horrible it is to have your script fucked with, or to have your scenes fucked with at editing, or have your scenes fucked with at the time with some studio head being like, I'm secondary director now. Woohoo! Look at me. This goes there.
I guess it's interesting.
I was watching Random Film Talk made videos on The Hobbit, which are very good. Highly fucking recommend them. The Hobbit trilogy of movies. And one of the things that he discovered was that Thranduil, who was the Elven King character that you don't remember, he was actually one of the best characters in the movies. They had an entire segment or an entire element of his character that was essentially his whole motivation for why he's involved in the story, essentially, for the most part, and it was just removed. They had it, and the scene where, like, when Thorin dies at the end and they have one of the dwarves there, and he just, like, they shot a whole scene where the dwarf is reacting to his death, and he's like, oh my god, he's acting his ass off, and he's got his face and everything, and they just cut these sorts of things out. And it gets your mind back on that track of, like, holy shit, they make all these things and they just don't have it in. These are just creative decisions that someone makes to be like, nah, we don't need to see, this very important, this very prominent dwarf who's been Thorin's most, like, allied, guy that's been with him through thick and thin through the whole thing, who's the most duty bound. We don't need to see him reacting to his death, even though we, like, shot the fucking scene. And there it is. You could see the scene that they shot on the green screen that they just didn't have in the movie. And you're like, what? Who makes these decisions? The Ryan Johnson thing about we don't need to see Luke mourn. And I'm like, what the fuck? Why?
Oh my gosh.
I don't understand. Like, why you guys make these? You spend all this money and this time and effort, and one of you fuckers was just like, nah.
Who was it?
Don't
Put your
have
hand
it.
up. Who the fuck
Don't
was
have
it?
it in the movie. Don't do it. No, we don't need that.
We did all of post, all of the CG, all of the animation. We've got the score. It's edited. It's being tested. Holy shit. Like, we're here. And then some guy just checks a few boxes on a form and says, fuck you.
Yeah, but, like, this is what I mean. I fucking hate to try and add more context to his statement, but it's like, it is a little bit more complicated than he checks a few boxes. It's like, there's a huge process going on. There's loads of fiduciary responsibilities. It's like, just boring to present this as, someone made a thing and it was beautiful and it was crushed by the foot of the suit.
Yeah.
Like, okay.
Because that guy who made that thing is probably like, oh, the turnaround for this one is probably not going to be good enough. It's going to be just more, quote unquote, profitable to just shelve it and get the tax backs for that or whatever.
Yeah, like,
works.
There's
it's like a whole machine behind this, obviously.
Loads of lame business suit decision things that everyone hates. It's just that, like, you could at least try to, though, because this is what I try to bring up whenever someone talks about studio interference. It's like, yeah, but nobody ever talks about the times it worked, ever, because nobody fucking wants to.
Sometimes directors have stupid fucking decisions that are awful.
True. What do we say about that?
These cancellation, not showing it to people might be when it worked. Like, we never saw, what was it, Batwoman or Batgirl?
Batgirl, yeah.
Batgirl, yeah.
If that was just genuinely so bad that they watched it, like, no one's watching this, then that was it working. He made the right decision. And you can make the argument, oh, well, they spent a lot of time on it. Yeah, but what they made was trash. And so somebody else made the call that you couldn't because they were more talented.
You can spend a lot of time gambling and you still have to know to walk away from the table.
Yeah, it's their money, not yours. That's the thing.
Yeah, but he made a thing. It was beautiful. Look at it. Look at it wiggle.
Watch your door, look at it.
That's the world we're living in right now. And no one's taking this seriously. People are pissed about it.
No one's taking this
seriously.
seriously.
No one's taking it seriously.
I mean,
you just said that there was a big throwback.
Didn't you just hear? Yeah, just what he said. He said nobody's taking it seriously. People were pissed. These are two This is what's known as a contradiction. People do care. People are mad about it.
It's like ridiculously particular as well, because fair enough, if all you're looking at when you're doing this analysis is Warner and Disney, then yes, you might get the sense that film is completely and irrevocably fucked for all time. But notably, there are, other studios. And also, we've just come off the back of a long period where streaming services were handing out unlimited amounts of money to people with no track record to do pretty much whatever they wanted. There was a period where Netflix would greenlight pretty much any pitch that was ever given to them.
Well, I mean, Platoon.
Hey,
Who wrote Rings of Power? Some guys.
Yeah.
It was
with
some
the
guys
uncredited role on the Star
That's
Trek
actually
film,
a point we don't talk about enough. Yeah, the amount of fucking talent that's given carte blanche to do fucking anything crazy that they want without any histories is absolutely nuts. And it's actually
That
right
era-
in fit in with the whole experimentation outside of the box filmmaking. Why don't we give it to the guy who's been mopping the floors? Fuck it, what's he got to say about Ant-Man? It's like, oh.
Now,
That era
unironically,
is,
we want them to do that, but for different reasons. We're just like anyone. Just get anyone
Yeah,
else in,
anyone.
in those
That
rooms.
era is very much over after the writers and actors strike. I remember reading a whole bunch of articles that were talking about how now they're going to be spending less money. There are going to be less scripted shows. There's going to be probably consolidation of streaming services. They can't all... I don't see how Peacock... That's not long for this world. I don't see how that can be long for this world at all.
Well, remember...
Yeah, that era is definitely over.
Was it... Phase 1 was... correct me if I'm wrong.
Paramount.
No. Joe Johnston was Captain America, right? Then you got Kenneth Branagh was Thor. Iron Man, Jon Favreau.
Yeah.
Incredible Hulk, who made that?
I can't remember.
Well, in any case, those are pretty well-known names. Then you get Joss Whedon for the big, collection one. James Gunn coming in to do Guardians. What I mean, oh look, creators with histories that are very well recognized, and you actually have a reason to choose them. Joss Whedon has made several TV shows with team-ups of several heroes, and he's obsessed with the comics, and he's got experience working on projects like this. I guess that makes some sense.
Michael Waldron. Oh, no. It was Jeff Loveness. Oh, it's my first screenplay for a film, Ant-Man and the Wasp: Quantumania. How? I don't understand. How is that possible?
Exactly, yeah. And the writers that, you check their histories, and it's oh, they did one episode of Flim Flam from 1973.
Yeah.
What the fuck? Why?
I love Flim Flams.
Absolutely
Flim Flam was
unreal.
pretty
And so,
good,
yeah, you'll be like, Chris, I guess you consider that pretty cool, right? Giving all these people a chance when they've got no histories or experience, and it's crashed and burned the whole fucking industry for Disney. What do we think about that?
I hope you guys, I hope you were satisfied with how that experiment played out.
But I'm telling you, these are all really bad omens. David Zaslav.
Don't give me that. Give me
happening.
actual arguments. Talk about what it's going to do as a cause and effect. Don't say bad omens.
Yeah, the bad omen is when the eagle flies on the left side of your army before the battle.
I hate when it happens.
The bad omen isn't you getting fucking destroyed in the battle. That's just the
you being
thing
stabbed
occurring.
in the face. You're like, this is a bad omen.
That's a bad omen.
My eye.
Yeah, this might not go so well, guys. This is an ill portent. Yes.
Takes over an entire movie studio who doesn't care about film, obviously, who will literally cancel and completely just delete from existence a movie that James Gunn has a screen story credit on.
That doesn't mean...
Okay, that doesn't mean
so
anything.
implicit in what you just said is there are creators who are worth just less than other creators, and
That's
thus...
actually so
That's a
fascinating.
good point, yeah.
The implication here is, a James Gunn film is less worthy of being deleted from existence
than that guy's one, yeah.
than some other guy.
I'm
Well,
so
what's
glad
funny
I
is
can
that
just
we
have
might
opinion
argue
and
that.
it's fine.
We might
Yeah,
argue...
I'd be like, yeah, some creators are probably just
He's
flat
not
out
allowed
worth.
to argue that.
Yeah,
He's not allowed
we
to
would say
argue
it's a better
that.
bet.
He's not allowed to.
If you're going to get a screenplay from James Gunn versus Michael Waldron, we'd be like, oh yeah, James Gunn. But Chris isn't in the position. He's made the whole fucking thing about not being negative, not trashing anybody. But at the same time, he's like, yeah, but yours is worthy of being destroyed compared to James Gunn.
Or maybe the absolute...
We're not saying it's worse. It's just not cinema.
Maybe his reading would be
art.
the fact that they would look at a James Gunn thing. James Gunn, a guy who's made money, that they would even look at his thing and decide, nah, maybe that's what he was saying.
Shouldn't you then extend the logic to, wow, imagine how fucking bad it was that even a James Gunn connection couldn't save it?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, but he can't... He's not going to trash any filmmakers, though.
That's
Not
not
directly,
trashing.
at least.
That's an assumption of what they thought, not what he thinks.
He's not. No, it's okay. You know what? You raise an interesting point.
Definitely something to think about, Frankie.
And Gunn is working quite a lot with Warner Brothers right now, isn't he? That's where we're at. Entire filmmakers, movies, and TV shows are disappearing from...
Entire filmmakers.
They just get eaten by the system.
Filmmakers entire, maybe?
Streaming services. For example...
Those writers and stuff are the reason why they're disappearing. It's because they were having to pay them to keep them on the service, and nobody was watching this stuff.
It's
So it's like, well, if you want to give up your residuals, they'll keep them forever.
I consider all the
Yeah,
things he's highlighting as symptomatic of a core problem, which is that film is on an unfortunate decline in the highest of budgets area, especially superheroes, and it's been so thoroughly acknowledged at this point that everyone's making fun of it. Even technically you, Chris, the thumbnail has the Marvels in it. What do you think you're trying to say? Let it out,
You didn't
Chris.
say it.
Let it out.
TV shows are disappearing from streaming services. For example, did you know that Mike Flanagan's great movie Hush is no longer on Netflix?
Yeah, that's bullshit. But there's a lot of
lame.
these examples that are really bad, like films that are just gone forever. Like Willow, the precious Willow.
Oh, no.
That's right. Willow, less than 6 months after the last episode wrapped up. No, it's less than 6 months after the first episode launched. The entire thing was gone from Disney Plus. You did not have much of a window to watch that show. The only way to watch that show right now is a non-legal mean.
It's so nuts.
It's insane. That an entire series of TV.
Well,
and like that quick, it's gone.
That might be the fate for Hush right now, unless it gets. So I know that Flanagan's done with Netflix in like a negative way. I'm pretty sure he had like pissed off with them.
Oh yeah, and I was going over to Prime.
Yeah, because and it might be something to do with like how the content is sort of saved / because I know that you have to like fight for physical releases, which I have of Hill House and Bly. I don't know if there is one for Midnight Mass, nor do I think there will be one for Usher. Which sucks,
Yeah,
but
that's a shame.
What can you do?
I really like Usher. Yeah.
It's interesting that he framed it like, oh, his great movie. You can't find it anywhere. Like, would he feel that way if it wasn't great in his mind? Does the quality matter for whether it's okay to disappear them? You know,
he probably just wouldn't bring it up, or just gonna brush over. It's like, oh yeah, and that movie too. I don't know.
That was a Netflix movie. It's nowhere. You can't watch Hush anywhere right now legally.
Shit.
It just doesn't exist. There was never a Blu-ray. It's erased until somebody picks it up at some point, and maybe that'll happen, maybe it won't. This is why people are concerned. I don't think this is just that Simpsons meme of the old man yelling at a cloud.
Yeah, nobody was comparing it to old man yells at a cloud. It's nothing to do with being old.
Yeah, nobody's saying that. Why has he spent 11 minutes
out of touch old people
declaring things that are happening that people find uncomfortable / wrong? It's like, can you make a point though? What's your point, Chris? What do we need to do? What happens next?
I really do think that there are really bad signs here. If the
Stop
saying bad signs, start saying ill portents.
Oh yeah.
Big franchise that's been keeping theaters afloat over the years is going downhill and less people are attending them.
Okay, here's a question. Do you guys think
blaming the audience in this, is he?
Do you think there's a reasonable timeline from where we are now where all theaters shut down?
No, don't think so.
I don't think so either.
Nope, I don't.
Do you think?
So. I think
there's a reasonable timeline in which theaters start to open up more.
Not in the near future.
I don't know. I think they're just sort of playing it by ear right now. I think it's hard to say.
I think that highlights kind of where I was going with that, which is I feel like we all agree it's more likely that theaters will become healthier than stop entirely.
I mean, it might be. Maybe the conclusion to be drawn from the destruction of Marvel is maybe this is a good thing. Maybe well, I mean, obviously, I don't like these movies, and I would like for them to be less of them or for them to be better.
Right.
Rather, the idea that the industry is being kept afloat by these shit movies was always
Dude, it's the nostalgia critic argument.
yeah,
it's gross. It's horrible.
I think it's just maybe that's the conclusion. Is this was always untenable. This was inevitable, and we need to get to a place where films, the industry is thriving on like a healthy mix of movies rather than just one set of really, really, really bad movies that was never going to last if the quality was going to deteriorate. Like, I don't know that there's necessarily any reason to believe that everything's fucked because of this downward trend, especially when, as has been pointed out, unexpected films like a 3-hour-long biopic about R-rated biopic about Oppenheimer was one of the most successful films of the year.
Well, so that's the thing. I'm hoping, instead of dooming about this and being like, this could spell the end for theaters, I'd rather see it as this is spelling the end of Marvel's stranglehold on theaters to the point where other films like an R-rated biopic or an adaptation of a video game or a fucking Barbie, all of these can make $1 billion. And it's like, oh.
As has been pointed out before, when like Doctor Strange was coming out, you pull up like any theater, there was like 20 screenings, 30 screenings, 40 screenings, and then if you want to see any other film, It's like, oh, well, you can go see it at like 1 p.m. on a Wednesday. You know, like there was an element of they were taking up so much space that other films didn't even have like the capacity to meaningfully compete. Maybe it'll become a more balanced playing field. Maybe part of the reason why some of these other middle market films have been failing is because there wasn't enough space for them physically at the theater.
Yeah.
And maybe that'll change.
But also, theatres respond to market conditions that have nothing to do with even the quality of the films. In my hometown, before TV was a thing, had about 6 cinemas in it. TV comes along and there's a huge contraction in the number of independent cinemas, largely because more people were finding it easier and cheaper and more enjoyable to stay home. There's still a big theatre-going audience, but it's not going to be as big because people aren't locked into that as the main means of consuming the product. And so there will inevitably be a change because of the rise of streaming, for example, and because of the proliferation of new big budget TV shows, which are as good as movies, or the fact that movies move to TV so much more quickly. I don't think we'll have the same number of cinemas in 10 years as we do now. I think that number will decrease and fewer but bigger chains will own them all. My town has 2 cinemas. There's no point in it having 2 cinemas. It will never fill 2 cinemas on any given day. Eventually, they will probably go back to being 1. But that's because there's only really the demand for 1. But it's never going to go away. It's just going to be maybe a smaller share of the overall viewing demographic.
And that raises the question of how many theaters should there be?
As many as there need to be.
That's pretty much the only answer.
As many as there, as many as there is probably going to be about that number because it sort of corrects for itself.
You've now made me think about something else that has also been absent from the conversation in terms of talking about like the market conditions. Like inflation's pretty high. You know, a lot of people like cost of living is a thing, you know, that's happening right now as well as like a problem that is absolutely and almost certainly contributing to these sorts of problems of like the amount of money that's being made in entertainment sector. You know, when it's costing more money to buy groceries, people might be more selective about the movies they see in theaters, and maybe those conditions will be like alleviated in you know a year or 2 or 3 or 4.
Well,
like it's hard to say long term what the demand's going to look like.
Even with that, you could say equal parts then that the films have to be great to pull people into the theaters to watch them there. Like,
yeah, and then of course, you know, the fact that films are now having to compete with video games, right? People, you know, there's a lot of people who are like, I'd rather play video games. Video games make more money than the film industry, make more money than television. You're also competing against other mediums of entertainment that exist out there.
Well, you know, not to be too like memey about it, but you know, the whole like great men create great times create weak bed create weak time. You know, like if you replace men with films, you know, and the times with, I don't know, box office maybe, or health of theater or health of film industry. It's like, I feel like we maybe entered a big old portion of really great films created shit times. Because, good times, and then good times, the apathy / complacency created loads of really, you know, bad to okay films that have now created this time where it's all over the place. We don't know what's going to be successful. What the fuck's going on? And
you have the analogous effect in, like, I think a couple of the business cycle theories have the idea of malinvestment, which is a kind of an analogy for good men create bad times, which is that, you know, you've had a period of incredibly free, easy, and cheap money, which is being poured into hugely, like, non-profitable things. But because the money is so easy to get, no one's really paying attention to where it's going. And so it is, like, people will say, yeah, it's absolutely tenable to do multiple reshoots for Dial of Destiny and spend an extra $200 million on that. That's definitely something we can do because we've got the cash lying around, you know. And then, of course, that produces a worse product because it becomes baked into the business decision that you can just top up the cash if ever you need to reshoot, if ever you need to improve. And, of course, it's never going to make a profit. Then the money begins to run out, and all of a sudden that can't happen anymore. And eventually that will probably lead to an improvement in the quality of film because it's taken out of the equation that you can just keep spending unlimited amounts of money on filler content because you now have to be much more savvy about where you're spending a limited pool of cash. And eventually it comes round and the business cycle becomes more profitable and everything's optimistic again. But we're coming off the end of, or at least we might be in the middle of this incredibly shit time.
Well, because isn't it nuts that we would be known, I think, on the internet more so as the doomery side of things? Like, we would be like, oh, you hate everything and you're always negative. But, like, I see this headline as, like, hope. It's like, finally, these fucking movies are not making ridiculous amounts of money and holding over everything.
Same.
But Chris is like, this is terrible. Theaters are going to start dying. It's like...
Marvel
it's almost like
Marvel films failing through like a market correction in the stock market, you know? It's like, oh, all right, yeah, now we finally realize that this shit is untenable and unsustainable, and now it's reflecting its true value in the marketplace.
This is a side effect of not being able to say anything's negative. If you remove negativity, everything has the same value. And so
what if the
he sees
situation's
the biggest
negative?
movies dying, all movies die because there's no hierarchy, nothing is better than anything else.
Right, where like
if everything's equal, then yeah.
Exactly. How does he distinguish between if a Marvel movie fails versus any movie, is that any better or worse? Yeah, the answer is that he can't, unless, of course, he actually has a perspective, which is that he believes Marvel movies are like inferior as art to,
So
movies.
To him, it's just movies as a whole are dying because these movies are the biggest ones and they don't work.
Which is exactly what people used to say about westerns and the great dominating cinematic franchises of, say, the 1950s, 60s. And then you have this complete dearth of any meaningful content, really, until it begins to revive in the 70s. And then you get a huge succession of blockbusters in the 80s, which are the product of this renaissance that comes about because all the doomers who said, well, westerns are dying, cinema will therefore die, just haven't, accounted for the fact that we all adjust to these conditions. New people will come along with newer ideas and they will fill the gap, and eventually the new franchise is born and everything is much better after that point. And then again, we go over the crest of that as well and everything becomes shit again. We're just in a bad place, but it's not going to doom cinema.
This is like your druggy brother coming to you and saying, I don't know, just cocaine, it just does, methamphetamine, meth, it just doesn't give me the high anymore. I'm just not really into meth anymore. And you're like, no, that's good news. That means maybe he can get off of it. He might stop taking it. This will help him correct his life and get back to the way things used to be, where everything was wonderful. It's not looking at that and saying, "Oh no, but the meth dealer. Oh no, the meth dealer. He might not. Oh no, think about all the meth dealers out there. They might not be making the money because it's just not doing the trick anymore. Oh no, this is a good
and bringing
thing,
people
Chris.
into the drug world. I don't know. There's connections to be made, but I was going to say as well, like the sort of there's several solutions, right? One of them would have been that Marvel gets back to making good shit. But like we've had such a long time and such a consistent explanation of how they make films that we're just like, there's no fucking hope. Like it's going to be so unlikely that they crap out something good.
It was the culture thing, right? When we were talking earlier about the culture of being able to be in an environment where you can have criticism, things of that nature. Marvel, Disney, Star Wars, these spaces. When was the last time that this kind of a culture had existed at this corporation? Are we going to have, like, when you see all the people who made, the Lion King and, the Halo and stuff like that. When you see them talking about the thought process, why they did what they did, scrapping things, restarting them, trying again.
A healthy amount of misery.
A healthy amount of misery. But are we in?
I remember it was a quote, because the Halo 2, if you haven't seen it, the Halo 2 behind the scenes is like fascinating. Because Halo 2 was a particularly difficult development for Bungie. That was really tough. And there are so many interesting things that they say in that. And I remember something that it was Jason Jones said. He said this, and it was, they don't care if it took you, like, I'm paraphrasing, it was something along the lines of, they don't care if it took you, half an hour or if it took you 6 months and a gallon of blood. The point being that at the end of the day, what people see is the thing that you create. I believe that people are receptive to how hard people work when it's good. I don't think people care as much when it's bad. How hard you worked on something.
When it's bad, it's almost like an extra tragedy on top of how bad it is. Like, wow, you spent that much time and effort to make something this shit.
When you find out that, Anthem took, 7 years of development or something like that, you're just like, wow, oh my god, so much time and energy and effort, and then it didn't end up anywhere. But the point being that obviously the process is really important from a creative standpoint, but what people see at the end of the day, that's the thing that stands the test of time. You're not. It's a Jackie Chan thing, and it was in the Every Frame of Painting video. Are you going to go around to every theater and tell everybody, well, we did enough of these takes. Everybody's getting tired. We want to go home. You're not going to. Well, that's right. But
Chris said, stop being critical. Do you understand how hard they worked on it?
That was because Jackie Chan was saying, like, it wasn't talent. It was, do you have the patience to stick with it until you get it right? Of doing like 130, 140 takes. But the point of, you're not going to go around to every theater and explain to them how hard you worked and that you were really tired that day. Like, nobody gives a shit, ultimately.
Yeah, I'm not buying your effort. I'm buying your product.
You're buying the end result of what you did. And a big part of that is difficulty in terms of an iterative process, receiving criticism either from yourself or from people who are working with you or outsiders, and then incorporating that into it. And there's nothing wrong with that process. But like, if you're in an attitude of like never being critical ever, how do you even identify where to improve and grow?
Well, I think that's what like Marvel's issue is. Like what I was saying with the culture issue, that they're just going to have to completely reinvent their entire process
Yes,
of
absolutely.
making art.
Yep, I have to.
When it's
They're going to
nuts
have to
that it's
relearn how to make movies, basically.
because
People
this
aren't there.
headline is an example of like one tendril, and it's a really cool announcement because we already know that several other tendrils have been fucking ripped off of like the film industry, and that Disney, they know better than we do because they're internal that they've got to change, and that's kind of like the hope side of it. You hope they get better at making film, and you hope that they stop being the dominant force in filmmaking.
Mm-hmm.
Could be a double win, but of course, Chris is like, "Oh God, the theaters." It's like I don't think that's.
I think that'll be fine.
One thing
That's
I'll be
gonna
curious
I
is
think so.
how Dune 2 is going to do.
That'll be interesting.
I wonder. Who knows? I think that's a really difficult one to predict exactly how well it'll go.
That's really bad for movie theaters. If subscriber numbers for streaming services are also going down, and every streaming service...
Man, subscribers for streaming services going down, viewership and like engagement with theaters going down, physical media going down. Could it be that we need better shit coming out?
No.
I don't know.
It's all effort, so it's all good-ish.
I mean, it's just, doesn't it
Except
sound
when it
reasonable that
isn't.
like the engagement with media will at least be somewhat correlative with the average quality of the media?
That's crazy talk.
There is that, but there's also just the natural fact, certainly with streaming service numbers, of the emergence of competition. Just on the list there, let's assume it's like an even $10 a month. And that's Apple TV, ESPN Plus, Paramount Plus, Peacock, Disney Plus, Netflix, and Max. No one has that much money to spend on every single one of those. The more of those that appear during this growth phase in streaming, because it's kind of like the end of the growth phase in streaming, but you've had this proliferation of streaming services, and people are now going to start making decisions about which one offers the most amount of content for the amount of money I am willing to spend. And that will probably mean at some point they will start leaving the other subscription services, combined with the general cost of living, which means people have less money to spend generally on this kind of thing. You will see a contraction in the overall number of people. That will lead to a consolidation in a streaming service, which could theoretically see that graph tick up for two of those, and then the others will cease to exist again. But that's not necessarily bad or good either way for film. That's just the economics of streaming, and we haven't really seen yet exactly how that will pan out.
And it's worse than just normal competition, because each one negatively impacts the others by taking away content that could have been on those. And so you might end up in a position where none of them are enough value for money for the customer, so they don't go for any of them. It's like if Spotify didn't have all music and just had half, no one would bother.
Yeah.
Service keeps upping their prices and adding ad plans and all kinds of things that make less people want to watch. And movies are being dumped on these streaming services that you never knew existed, that had no publicity, and as already discussed.
I will say, as much as I agree that that is true, like we've never been at a point where everyone was aware of all the films that come out, and a lot of them do like come out and you're just like, what the fuck? I've never even heard of this. There was one. I was on Fringy's stream, and it said we've got to check it out at some point. But we were looking at I think it was like a top 20 Anthony Hopkins list, and I was curious how many of them I'd seen. And at like number 17 or something, correct me if I'm wrong, but the summary was Anthony Hopkins is like a puppeteer, and his puppet comes alive and prevents him from dating people. It's better. Like the puppet keeps getting in the way of his dates. And I was just like, I need to see this film.
Nice.
Like, I had no idea this film existed, but I need to see it.
That one probably didn't get a $200 million budget.
No, and it probably didn't get him the Oscar, unfortunately. Yeah, see, some people in chat like, yeah, I know that one, Magic, 1978. It's like, what?
Well, I certainly didn't know about it.
Apparently it's a great film. Yeah, I gotta see it, you know?
Discuss the exact opposite, where movies and TV shows are just...
But you guys said that Andor was great, and yet no one watched it. How is quality going to make things popular? We also said that you need more than one hit. You can't just have one. That's not going to do it.
I remember Andor suffered from following things.
Yeah, if Andor had come out after Rogue One, it would have been fine. Absolutely fine. But,
Even though
Disney
it's not real
created a
Star
cult
Wars.
Star Wars vultures, I think that, you know.
If you had 3 seasons of Andor at the quality of season 1, but you add in some more Star Wars references, I think that season 3 would be hype as fuck. Like, people would be all behind it. In fact, was it like some kind of Star Wars celebration thing recently where trailers were shown? Because
maybe
I saw someone share a quote-unquote Andor season 2 trailer, And people were like, "Oh shit, here we go. Hopefully, it doesn't get ruined." I saw a comment saying, "I hope Filoni doesn't have any involvement in this." I was like,
Well,
we'll
the
see.
Apparently,
thing is
he's the big
now-
man in charge now. So
Yeah, worry.
Oh God.
You should
Star Wars is
worry.
down the
Yeah.
shitter again, probably.
He's the big cheese.
We'll see.
And that's one of the ways in which streaming probably is bad for film, or just like for content in general, though, because I think the only thing that can really fix something like Star Wars as a brand is the cinema. It does need this huge mass release thing, which is incredibly popular and which can transfer a lot of that popularity to the streaming shows. And yet they're spending like pretty big film budgets on TV shows that no one watches and that are crap anyway, as though
Yeah.
that's going to fix anything. And then they promote the guy who's in charge of it to be in charge of all of it, even though nobody watched this $100 million show. But like, why are you doing that as opposed to stopping, planning, and putting that money into a well-produced, well-written, good film that might theoretically rekindle people's love for a dying franchise? But
I thought
streaming
you were gonna
services
say
allow you
put
to do that.
Crazy idea.
Yeah,
I think it
I mean,
stems from the desire of we need to get so much content on Disney Plus to fuel that growth, and now maybe we need to start thinking about what we're actually doing with our.
Yeah.
Isn't that so funny that we've all
It-
accepted that we were in a part of like a decade era of just fuck it, and it's like maybe we shouldn't say fuck it.
Mm.
Maybe.
Well, look at what they
I
got
hope-
them now. They're losing money on every single thing that they're
Everything.
releasing.
yeah.
Basically.
Like, and
I
it's
just
all
goes back-
shit stuff.
That's the
Yeah.
funniest result though.
Yeah, so-
Phase 4 and 5, what do we make money on? A movie that doesn't belong to us and a movie where the creator's gone
movie.
to our competition. It's like,
yeah,
fuck.
that's
And
crazy.
meanwhile, and then of course Disney broadly, their only film that could truly be called successful is Guardians 3, which again, he's now going over to Warner Brothers. But every other film is either, man, it might have just scraped past break even, or it lost hundreds of millions of dollars.
Yeah, it's, just make some smaller movies. I mean, again,
Happy 100 years, huh?
The- yeah, just make some. You can do all the things on your network, on your Disney Plus or whatever, and just take those big franchises, and make smaller movies. Make like a courtroom drama that's like smaller scale. Don't have a fucking wormhole explode in
She-Hulk, yeah.
the
Oh, we
universe.
watched,
No,
I don't know if we mentioned it on EFAP, but me and Free watched The Verdict. That film kicks ass.
Yeah,
Oh,
that movie's
okay.
amazing. It's one of my
Really,
favorite
really good.
dramas.
I mean, when we do these EFAP TVs or whatever, like how many times do we like just ball some weird ideas? It's like, oh, that could be kind of funny. Like, hey, let's follow this weird alien that doesn't even talk our language and see what he's up to, and then follow around another thing, or just small stuff, just experiment. It doesn't even need to
Instead of-
cost a lot.
Well, yeah,
Just-
instead of spending an unreasonable amount of money on your
It is
projects,
funny
like
though.
Secret Invasion, $250 million. What?
Yeah,
the hell?
focus on like
Yeah, you-
some random
the
normal
keyword-
human being that has to fuck around with all the superhumans that are around. It's like, oh shit, my car got destroyed because some superhuman fruit an enemy and missed or whatever. I don't
You
know.
should probably move
It's
away
like-
from using the word experiment, because at this point, spending $250 million on what they did for Secret Invasion, I'd be like, that's a fucking experiment. Why the hell do you think
Be a
that's gonna
safe,
be?
small
Yeah.
scale experiment.
Yeah.
It's hard to believe.
Small
looking
scale.
looking at Joker is like, that's a safe experiment.
Yeah,
That was a safe
I should probably more
experiment.
say
It was like
try
$50 million.
something.
Mhm.
Yeah, it's cheap. It's
Try
good.
something smaller scale with your stories, for example.
Because like, imagine being in the
Yeah.
fucking screening room and watching all of Secret Invasion, being told how much they spent on it. You'd be like, are you guys fucking insane? Where did all the money go? What the hell is
I
this?
want to watch. I want to
really
see at
good
the whenever the
storytelling.
camera like goes to a new scene. Whenever we leave one scene, go to another, you just get that ching at the bottom, and it shows how much money the last scene cost.
Oh my
Yeah.
god.
It
I'm
is
still
pretty
hoping
funny to
someone. I'm still
Go
hoping
for it.
someone will make a documentary on like where the money went with Rings of Power. Like when all the dust is settled on that. I'm dying.
yeah.
to know.
Yeah, it's yeah.
Dying to know. Tell us the
Dude, that's
truth,
so
damn it.
Well,
So clever.
Numenor looked nice, so as
I don't know how they didn't learn any, because Joker and Deadpool both cost about $50 million and made massive returns. Why wouldn't no lessons learned from that? Of maybe like experiment with something that's lesser known with less money and a lower scope story, and then see how it does.
make it
instead of-
good.
and then of course, yeah,
Budgets
try
are
to
going to
make-
have to come down. There's no
Yeah.
choice.
Oh, yeah.
Like,
They're
that's
on their
what's
way
gonna
down
have
for
to
sure.
happen.
First thing
They have
is like,
to. They
nah.
have to. You can't be spending.
And they're gonna.
You can't be spending $200 million and then making $40 million opening weekend. That's unacceptable.
Imagine this insane universe. This wouldn't happen. But imagine they actually did get the right people making Blade, and they get the right things in the right place, and they only, and I say this in a funny way, They only have 50 million to work with. And then there's like a moment where they need to get this huge, awesome thing happening, and it's just out of the budget, and they're like, no, can't do that. And then you look back and you think, you spent fucking 4 times our budget on that quantum bullshit, and we're making like this amazing movie. You can't give us. And it's like, no, and it's like, ugh. And that's going to be it. That's going to be the realization now. Everything will tighten up, and they might get people in that they can rely upon to make something good. And they'll know, it's like, yeah, we probably should have fucking done that when we had infinite ballooning budgets, because then it could have actually done something with it.
But that also would have been a way better business strategy of give somebody a budget, which is like reasonable and not massive.
Yeah.
And then if they do come up with an idea that they just need more, you'd be like, okay, we'll pay for that extra for that scene. And it won't go too much. I think what happens when you have 270 million...
Like a kid
is
with
you
an
just-
allowance.
Like, like anyone who's worked in corporate, people spend the budget even if they waste the budget because you've got the budget.
Right.
And I think that's what happens with 270 million.
Yeah.
Like, how can we spend this?
And
so
if
they
only-
do.
And
If they cap with 200 and they
reshoots.
cap them at 180, so that then, but even
That's
then
a
you
good point, Kat. Reshoots as well are an expense.
yes,
that
if you would just
may
make
get-
up your mind ahead of time and iron out the script and get it where you want it before you even start production, then you wouldn't have to reshoot every project you make.
It also goes ahead for everyone involved, going like above and beyond and doing shit. Like I know Iron Man for example, they're like, oh, you want like an Iron Man suit? We can make it with like actual person in there, and they're like, nah, you can't make that. And they just did it, and basically surprised them when they finally showed up with the stuntman inside, and they were like, oh shit, that's really cool and looks amazing. So
I guess the people who made this like cared and gave
they
a
cared
shit.
and had passion. What?
consistent
Insane.
commentary from a lot of the creative industries is just tight to budgets, and budgets that can't possibly be enough to make the thing you want end up breeding like really interesting shortcuts that can revolutionize technology sometimes.
Just deleted from the streaming services and no longer exist, and some stores are choosing not to sell physical media anymore. What exactly is happening to this art form that we all know and love so much? Is it truly just becoming a bunch of numbers somewhere?
Technically, it was
Well, it
always
should
there.
be.
Always
business.
numbers,
Yeah.
making money.
Do you see what I mean?
You can't talk about it's. I fucking hate this so much because he keeps talking about, oh, what's the cause? Like, the movies are bad. You can't talk about this without talking about the writing of the movie and how shit they are, and the people don't care anymore to go and watch the movies.
Well, I got a big sense there that he's like, you even brought back the point about physical media again, and it's like, yeah. So where are we going? What's the point? And then he says like, is our fate this? You know, Chris, make a point. Like, can you focus? Like, I really don't know how he's trying to draw this together. What is he trying to say? Give me something.
I'm very passionate about this, and normally I would laugh right
You don't come across that way. No
you don't
offense.
come. You don't come across as passionate about anything.
now and
Or
say
like you'd
something
normally laugh.
self-deprecating, but I don't think that I should. I really do think this is a big problem. And the only
What is
What
all
is-
of those
yeah.
things, or like what those things mean, or where it's going? What?
way that I can foresee it being fixed is if we do for a lot of movies what we did for Barbie and Oppenheimer. And obviously
That was not something you can't. That's
cannot
natural. It doesn't happen
Yeah,
because
that's a
everyone
movement
told
that
each other to
happened.
do it.
You can't
Because the
ask
whole
a
thing with
man-
Barbenheimer was, oh, we have
Also-
this crazy, fun, pink
Fuck.
movie that's funny, and this Oppenheimer serious kind of thing. It's like, wouldn't it be hilarious if we just combine them into a thing?
We
and then it becomes
do
this big movement.
already do what he's talking about. It's called marketing.
Yes.
There's a huge budget for it. The fact that he's like, you know what made Barbenheimer work was everyone saying Barbenheimer. Go watch Barbenheimer. It's like, what do you think marketing budgets are for? They find out what makes people watch films outside of just the films existing, and then they make those things happen. The Marvel's marketing
sometimes-
budget included, look at cats. Cats. You like cats? Cats are in the film. You like cats? Go watch them because of cats. Cats. Everyone talk about cats.
Having already tried that innovative approach in the final trailer when like the first half of the trailer featured characters not appearing in the film. That was pretty good. I like that for the Marvels.
I remember people bringing up that Paw Patrol and Saw coming out at the same time, and that we should start a thing called Saw Patrol. It didn't go anywhere, no one cared. And it's just like, Chris, is that what you want? Like, we just start trying to make up dumb things and just hope that they artificially catch on?
Put the onus of marketing on the consumer instead of the companies that are going to profit from the output of that marketing. You know what I mean? Like, making it like a moral imperative that people have to just go out and gamble their money to watch any number of movies to ensure that these massive multi-billion-dollar corporations survive
Well, yeah,
You know
the
what,
big
it's
question is,
just-
should we have,
They fucking die.
should we have done this
That's
for the
fine
Marvels,
with
Chris?
me.
Should we have been like, yeah, the Marvels,
Yeah,
Heimer,
should it have been a
yeah.
moral imperative to save cinemas that everybody has to go and see the Marvels and spend their money and buy popcorn and buy drinks because that's where they make a lot more money than on the films themselves. It's just that's never going to work. You can't pitch that to the world that it is a moral imperative to like go out of your way to make sure that you support these massive multi-billion-dollar corporations. The much easier, straightforward, simple way that generally, this world works is that when you make something that people like, they'll buy it. So then it's like, well, how do we fix that problem? Well, just make more good movies and people will go and watch them.
Yeah, because he's
There's
obviously going to
nothing-
concede there are certain movies you shouldn't do this for, and you'd be like, which ones are those, Chris? And he'd be like,
And how do you
well,
figure out which ones they are?
non-cinema ones. You'd be like,
Well, there is
non-cinema.
no substitute for good word of mouth, and the only way to get good word of mouth is to make good movies that people like and tell their friends about. You
Yeah.
can't
Exactly.
you can't fake it. You can't buy
Yeah.
it. That's that's how
what's
you
the
get
good
Top Gun
thought?
Maverick, and that's how you get Puss in Boots: The Last Wish.
And
Yep.
also Barbie, I'd say Barbie's another probably quite a good example because the Barbenheimer thing was an incredibly great marketing meme that happened.
Yes.
But Barbie wouldn't have
Hell
got
yeah.
to $1 billion, I don't think, if it hadn't also given its target audience pretty much what they wanted from it to keep them going
Apparently,
back.
that's what they
word of
wanted,
mouth
sure.
spread.
I'll give you that.
Well, yeah, I mean, I don't pretend to understand Barbie's target
Yeah, yeah.
audience, but I understand they exist.
Someone said fucking Wishpolian.
Wishpolian,
Uh,
Napoleon-ish. It's like, I don't know. Fucking-
Obviously, that's not to just reward every movie that comes out
Oh,
in
okay.
theaters
So
by
which
going,
ones?
but I do think that a retooling of our approach to seeing movies
Yeah.
needs to happen.
What do
Well,
you
sure,
mean?
but that
Tell me
means-
what
wait,
you
wait,
mean.
wait,
Tell
wait,
me.
wait.
No,
We need to
Why
retool.
you pin this on me?
Yeah, it's not my
that's
fucking
really-
fault to
Not
make
my
shitty
fault.
fucking
It's not
movies.
my fucking
I gotta
Don't
say
you
as
blame
well,
this on me, mister.
When you're saying, well, we don't need to support every movie, but like, wouldn't that invariably happen if you encourage an approach of just like going to more movies, even ones that you kind of anticipate that you're not going to like, to get confirmed that you don't like it
I
as
just
well?
wanted to
Like,
be
that's-
honest. He doesn't want us to support shit movies.
Well,
Yeah.
Well, the thing is, how does the market come to understand what kind of movies people want to see if just movies in general, people are just going to movies in general and then spending their money on it? Wouldn't it just lead to like a problem where nobody understands what anybody wants and people are just engaging in an activity that is yielding not consistently great results for them as a viewer?
Yeah, but when he says retooling, does he mean like embrace his attitude of just imagine everything is good and don't dislike anything?
Fuck that.
Maybe the thing he'd say is that people should go more and take more chances, but again, it costs money.
Yeah, why should
Not
they
every-
have to do that?
on behalf of these studios
Instead,
that have
what
delivered.
the better system is the one that we actually have, where people look to a lot of people like critics to recommendations. Someone like a Drinker, for example, and then they go, "Should I see the new Marvel movie?" And Drinker says, "Fuck no." And you go, "What about the next one?" "Fuck no." Next one, "Fuck no." You're like, "Damn, what should I see?" And he goes, "Go see Extraction 2." And it's like, "Where is that?" And it's like, "Netflix." You're like, "Oh."
Oh,
Well, I
don't
guess
even
I'm going
need
to watch
leave
that
the
on
house for
Netflix.
that.
And you'd be
Sick.
like, "Oh, that's so horrible. The theaters have suffered." It's like, why don't you make fucking good movies?
Exactly. It's funny how it just always comes back to just make fucking good movies. It's just-
That is the
Just make
ultimate
good
solution.
movies.
It's the
Good
boring
movies, and they
fucking
want to tell their
solution.
friends about good movies.
yeah.
I know that not everybody can always go to a movie. I know that not everybody can buy.
Nobody wants to go to a movie or watch a shit movie in theaters.
Yeah.
Yes,
By the way, that's
yeah,
the other
like,
aspect. If you watch a shit movie on Netflix, you just be like, "Oh, fuck this, I'm out."
Also, by the
Yeah,
way, how is it a fucking chore to keep up with the Marvels and everything, but I should go watch every fucking random movie out there? Isn't that also a chore? That's also very expensive.
That would absolutely be a chore.
It's
You have
even
to just
worse.
see everything and hope that it's
Well,
good.
yeah, it's as was pointed out
Couldn't
as
drag
well, it's
myself
not
there
just-
to watch movies I don't
it's
want
not
to
just
watch.
money. That time, that's gone forever. That time it's evaporated, and you could have spent it doing something else. You could have spent it playing video games. You could have spent it going out to dinner or something. You could have spent it, saved it up for going on a holiday. These are all these trades that people need to make. And
It's a lot more difficult to go to a theater and do that because you got the travel time, the preparation, and getting ready and presentable,
and if you
hopefully,
don't
than the
alley,
more
you-
expensive.
We
Expensive.
talked
Like,
about this on that
alley-
other stream. A lot
Yeah.
of people, they carve out a small amount of time for film and they rely on recommendations. And unfortunately, there's not a lot of recommendations for a lot of films coming out that are high budget right now.
Mm-hmm.
This is Chris Stuckmann's Protein in Urine image, I think.
Protein
Oh,
and urine.
protein in your the chat.
That's the EFAP payment.
Protein.
I've seen so many memes about protein in urine.
It's hilarious.
His face is perfect.
That and XYZ is my only joy in life.
That's-
Those are my
Of
two
Dude,
great
when the
fucking memes.
stream-
That's
memes.
tier.
When the boogie stream ended, I like it went unlisted for just like half an hour. Someone had already done the meme of like watching EFAP is the only joy of my life, and someone put a comment underneath it being like, "That's sad, man." Like,
Someone who watched
No,
the
it's
EFAP
first-
yeah, they
No,
didn't
it's
know the
not.
meme, so they just saw
Not
that. And
sad.
were like, "Oh, jeez, yeah, should find some more joys in your life, I guess."
Buy a Blu-ray for everything that comes out. I'm well aware. I don't even buy as many Blu-rays as I used to. But I don't
Why?
Why not?
Tell us
are you
why,
not
Chris.
Why? Why is it not your? So you're part of the problem?
Well, I'm already edging toward the fact that it's like, is it because there's less good things for you to buy every day that are coming up? Maybe you don't want to get the Blu-ray for all of the MCU where you may have before.
Man, it is just worth thinking about that, you know, for the amount that it would cost you to like go watch the Marvels, you could get like, you know, there's a Steam sale going on right now. It's like you can buy something on Steam that's going to give you more than 1.5 hours of entertainment potentially, and like there's so many
Get
different
Game
things.
Pass.
Yeah, or
Yeah,
exactly.
yeah,
Game
Game
Pass
Pass,
costs
that's
as
right.
much as a movie, and that's like however many games that you want, pretty much.
More than you
They're
can play.
competing. They're not just competing against movies. Movies are competing against games, TV shows, books. They're competing, and of course, they're competing against groceries. They're competing against electricity.
You could argue
Yeah.
theaters compete as a hobby or a pastime, and the further in time we go on, the more there are things to do in the world. And so, you know, we were talking about it earlier, but what is the number it settles at? What is the correct number it settles at? Where is it artificially going down or up? And it's like, oh, isn't it just, don't we just leave it be what it is? What is?
I mean, I guess it depends on whether or not you think that there should be like massive market intervention or something into keeping.
That's kind of
like,
the
movie
problem, isn't it?
theaters
If there were, that would all be
We need
artificial.
state-owned theaters.
Well, it's just, would you? How could you justify
throw
that
borrowing
compared to
people
spending
in.
money on other things? You know,
And I don't know. I feel very hollow about, like, you know, we need to save them because not enough people are invested in doing the thing. And it's like, but if they're not invested in doing it,
Mhm.
you know, dot.
I mean, you could use the same argument against like the horse and cart. Like, we need to force people onto a horse and cart because think of all those stable owners that are going out of business because people don't want to use a horse and cart anymore.
It becomes niche of niche. You know, like, it's like it still exists. If you want to get a horse and cart and drive it around, there's probably some places on Earth you can still do that. And it's not like theaters are going to become so sparse that there's one per country or something ridiculous. But it may like, you know, it's a sad thing to note that it reduced in size for people who love going to theaters. But at the same time, it's like maybe they were artificially higher than they should have been, or maybe they were higher because we're having a higher film, and they'll go back up when we have another higher film. It's just
I've got
hard
this image
to
in my mind
say.
of like North Korea, where once a week the entire population of my town is being frog marched into the local cinema to support the film.
This is where I worry about.
You've been this month.
Doesn't it feel that way though? Like his solutions are like, you know, we need to have some more Barbenheimers, but I'm not saying support films that are shit, not supporting all films, not buying Blu-rays for all films. It's like, what are you saying? What do you want us to do?
Who knows?
space for it anymore. Now that I have twin boys, and I
space?
also
Look
know
behind
that you can't always make it to a movie. As I said, I have twin boys.
So what do you
If I
want,
go
Chris?
to
Tell
the
me,
theater-
please.
Yeah.
What do you want, Chris?
Oh,
I
you're
have
saying this
to-
other... Yo, go ahead.
I was just gonna say I have to jump off, so please let me know if cinema is kill or not, so I know whether I need therapy. And I'll talk to you guys later. Bye bye. Thanks for having me.
Toodly pip, dude.
Yeah, dude.
Boy.
I mean,
It's
at the
usually
moment,
like
it
the-
just seems
What
like
a
he's going
dingus.
through a midlife crisis, and he's looked around his room and just thought, "I don't want any of this shit anymore." Like, it's just that he's just made a video about it.
Martin Scorsese said cinema is kill, and he's having a panic. That's why he made this video.
movie. As I said, I have twin boys. If I go to a theater, it's usually like the 10:30 p.m. showing after they go to bed. That's when I can find time for that. Right now, as I film this, it's like 11 o'clock.
Does it at all feel like
Yeah.
he made a statement, and then he's made about 7 concessions after it as to why the statement probably isn't very fair?
Yeah.
And I'm just like, so what's the new statement,
And then,
Chris?
of course, with all of this stuff of just life obligations, and on top, that they're just not that interested in movies.
Yeah.
Like, they're not that interested. They're not that passionate about movies. They're more interested in other
Yeah.
stuff.
You said it. Someone probably said it earlier already. Not everybody watches a lot of movies. They go like to some movies, or just they watch something on the television, or watch some YouTube, or I don't know what they do. Browse Facebook or whatever. I don't know.
I think this can happen with us in this sort of sector of YouTube as well. But we can get caught up in the idea that like most people have our level or a little bit lower of investment in film, which is like that's just not true. Not even close. Like,
Well, I barely
I mean,
watch
I have some
movies.
friends
I'm
that
more of a TV guy. Always have been.
well, even with TV, even with games, even with like there are people out there who like all of those forms of media, but spend a lot of their time maybe with sport, for example. That might be.
Yeah,
what
they have
takes
a
up
lot
all
of
their time.
interests, or their investment is,
Or it's a very
passing,
narrow
casual,
focus.
or
Like,
it's
they
chill.
play a lot of video
Yeah.
games.
Yeah,
That's
play
funny, but
Call
there's
of Duty
also
and
a
Fortnite.
section in my friend circle. They go to all the big movies like almost every month, like multiple times a month, more than I do. And it's like, oh. And then when they all enjoy them, but when we talk about them, as there's like, oh, that was good. And it's like, no, it wasn't. It's like the thing where the one guy in the group is like, no, they were all trash. I think last time they were around, they talked about some movies, and it's like, oh, that was trash. Oh, what about this? Oh, it's also trash. Oh, but Mandalorian's like, no.
And someone even just suggested nature. Some people go outside. Like it's this whole
Ew.
other area.
Hey,
of
yeah,
life.
that's true.
Weird.
Yeah, you could spend days outside.
I've heard that some people have done that. Yeah.
Some people have. Some people really enjoy it.
Yeah.
Some of us really miss it. Yeah.
O'clock at night because my kids went to bed and I now have time to do it. So I don't want to sit here and look like I'm someone who's trying to encourage people to change their lives around to support film, but I do think that we need to change the way we view it because at the end of the day,
I don't.
We need to
this
change
is
the
like
way we view it.
No, just because something is, it's almost like, how do you want to tackle this attitude? It's like completely backwards. Like, we have a responsibility to an industry when it's the other way around.
Yeah,
if
they need
wanna
to be
make
making
money.
good films. That's what solves everything.
Yeah.
They're trying to sell me something. They're trying to earn my money and my attention and my respect. It's not just given to them, It's
Yeah.
not just something that they're owed. Like, oh, you make movies. And by the way, this is like this is the idea of an industry. It's not like a specific person, a specific company, a specific anything. It's just filmmakers, those who make films and contribute to the making of films. You need to go and give them money, because if you don't, then they won't exist or whatever. And I'm like, well, I mean, if they suck, then maybe that's a good thing. Maybe we need to shake up. Maybe Disney or whoever these companies are, maybe a big old needs to happen so that we can, the phoenix can rise from the ashes.
Yeah.
We've got plenty of stuff to watch in the meantime. If there was just like a collapse of the whole industry and movies weren't made for 3 years, most of us have a lot of catching up to do.
Oh,
We'll be
yeah.
fine as
I
you
have
get
enough
your
catching
shit
up to do
together.
for this year already.
I think there is one thing that all of us can agree on.
Oh,
Not everyone's going to agree with Martin Scorsese in his comments. Not
Because
everyone's
they're
going to agree that the MCU movies and shows are going downhill. A lot of people like what they're seeing, and not
Okay.
even he was like, a lot of people like what they're seeing.
Yeah, it's like, all right, be careful now.
It just reminds me of I remember it was in Kitchen Nightmares where it's just like, a lot of people like our food. Then Gordon Ramsay's just like, well, where are they then?
Where are they?
Oh, yes, remember that. Where are they then? It's
Everyone
so fitting.
cares
Yeah.
about
Well,
going to a movie.
it's just, like the point that he would make is that he knows that he's doing something right because his reservation book is full.
Yeah.
Conversely, as much as you can say, well, customers tell me they really like it. It's like, yeah, cool story, bro. Where are they? Like, if they're not here, that's way more telling.
Where are they?
A lot of
Who
people
am
like what
I?
they're seeing, and not everyone cares about going to a movie theater. There's really annoying people sometimes with cell phones, and people are
Oh my god, you've made like 15 concessions now of just like these reasons why the world is the way that it is. However, like,
loud, and it's not always the best experience. And some people can't go to a movie theater. Maybe they physically cannot get out of their house to go to a movie theater.
Yeah,
Everyone
Boogie.
has
Well, Boogie can do it. They can do it.
Yeah.
a different
Oh, I thought
life.
he was going to point to that if you live in like a rural area, you might actually have to drive like 30, 40 kilometers to get to a movie theater.
maybe.
Mhm.
Well,
But
I
I
mean,
do
that is the case. Like in rural areas, it'll be like you have to go to a regional city to go to a movie theater.
Yeah.
If you're just in like your little town, maybe it has a theater, maybe, but a lot of them don't.
He's like, you fat people are killing theaters by being.
think the one
Go to
thing
the
we can
gym to support theater.
all agree on is that as film lovers, as people who appreciate movies, who want to either make them or just love watching them, we would like to watch good ones.
Yes.
Yes.
Oh my
He
god.
did it! Oh,
He's done it. But
Oh my god!
I feel like
He did it.
like I don't know what all of that was for. If it was just say that.
But now
Right?
you get the question of as opposed to what? Because he said that he can't be negative anymore.
Well, yeah,
So-
you'll never. He's not allowed to say. That's the thing. But I guess this feels like a breakthrough moment. But I'm not sure what he's going to say next.
Ones,
Hmm.
right? We want to see good movies.
Yes.
We want to be transported to another world. We want to feel like we've just experienced something that changes us in some way, or that hit us in the emotions, made us feel something,
Hit us in
or
the
that was just a great time. We want to be scared. We want to laugh. We want to cry. All that stuff. We want to watch.
Those
good
are
movies.
emotions.
And we want to have variety. We want to be able to.
Why is Spider-Man? Like,
I don't know.
I really
I
don't
don't
think
know.
this is a good image for variety.
just
Ryan
a
scared.
still picture. It's a
Right.
still.
Motherfucker is
too.
a superhero. Like isn't that the whole problem we have right now? Like
He's not
It's
even
just-
doing anything emotional. He's just
Took a bit of a poop.
there. Is that like a promote? Did you just Google Spider-Man and that was some one that you
He's got a
saw? And
phobia
you're
of
like, ah,
spiders.
might
go
genuinely
people
be
like
the worst
Spider-Man.
possible
Spider-Man
image he
out
could have
here.
chosen, because not only is it like superhero as fuck, but Spider-Man is everywhere. There's loads of Spider-Mans. Like we're getting loads of popular like he's like variety.
Spider-Man's like the only superhero thing that can succeed right now.
Yeah.
to watch good movies. And we want to have variety. We want to be able to watch a superhero movie, but also watch a courtroom drama.
Oh, okay. That's
Oh my god,
fairer.
Fracture.
You referenced
How many
Fracture.
people-
That's neat. I like
That's
Fracture.
right, yeah. I like that movie.
Or a character study about someone who's dealing with some psychological issue. And that's how it used to be. You used to get all of that. I do think that in general, streaming is to blame. And this year with the strikes,
in general, streaming is to blame. No, it's the
Well,
no.
this
Well,
one's
wait a minute.
Well,
it's
maybe if
complicated.
it's
Like the
just about going to the
variety of the
theater.
films being made.
Well, it depends what we're talking about. I mean, can it really be said that there isn't like a variety of films that have been made on like Netflix, for instance? You know, as a streaming service, that there's a lack of variety in terms of the kinds of films that they're making. They produce psychological thrillers.
Yeah, we
animated
were
films,
talking
like
about-
family comedies.
we went through an era of just everything being okayed and then flushed onto these sites. And he's saying like that was part of the problem he was highlighting. It's
talking
like,
about the
yeah, but
problem-
a lot of those
Yeah,
films
'cause
will be these kinds of options. You know, like
Well,
There
I
was
mean, The
a-
Killer, it's a Netflix movie, and that's like a psychological thriller.
yeah,
that-
there was
yeah.
a Netflix horror movie that I caught by chance. I think I described it to you, Free, when I checked it out. But I think it's called The Deep or something. And it's two divers go down to a house to try and get money, basically, just to loot it because it's deep underwater. And then like the basement's locked, and so they're there with their tanks and stuff. They have, I think, enough for like a day. And there's just weird things happening, like shadows, things moving and stuff. And they get down to the basement, they find like a satanic sort of like sacrifice that was done down there. And then the windows gradually start developing bars, and the doors start locking and stuff. And it's just like that's
neat.
fucking. Where was the last time you watched a movie like that? It's like that's just on Netflix. That's there. Someone paid to have that made. So,
And that is the argument for streaming, is that streaming has a permanent collection, or a permanently shifting collection with way more variety than you can get from any other single investment in content. So that's kind of the point. So if the problem is simultaneously that we need to change how we view films, but also we need to be given more variety of films, and we're not because streaming. Is that the
Well,
argument we've had so far?
Maybe his argument is that the films that formerly would be in theaters now only exist on streaming. But he didn't say that, so I feel like I'm just inventing that argument for him.
Yeah, but those films wouldn't exist because it's the streamers that pay for those movies to be made in the first place.
yeah,
I-
this is why it's confused. Like, there needs to be more clarity on the point here. I think what he said is something that people intuitively agree with. Like, films used to be better, more variety, but it's not just. It's more successful forms of variety. Which, to be fair, we've got. Like I said, Barbieheimer is like a
Barbieheimer.
I think he's just
variety
referring to
between those two,
superhero
that's for
movies.
sure.
There's some
But
big
that's not
variety
down to
there.
streaming.
Well, and by the way, I just wanted to clarify. Some people were like, "Oh, what's that movie called? I want to check it out." It's like I was using it as an example. I didn't think it was good. I'm sorry.
You got me excited there. Actually.
No, it's
Damn.
I was not happy with the writing in that. But the idea, you know, the genre, the variety of the concept.
Fucking debated us.
Well, and I mean, of course, you know, like, has there ever really been the kind of shows that Flanagan makes before he was making those shows on Netflix? You know,
Yeah,
of,
one
like,
could
these
argue Netflix is
big
the reason
drama horror shows.
that we got many things that and Chris adores Flanagan's work. So
Yeah, in fact, yeah, the more that I'm thinking about it, the more I'm like, wait a minute, hasn't, like, I mean, big budget, like, television as a thing has been, in large part, a consequence of streaming, other than HBO. Sorry, I'm sneezing.
okay,
Yeah, and the moment
we forgive
you
you.
take like television off streaming, like Netflix has loads of Korean shows which are awesome, which we never would have got over here without streaming.
No, that's
So-
right. And there was never a market on like NBC for the One Piece live action anime adaptation that's on Netflix. That would never have been created on like Fox or ABC or NBC or CBS. Like that's, you know what I mean? So if anything, you could say streaming has essentially changed in some sense the kind of stuff that's being made and the kind of stuff that is viable. In part because it's a worldwide audience compared to local, you know, audience, and then via syndication and whatnot. I am utterly confused at his point. I gotta
There's
tell
too
you.
many, there's too many data points here that like run in all different directions. This is what I mean. I wish he focused his point of view, but this feels more rambly.
I do think that in general, streaming is to blame. And this year with the strikes, this is the first time actors and writers have ever said, hey, we gave you guys a decade of this weird shit where you didn't report your numbers and nobody knows how many people watched our movies and shows, and we're done with that shit. You guys have...
That's a whole other thing. Like, this is what I mean. Like, you just, where are we going now? Because, yeah, that's a whole other set of issues that have a whole other different level of repercussions. There's obviously histories for strikes. There's results of the strikes now that are going to be seen going forward for the next few years, of course. Like, that's a whole other set of things, Chris.
Have to pay us.
Well, it is interesting, though, that if the creators don't have the numbers of who's watching their shows, how will they know if what they made was good or bad? How can they improve?
The age-old question. How do you improve when you don't want to be mean?
More transparent. Because if you look back to like the real popularity of streaming post 2010, you start to see a push towards certain kinds of movies. Rom-coms are almost exclusively on streaming. Gigantic tentpole
so
movies.
he is now going to that point.
Only in theaters. Smaller films are thriving at the art house. This is why A24 is so respected. They really are taking chances on strange mid-budget.
But now A24 is now transitioning into franchising, right?
Yeah, he mentions that in a second.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Projects that do reach an audience. And I think and I hope that could potentially be the next big thing. Because I think a lot of us are craving originality. Weird shit.
I don't
believe you. I don't think that's right.
I'm not sure about that.
Do the audience crave weird shit, or do they just crave good shit?
Let's crave for good shit.
I think good with a bit of weird.
I feel like it's worth bringing up because it's often forgotten about, but like NCIS is still one of the most popular shows on television, and it's like a pretty straightforward procedural. You know, like it's something we never, because it seems like in a lot of these like online discussions about media, we don't talk about like network television, which is still relevant. And I don't know, man, like, I mean, it's kind of been pointed out before, right? What was the formula for television for a long time, which is, you know, there is conflict, but the conflict gets resolved in that episode. Overarching narrative arcs are pretty thin. People kind of know what they're getting when they go into an episode of a lot of these shows. And that still exists. There is still a place for that, and that's still fairly popular. It's just that we don't think about it a lot in terms of these online discussions, probably because the average age of people who are watching NCIS is probably pretty old. But I mean, they're still participants in the marketplace. They're still participating in.
That's another element is
driving
reliability. To know that you're going to be getting a baseline amount of, you know, quality every time. That's not easy to
kind of
guarantee.
Futurama, right? The single female lawyer thing.
Yeah.
Fry's saying people don't want to be surprised. People want to feel safe going into it. And you know, it varies, right? People obviously have different expectations and different desires, and some people have like no interest in that kind of format of storytelling. But like, I don't know about making this broad statement that people are interested in things that are highly original and strange, because if that was the case, why doesn't it reflect really in like the kinds of things that are really, really, really successful fairly consistently throughout all of, you know, the last like 30 or 40 years.
Yeah,
I
if you
feel
look
like
at
the
the
weird
longest running
movies
and
are the
most
kinds of things
successful. Sorry, Max, after you.
I think like the weird movies are the ones that people like every once in a while as a little thing on the side or as something they like to check out intermittently, but it's not like their typical diet. It's their, you know, it's something it's nice to have it around, but it's not enough to be the primary thing.
Yeah, so you look at the longest running and most successful things, certainly on like British terrestrial television, it's not brand new pushing boundaries type television, it's soap operas. The EastEnders has been going for about 60 years. Coronation Street's been
Reliable.
going for around the same time. What people like is the familiar, but with the occasional refresh. But they don't generally flock to like revolution for its own sake. Because you could argue from the weird point of view, you could say the multiverse arc in Marvel is trying to do something which is weird and I guess original. It's just that it's shit because being weird and original is actually not fathomable to most of the audience because they haven't actually taken the time to make the thing work. Whereas if they'd refreshed the MCU rather than said, we're going to blow it up with an incomprehensible multiverse, I don't think we'd be currently sitting here lamenting its decline.
MOM and Loki season 1 and 2 and a couple of other things like absolutely would qualify as weird shit, but they're all terrible.
Yeah, you could have made it
Oh,
weird
and
shit
Alan
with
Wake
cool
2 is pretty
with
weird,
good.
Alan Wake 2 is weird.
Alan Wake 2 is pretty weird.
Oh, stop!
You know what's
stop
not
reminding me of that
weird?
piece of shit game.
RoboCop, Rogue City. It's not a weird game. If you've watched RoboCop, it's just a
Well,
direct adaptation, pretty
you know-
much.
Do you know what's not weird? Fucking FIFA. Like that's
Yeah,
pretty
FIFA's
normal.
not weird.
It's incredibly.
And that makes
Call of
money
Duty is
every
pretty normal
year.
as well.
Fucking all the MOBAs and like, you know, running for as long as even like Dead by Daylight, right? Like these.
Maybe they'd make the argument that like League of Legends is a little bit, but even that'd be like, I mean, it's not.
It's
that,
been going for
like,
way too long to be considered weird now.
Well, I guess the point being that again, it's worth. I don't know that there's any reason to believe that the sort of preference for originality versus familiarity is remarkably drastically different across mediums. Maybe it is a little bit because like video games have the benefit of being highly iterative. There's way more of a reason to make a sequel to a video game than a movie, for instance. Because like it could just be I want to expand the mechanics rather than we need a context to continue a story that ended.
You know, like Extraction. It's like everyone's seen that before, quote unquote. But
yeah,
boy, was it a good one of those. You know what I mean? Like
it's a complicated game of seeing things that are familiar, that have familiar storytelling vocabulary, but have tweaks and twists and interesting turns and things that are unexpected and surprising. It's complicated. I don't know that there's. Basically, the point I'm making is I don't know that I can agree with like a wholesale statement that people want originality. It's a little bit more complicated than that, I would say.
Yeah.
Everybody is. I've been to a ton of screenings in Cleveland, packed with audiences for like weird movies, and I've heard the way people talk about.
But that's already a selection bias. That's
a great anecdote, but like when we look at the actual box office,
but they don't go to
selection
see
bias.
them.
The people who went to see that are people who want to go see that. You know what I mean? Like it's why would we count that? It's like, yeah, but those people want to see the weird shit. It's like, okay.
Yeah. I mean, Neil Breen movies can fill cinemas, but
yeah, the way the fucking world is going after, yeah, it's complicated for general audiences.
About them when they leave, but it's what these movies do with those expectations.
Didn't Beau is Afraid flop miserably?
I think it did, and I also heard that it wasn't very good either.
Yeah, I haven't seen anything to do with that. I've only seen like that. That was a big old risk, that one.
When I saw Beau is Afraid, for instance, I thought that movie was so weird, and I respected the hell out of it. It was so well made.
Boring.
Tell me
Chris,
how you.
Come on.
Tell me, give me a thought. Try to be a human for 5 fucking seconds.
It was just so, you know, it was such a movie, you know.
Boy, it definitely was a film that it sure do. Yep, You bet.
He had notes for this video, and I still don't know what the point of this video is. Like.
Well, it's in the title, The Future of Film, Why I'm Worried. There you go.
I feel like his therapist.
Yeah, a little bit.
Did I get it? Not really. Did I need to understand it?
Oh, why didn't you watch it 5 times like Blade Runner to get it?
Yeah.
Come on, buddy.
So that you could understand it. Yeah, so that you would have the right opinion on it.
Yeah, you should have checked on IMDb, see what everyone's saying.
Spaghetti go.
All of it? No. Did that scare me? No, it fucking enthralled me.
Scare me.
Who's asking these questions? Did you
it
get
scare you,
scared because you
Chris?
didn't understand?
Oh yeah, I remember when I watched a movie once, got out of the cinema and was just terrified. I didn't understand, and I was like, I don't know what I'm gonna do now. Oh shit.
And yet, tons of people skipped out on that movie because they were like, I don't want to do the work of figuring that out.
What?
Holy moly!
How do you know that?
Well, maybe
Where
because
did
the
this
movie
Well,
was
but wait.
shit.
originate?
I don't know that I take that much issue with someone saying I don't want to watch a wacky artsy film. I want to watch the guy shoot a bunch of bad guys and save
So
someone.
Mahler, I'll save you time. It's an allegory for depression. There you go. Now you don't have to watch the movie.
Oh, cool.
I don't blame anybody.
That point doesn't hold for like Inception, for example, which did incredibly well despite, being not the easiest thing in the world to untangle, and yet that didn't really seem to put off a large number of people. Not that everybody did put in the effort to work it out, but
Every once in a while, when we want to watch a movie, we will be like in a state of not looking for something heavy. I prefer to watch something that's a little more straightforward, and that's totally normal and fine. The idea that someone said, I don't want to see Beau is Afraid, because as far as I know, it's a wacky, abstract movie about things that don't really line up or make sense, with a lot of interpretation, and it's like really long. I'm really not looking for that, and I really do. So I could picture someone saying that, and that's totally fine. The idea that he's like disdainful of I feel like he forgets his claimed principles regularly.
It was weird because when we watched the movie a few nights ago, it was between something and Corpse Bride, and I was like, I just want to see Corpse Bride. I don't want to see this other one because I just kind of want to watch it, just kind of chill right now, and just watch a little fun claymation animated movie. Mm-hmm. So I just want to enjoy myself. I don't want to chill. Like not every. I just don't want to watch Saving Private Ryan right now. I want to watch something else.
If you were like, I'm a little bit sleepy, it's like we could either watch this hour-and-a-half film or fucking Lord of the Rings. You're like, I don't know, but like it's about. Let's go with the hour-and-a-half one. It's like, wow, you don't like Lord of the Rings now. There's all kinds of reasons.
I have to stay up and watch the whole thing now. I can't do that. I got things to do.
I'm not gonna watch one of them. Are you crazy?
Yeah, that'd be rude.
Out on that movie because they were like, I don't want to do the work of figuring that out, and that really bothers me because a lot of us do this. What I'm doing right now, we sit in front of our cameras.
Why does it bother you if somebody else doesn't want to watch a movie?
That's
like,
I can't believe I'm saying this.
At all?
I feel like I'm supposed to be more picky than he is, but if someone says to me, like, I don't want to watch The Prestige more, like, that's going to be a super complicated film. I've hit a friend that's, like, loads of subtext, rewatching it, there's 3 different timelines, like, I don't want to watch a movie like that. I'd be like, all right, fine.
You can't blame them. Sometimes it's just, like, sometimes I just want to listen to a nice chill. Sometimes this happens with games all the time. Maybe not all the time do I want to sit down and play a super intense, in-depth thing. I just want to have a chill experience.
Someone just pointed it out. He didn't do it for the Marvels. He said he didn't know what the Marvels was about, and he was just like, "Oh, fuck it."
Man, that really bothers me actually.
I guess the up he has on the other guys that he still went and saw the Marvels, even though he didn't get it.
It must have to be like his friend though, because his friend comes around and says, "So I'm feeling really kind of down and depressed and miserable, and I just want to be cheered up." And he says, "Well, I'm going to judge you if you don't want to watch Schindler's List with me right now."
Oh God!
So let's watch Schindler's List, and you will enjoy it. Otherwise, you're not my friend anymore.
Is it not?
No, just maybe not in the mood.
Well, because by the way, I haven't seen Beau is Afraid, and I don't know that I want to with how it's been described. Nobody I know has recommended it. And from what I know, it's a long, laborious, sort of difficult to decipher film. And I'm just like, okay, I could spend that time watching something else.
Yeah, that doesn't sound like the kind of movie that I am interested in or really want to watch. Maybe every once in a while if I hear like that kind of movie, if everyone says it's really good and you need to see it, that's one thing. But I don't like taking chances with A24.
I will say, this is the most interesting he's ever been to me. The fact that he's like, someone said they didn't want to watch Beau is Afraid, and I fucking hate that shit. It was just like, oh shit, okay, more of this, more of your character, please.
An emotion, a bit of humanity shining through.
We sit in front of our cameras, we make a YouTube video, or we write articles, or we blog, or we write for a paper, whatever.
Why are you showing Marvel's clips?
Are you showing? Yeah, I was
I don't
about
know.
to say why.
Chris.
Why
I feel like that's just the current movie, and that's why he has the footage, took the footage from it. I don't know. It's weird.
It's just it's what you do. It's like the AI generated.
Like to wake people up if they're falling asleep.
They're like, oh, Marvels, woo!
And we ask Hollywood to not do what the MCU is currently doing. We say, please stop doing that. Please, like,
Okay.
be
Doing
better.
what?
Make more original.
stop
Making
doing
shit.
that.
Making shit.
I don't know. What did he phrase it as? Sorry, I missed
Did he
that.
say
He's
be
like,
better?
Be better. Make more
Yes!
original shit. And then when
Yeah.
they
Do
do
better.
You
we're
gotta
like,
do better, Senator.
You gotta
Yes.
do better, Disney.
You gotta do better, Stuckman.
hold on. I don't
To
understand
what?
any of that.
Okay, wait, I'm rolling
No.
it back. I'm lost.
What?
No, they didn't just want something original and new. They wanted something good. It can't just be different. It has to be good as well.
Like,
Yeah.
hold on. I don't understand any of that. That was weird. Why'd you make me watch that? Why was there a big old penis in the attic? Beau is Afraid is a big example for me. It did not do well at the box office, as I predicted in my review.
As everybody would have predicted. If you found out
Yes.
what this film was and how much it fucking costs, it's obvious it was not going to be able to make the money back.
And just recently, A24 announced that they would try to start making some slightly more mainstream stuff along with some of their more groundbreaking.
Why is
Wow,
it
they're just
mainstream?
numbers now. Crazy.
No.
Oh yeah.
That's an interesting development that they would acknowledge that they need to make slightly
Money?
more crowd-friendly
Money,
movies.
exactly.
Oh
Be
no,
able to afford
okay.
to make movies like Beau is
Oh,
Afraid.
you mean like how it's always worked?
That's how it's
Yeah.
So
always
it turns
worked.
out you
It-
need money to make things that cost money.
Turns out if you want
Like,
to make
he doesn't
things that niche audiences
Why is he-
enjoy, you have to make stuff that bigger
Why is he
audiences enjoy
saying it
first.
like this? Every major film studio basically has some art house wing. It's Searchlight, to Fox. Where it's like, yeah, we'll make the big movies, and then we got the small movies that we can help finance with the money we make from the big movies. It's just normal. It's been happening for decades.
Right, because we didn't pay for it. You got Martin Scorsese
Yeah, we
sitting there with
didn't pay
Ari
for it.
Aster,
How dare
encouraging
we.
people to watch this movie. This fucking legend of filmmaking,
Yeah.
sitting with a guy.
Make a
He
point, I
said-
beg you, please. You keep
No,
talking
it's,
about
ju-
what
it's
is.
just gonna be Scorsese said you go watch it and you didn't,
nobody
you
did.
fuckers.
Yeah, you didn't
Yep.
trust cinema in the form of a man.
Yeah,
Look
cinema
at
is
you.
kill. Fuck.
Oh my god.
Guy who's made 3 movies. And you got Joaquin Phoenix coming off of his Academy Award win for the Joker, which is one of the most iconic characters ever. It just seems like it should
Thank
work.
you for telling me
Yeah,
that
that
the
doesn't mean
Joker's
that
really
to do with
iconic.
anything.
It's
Like,
Doesn't mean
I thought
his
you were gonna
next
say
movie is
something
gonna be a banger
insightful.
automatically.
oh my god.
This is the world we live in, man. People are afraid
This
to
is-
be challenged.
It's not
Okay,
that. It's
here.
not afraid to be
Wait, I
challenged.
thought-
What the
I thought
fuck?
I thought you said people wanted original things.
Yeah, but they're afraid to be challenged.
Okay.
That is so not the problem at all. Not even close. Afraid to be challenged. Boo.
That really
Boo.
pissed you off, didn't
It's
it?
such a stupid conclusion. Why would you even come to that? Like,
Well, see
because
movies,
it's
you
good-
idiots,
well,
is what
it's
this
a good
video
way of
is.
projecting. People are afraid to be challenged, unlike me, who isn't
Yeah,
afraid.
it's a
I am a
pretentious
filmman.
rant.
I take
If only you
challenge
could
by
live
the
up to
bum.
my level, then cinema wouldn't be dying, and you'd all realize how amazing these movies actually were.
Yeah, it's just film Beau is Afraid that I admitted I didn't even understand.
He didn't understand
But
the
he
Marvels
wasn't
either.
afraid though. At least he wasn't afraid.
He wasn't
at the
afraid.
end.
Yeah, Frankie. That's the important
Yeah.
part. He wasn't afraid. He took it chin up and he just went for it. And that's the problem with
Took
you,
it
chat.
chin
You're all afraid to be challenged.
Yeah, Chad. What
That's
the fuck,
right.
Chad? You're because
You gotta do
cinema-
better,
You
pussies.
killed
Yeah.
cinema.
You're the reason that
You
cinemas
killed cinema.
kill.
You killed him. You killed him.
He's on the
goddammit.
floor. He's
Dead.
bleeding.
He's coughing up
It
blood.
bothers me.
Or cinema.
And people are afraid to be challenged. We want easy.
Stop.
We want
want-
simple. We
Oh my
No, we want good.
Dude,
I want
how-
good.
Good.
Hey,
God
this is in
damn
his
it.
Do you like how he
He's
just
looking
randomly
at his
pulls
notes
out
when he's saying this?
some of the most insulting shit, just random? Like, you
While
know what your
talking about
problem
how he's
is?
such an enlightened,
audience?
kind filmman. He's such
Yeah.
a good filmman who would never
I won't
shit
shit on
anybody.
filmmakers anymore,
All
but I'll
of
happily
you-
shit on the
all
audience.
Of you plebs, you fools. You don't want to be challenged. You
Fools,
want to clap
yeah.
like seals.
You want it
Peanut
simple.
gallery.
You want it. I love the
Anyone
idea
pledge
with
to my Patreon.
this
They
is like
want
a fucking
simple, they
movie
want
where
good.
a guy is like, "I love family," and then it starts raining, and he's like, "I need umbrella," and then gets it. It's the credits, and we're like, "Man, that was a great movie." I really related with Og. He needed to protect that family.
I didn't understand
I
that.
just-
I'm afraid.
And then
I just
Chris
like
is
that
like
he made it-
shouting, he's like, "You won't be challenged. Look at you."
You made a whole video about how to save cinema, and it turns out his tactic is shame. That's what
Yeah.
he thinks will save cinema.
This is a
shaming
vital
people
part
into
of
The
his
films we don't watch
graduation.
are already trying to shame us. We don't we've been inoculated against this, Chris. It turns out you
I mean,
can't
it's a-
actually shame people into going to watch movies.
Oh,
if
we
they're
can
not
add it to the
good.
list, though. Like, we talk about all those different things people think the problem is. Chris Stuckmann thinks that everyone's too scared to watch movies.
It's too scared to not understand them.
Fucking
He's
And that's
stupid.
why they didn't go watch the Marvels. A very challenging movie.
Oh,
that
yes.
one.
That was a tough one.
Challenged
Like,
my
yeah, well, Chris didn't know what it was
perceptions of
about, so
humanity.
yeah. It's even the film aficionados don't even know what's going on in the
Even
Marvels.
the champion of cinema, he didn't understand.
Martin
it.
Scorsese went and saw it, and he didn't know what was going on either. He was like, wow,
Damn.
now that is cinema when you don't know what's
Maybe he
happening.
didn't wear a seatbelt. I don't know.
Oh, yeah, someone just highlighted, like, Everything Ever All at Once. No one's going to call that a fucking simple movie.
No.
Nope. That would be what you would point to in terms of like a kind of surprise success of being a very complex, weird kind of movie.
I guess
that
people got
managed
over
to
their
create-
fear of challenge with that one.
Damn. Lucky.
Nice.
Okay.
Maybe it's got nothing to do with that at all. I don't know.
What? How dare you? You take it
We
back.
want easy. We want simple. We want to be able to look up the movie and have
Why did he, like, it feels like he said what we said earlier, but in a way worse way. We were talking about, like, reliability, consistency, storylines that cover a lot of the same drama that you've seen before, but at least in ways that have a bit of spice to it, or a mix-up, or a subversion here and there. And then his version is like, you want simple. You won't be
Yeah.
challenged. You're afraid. It's like, what,
He's
what the
monologuing
fuck?
like an art-related villain.
Yeah.
And that's why I destroyed all the directors in the world. That's why I killed them all, because they wouldn't challenge you.
Dude, this is actually reminding me. It's a character in Sly 2. He's like one of the first guys you encounter who, like, he's a scorned artist who then decides to become an art-based supervillain.
El Cinemero. He's
I
gonna
can't
get
remember what
us.
his name. Well, he was French, the guy, but I can't remember his name. Someone in chat might remember.
Cinema
He's the first
Roberto?
guy in Sly 2. Oh, what was his
They could
name?
team up.
Oh, Dimitri. Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
have it explained to us instantly.
Dimitri the
I
French.
used to make explained
Man, the Sly Cooper
videos.
games are so fucking
I
cool.
stopped. There didn't used to be 1,000.
Wait, what? He used to make explained videos and he stopped.
That's why
But
no one can
why?
understand it.
What does that even
You
mean?
stop.
I don't know.
Is
Also,
he
I
gonna stop
fucking hate
watching
explained
them,
videos.
or-
Not because of in concept. I love the idea of them. They can be helpful. But man, the amount of explained videos I've watched that take the first 99% of the video to just recap events, that drives me nuts.
This is what happened, but they don't explain anything. They just describe the events of
Oh my
the
god,
film.
it's the absolute worst. It's like, where was the insight? You just told me that you just maybe watched the and then
Yes,
you
I was
realize
there.
like, oh,
I saw the thing.
that's the
I did
actual
see it.
industry for that on YouTube. It is it replaces the film for a lot of people. They just watch the summaries of the plot events and then that's that. That's like a whole thing. I don't know if you guys have seen
Upskilling
channels
cinema.
where the title will be the sort of horror premise or the drama premise of the film, and then the video is just with clips, just doing the. It's like the
No, that's a thing that's prevalent for some reason.
I hate it. Like, but then, yeah,
It bothers me.
it does bother me.
And to have it explained to us instantly. I used to make explained videos. I stopped.
Because
There didn't used to be 1,000 explained videos on the
You
internet,
pioneered the format, did you?
what is he? But why did he
Dang.
stop? Tell me why.
like at
Hmm.
all. I was one of the few people who did it back.
Oh, shut the fuck up.
So when you were one of the few people that did it, it was successful. But then other people came along, did it better than you, and you stopped because
Everyone's just a cheap imitation of Stuckmann.
It's so true. To be fair, he's a cheap imitation of a nostalgia critic. That's the real king.
That's true.
Oh
This,
my
I have way more respect
God.
for Nostalgia Critic than Chris Stuckmann.
But I think this
Unironically.
is dangerously translating into us just being afraid to watch anything.
Dangerously.
Please stop saying we're afraid. Please. I
We-
beg you.
all
I'm
these
afraid I'm
terms-
gonna throw up here in a second.
It's like he's standing there going, "Give me money." You're like, "No." He's like, "Yeah, you coward. If you were
Coward.
smart, you'd give me money.
You're
You
afraid.
coward."
You don't want to be challenged by fucking Darth Ben. That's what
What
it
are you
is.
scared you can't afford your groceries anymore?
Ugh.
Coward.
Into us just being afraid to watch anything that might
This is just a
make us
Findom video.
uncomfortable, that we're not instantly aware of, that we have to really think about a little
Yeah, that's
bit.
what it is.
I hope
Yeah,
that we can
definitely.
find a
I think the
place for
next
this
time a
type-
friend's gonna ask me to go to
How-
a movie, I'm just gonna like, nah, I'm scared. I don't wanna.
How could he possibly reconcile
Please don't
this?
challenge me.
I'm
I don't
afraid
gotta
it's gonna
challenge
challenge
you,
me.
How could he possibly reconcile this alongside the fall of the MCU? Like, is he actually arguing that the reason the MCU is dying is because it's too experimental?
No, the problem is that he's got it's has been pointed out many times. There is no coherency to this script. This is just a bunch of disparate thoughts about the state of the industry that fundamentally are contradictory in certain ways that haven't been reconciled. It's just here's a thought, here's a thought, here's a thought, here's a thought, latching onto each of them with no clear idea of where he's heading. Because yeah, how do you square away that Marvel movies are failing is the notion that those films are not challenging for the most part, anyway. Like this runs contrary to what he's saying here, but he doesn't seem to realize that, probably because, again, it's like, yeah, I'm just latching onto these thoughts. They're all over the place. Yep, okay, video done. Cool, ship it. Yep, all good. My work here is done.
And he makes it sound like if only they would watch them, right? Like if only they would watch. And it's like, well, people did check out Beau is Afraid, and it fucking died because nobody recommended it.
Meanwhile, people did check out Everything Ever All at Once,
and did
then it
recommend
got incredible word of mouth.
Yeah,
and then it
really
became
good.
a massive success.
But I guess Last Wish is just not challenging, and that's why.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's a good example to point to for an animated film that's designed for families, designed knowing that kids are going to watch it. That's
that movie was so fucking good.
Yes, it is.
So fucking good.
An excellent movie.
Mm-hmm.
One of my favorites.
I mean, it's about mortality in a film that's going to be watched by kids.
Oh, what a great movie.
Yeah.
Of stuff, and no, I do not think it's just dumping them on streaming. But I am very.
You were the one that you brought that up.
That was you.
Wasn't he the one that said that was part of the problem? Whatever.
Yeah.
Curious to hear your guys' thoughts on all of this.
Give me your thoughts.
You don't give a shit.
You don't care. You don't. Come on.
I do really love this art form, and I love.
Yes, you need to keep.
You said that so many times.
He has to keep.
I trust you. I trust you. Sort of.
I try to see everything. There are so many movies
You try to see everything, but you can't because there's too much Marvel content now. It's filled up the whole world, damn it.
See,
like at least one episode a week.
I just saw Ghost in the Shell this week. It was re-released in theaters, and I got to see that in the theater. Which
why don't you talk about it then? Did he? It sounded like he said that.
He hasn't got the time for me. He's too busy talking about how cinema is kill.
Wait. What is he reviewing though? What are the movies that he's typically reviewing at the moment? Because I'm gonna go ahead and guess that they're all like recent releases for the most part. Oh no, there's a couple old ones, E.T. and Silence of the Lambs. Okay. Oh, okay.
Yeah, but how long are those? Like, how much are they going to do to actually convince me to go watch them?
The E.T. one is 17 minutes, but Silence of the man, talking about Silence of the Lambs in only 7 minutes and 33 seconds.
I don't fucking get it. His Hill House review was 5 minutes.
That's true.
It's a season.
His killer review was only 7 minutes. You could talk about that movie.
I thought he loves those Flanagan's things as well.
Yeah, but he hasn't got much to say about him though.
How do you only talk? I'm fucking retarded and I can talk longer than this.
The thing is, it's okay to talk briefly if you say a lot, but like a huge portion of his review will be, because the review begins with, "Oh, this is a film and it was directed by this person and written by this person, starring this person." Like, yep, cool, let's keep going. But no, it's just
Meg Ryan's directorial movie with David Duchovny, What Happens Later. I went and saw that anime film, The Tunnel to Summer, The Exit of Goodbyes. I went and saw Anatomy of a Fall.
What does this have to do with like anything? Yeah, but what does he have to do with the broad point though?
Mutually, he's doing his part. He's doing his part.
Yeah, he's setting an example to all of us to follow. He goes to see
he's not
all of the
afraid.
things
But that hasn't addressed all the points.
His way of living.
That doesn't address all the points that he brought up.
Mola, this is good for building credibility because look, I watched some animes. I watched a film you haven't heard of.
Rated R too. What I'm trying to highlight here is that he brought up loads of reasons for why people aren't doing this, and then he's like, "But I'm doing it." Like that doesn't change anything.
Yeah, but this is your life. This is your job, and your
that's the other problem with
life.
this. Is that like he's a very unique individual, uniquely poised to do this, uniquely invested, has all the he's developing connections, he has all the awareness, he knows who to look to for recommendations, for information about releases. Like, no, you're a very, very minor fraction of a minor fraction of a minor fraction of a people that can even do this with ease. It would be like the equivalent of someone being like, why do people not get into like fine dining? Like it's easy. You just need to get a couple of books, tools, and kitchen stuff and just whatever. Just like,
why don't people just get into white water rafting? Like just get out there.
It's like an hour per day if you get it right. Like it's just like what? But like,
why aren't people into running a marathon every weekend? Like it's
really easy. You only need you
around the place. Yeah, people have different interests. Not everybody is that interested.
And it's like
not everybody is watching.
Cinema's gonna die if you don't do this. And you're like,
all right, that would be bad. I guess
that's the thing. You have to imagine the person who's not going to the fucking theaters telling them the theaters are going to close. They're like, oh. And then they might say like, well, I'd like them to stay open for the people who want them. It's like, yeah.
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 I mean, yeah, if cinemas die, which they won't, because people will always want movies. Movies will just be a thing people want. And if it has to downsize a little bit before it comes back, or who knows? I mean, maybe if a lot of people don't want it, maybe it just isn't that big of a thing.
I saw Next Goal Wins. I saw The Marsh King's
Good for you,
Daughter.
man.
Nobody else did.
Oh, what does that mean? Are they afraid again?
Probably.
They're afraid like boas.
Are they too afraid to see Bo is afraid? Oh my god.
Oh.
I guess at the end of the day, I just wanted to make sure that I said something about all this.
You didn't say anything except that the audience is too scared, which is a really weird takeaway.
Things.
Because I really have a bad feeling. And
It's a
I'm
bad
scared
omen, don't you
for
get it?
I gotta tell you,
It's so ironic because
I
we
think-
come away more hopeful with the box
I'm
office
way more
suffering.
hopeful
Yeah.
that the Marvel is failing. That's
We're like,
and
good,
all these
let it
superhero
die.
films, let him burn.
Let it burn to
Let-
the
and then
ground and let
something new.
something
Maybe
rise from
something
the
new
ashes.
will. Yeah, exactly, like a
Yeah.
phoenix, but not
Yes.
Dark Phoenix. Like a better movie than that. Something.
Oh,
Anything.
the glorious phoenix rising from the ashes.
of this art form that I love. I've just finally made my first movie, and it is a real goal of mine to make original movies. There's
Yeah.
just so many topics that all
Alright.
relate
Are they
to
good?
one central thing, which is a fear of the future for the
Rags, I wouldn't know because I'd be too afraid to watch his movie.
Afraid to be
knows
challenged.
what
Why you,
will
you don't want to be challenged. I
No,
understand.
no.
Is that what all
Chris
this is? It's just a
Stuckmann, the
preemptive
challenger.
blaming of the audience for the fact that no one will go and see his film. But at least now he's established that it's our fault for not going to see his film and not his.
I guarantee you the comment section is filled with just everybody's own takes and then that they agree with Chris. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah,
nobody's...
because he threw out so many disparate arguments that you got to latch onto one of them, right? There'll be one of them that you probably agree with.
Well, the
And
crazy
then
thing is
you'll extrapolate that to the whole video.
I heard about this video thanks to it trending. You got onto trending with this, and I was like, what the fuck do people take away from this? And you're like, oh, it's one of those videos where you take away whatever you want.
He's gonna ramble on and say some words, and then everyone does the work in their own heads, and then they walk away and say, yeah, the thing that I thought about is definitely the thing that I watched.
art form. And I'm worried about movie theaters. I'm worried about physical media. I'm concerned about movies and TV shows disappearing off of streaming
Yeah,
platforms.
you said all
He
of
was
that. You
worried
didn't
about the other
really,
things, but
you
you're
didn't really
concerned
sew it
about.
into some kind of point, though. You just sort of said bad omens, and that's it. Because you've got no insight, nothing.
Well, this
Yeah.
just seems good
Now-
virtue signaling. He's like, oh, all these people are going to lose their jobs. I'm so worried for everybody. If only we could get together and save them. It's like,
Well,
oh,
he's
yeah,
just
this is
like-
a charity, not a business.
And taking a very, very one-sided and narrow view of every event that he's gone through, it's like there's art that's been taken away from people to be able to see. Like, oh, bad. There's physical media that used to be there and it's no longer there. Yeah, bad. There's theaters that used to be there and are no longer there. Yeah, that's bad. These are bad omens. You're like, do you want to go into depth on any of these things? Do you want to see if they connect at all? Do you think there's a common causal solution? Are they symptoms or are they core problems? Are they anything? And he's just like, bad. Bad omens. Bad feelings.
Studios, gratefully, just one studio, WB, that is just straight up erasing movies before they're even released, and they're done already, and everyone worked on them, and it's
Do you see how he describes all of it like there's no reason to do it?
I mean,
Yeah.
obviously they had a reason. It's just
That's
that
what I
you
mean,
don't
like-
like it.
Talk about it. Talk about it, Chris. Make a video about it.
Well, he can't because the way he's pitching it is, isn't it horrible because all these people worked on it? And he doesn't want to say that all those people worked on it and it's trash and it's their fault. So he's trying to blame it on someone else. But there's no way he can physically badmouth the people that made the movie because he just thinks effort equals good.
just insane. It's the most insane
You already did this.
thing I've ever seen in this business outside of Harvey Weinstein. And I just can't.
Why'd you laugh?
I don't know.
I'm also just struggling with the analogy there. Like Harvey Weinstein, two people don't watch bad films.
Well, if it does feel weird. The number one worst thing in the industry is a man who uses power to, like, you know, do all the things that he did. Second worst is when they delete films that are created. It's like that.
Oh yeah,
That's a really
Nothing
weird
else
fucking list you got there, man.
Between
What if they're
those two
deleting his
positions.
films?
Can't believe that anybody would want to sign a contract with somebody like that, knowing that you could do all that work for years of your life and just have some guy be like,
Your work is shit.
Anyway, guys, I would love to hear your thoughts on the state of the industry. the
Okay.
MCU.
I'm sure you would.
He already
Yeah.
said that
Yeah.
before. He kind
You
of
know,
repeated it.
you
That's
would love to
right.
hear them so you
Comment
can
below.
see which
Let me
ones he
know.
wants to keep
Yeah.
for himself.
Martin Scorsese, movie theaters, all of it. I'm very fascinated by this topic, physical media.
You don't have any
Fascinated by
opinions.
this topic.
I don't know. You could
The
have
only
fooled
opinion
me.
he really truly had was that the audience are too afraid to watch films, which is a bizarre and stupid take that must have been his own.
Well,
I
I
can't
mean,
imagine
it's
it
just
from
not
anyone
a.
else.
It's not a great long term. It's just you need to make money. What are you gonna do about it? You know, like that's like what it comes down to at the end of the day. Like, what are you gonna do about it? Is your strategy long term to be like, you fuckers, you too much cowards to watch my movie? Is that your winning strategy to get them to watch? Like, you gotta make money. You gotta make money, and you have to deal with the landscape that you're in. Or if you're comfortable losing money, that's totally fun as well. Like if you got money to burn.
Chad.
But well, yeah, I mean a little bit, right? If you decided to
Chad
finance a
Burnett,
film and
yeah.
you didn't care, well, you know,
This is the movie
imagine
I
you
wanna make,
finance
damn
your
it.
film. Exactly. I want to make it. I'm going to spend all my money. Don't care how much money it makes. It's like, oh, that's pretty cool. When you're using someone else's money, they might have an opinion on
Yeah, they
how
might.
that money is
They
spent.
might.
Yeah. If
Well, that's
it's
the other
not your
thing,
money.
right? The studio
right.
meddling where that guy comes in and says, I want an explosion in this scene. That's what people are. And it's like, oh, you're ruining it. It's like, but why do you think that even happens? It's that guy's money. He was the one that paid
it's just,
for all of it.
you know, because people often say like, oh yeah, appeasing the shareholders. It's like, yeah, that's their job. It's their obligation.
Yeah.
They have to. That's their job. Like these companies are owned by people who want to get a return on investment, and these people need to make decisions that they think are going to make money. And hopefully, in an ideal world, the art can thrive while the commerce can thrive. But obviously, there's going to be
I can't
friction.
even
Yeah,
begin.
because if you don't want to be beholden to shareholders, then don't become a publicly traded
Yeah,
company.
stay private.
Don't take their money if you don't want to be beholden to them. If you take their money, then you will be.
Imagine the average fucking person looking at the listings and being like, new Marvel movie, ugh, they've been so bad. What else we got? And it's like, The Meg 4, you're like, maybe, yeah, this shark movie will be dumb. What else we got? Extraction 7, you're like, well, I've enjoyed something. And then you're like, you know what? I think I'll just stay home this time. And then Chris Stuckmann bursts in the room and he's like, you coward! You coward! You won't go to the challenges! You're scared! You're scared of the Meg 7!
Pops
sitting
out
at
your
home
window, it's
playing
like, go to the
Soma.
fucking movies.
And then you go and you watch the Meg 7, and then he's like, what do you think? And you're like, it's crap. Like, what?
It was really bad. Yeah.
And he goes like, hey, you can't say that. They worked really hard
Yeah,
on that.
that's
It's like,
negative,
no.
man.
Damn.
I find all this interesting in the concept, like this whole discussion when in the video game world, obviously there's plenty to be made of like all of these battle pass sort of microtransaction laden games, but there is definitely like a growing and thriving middle market, as well as obviously the indie scene. It feels like there's a bit more of a balance there compared to the film industry at the moment. And I guess it's interesting because it's like, I don't, you know, like that's just sort of emerging naturally, partly because of like Steam and stuff like that, making it easier for these things to happen. Like, it's almost like he's looking at where we're at now and forming like a very big conclusion about what that means when it's just like, yeah, but I mean, this could just be like short-term fluctuations. Like, who knows? Just calm down.
Yeah.
Just wait and see.
If only.
You know, maybe things will, maybe this is just, you know, boom bust or something. And it's like boom bust, but will eventually, you know, recover and it'll look different.
Kind of a glass half full kind of guy. I am an optimist, but there are too many things.
I'm an optimist,
okay,
but
that's
everyone
what-
is afraid of film.
Yes, everyone's afraid
A
of
20-minute movie about 20-minute video about how he's worried and panicking that everything's going to die. He's like, but I'm an optimist. You should see the
Also-
other guy.
Can you have a little bit of confidence in us to know what being a glass half full guy means without having to say immediately that you're an optimist?
Right, I don't think he knows. You know, I was gonna go to like the nature of his writing, and I was like, you know what, there's no need to do that.
Well, yeah, but I mean, it's the fact that he has to keep saying "I love movies" when it should already be apparent just through the way that
It
you
feels
talk about movies.
insecure, doesn't it?
Yeah, of course. Why do you need to remind people? Like, I mean, in case you didn't know, guys, we really like movies here on EFAP.
We also like video games. We like
video games,
music.
and
We
I
like.
music, I like
Oh.
TV shows, I like books. I like storytelling.
Make
but
sure to
I
mention
don't-
that half an hour from now, okay?
No, that's right. I
Okay.
need to keep reminding you because if it wasn't apparent in the way that we talk about these things, then, you know, just making sure that you know.
Good move.
Things happening right now that really scare
I'll set a
me.
timer.
Why don't you say that to Zod snapped neck, bro?
No one would write that if they didn't have
I
passion.
wish he got a chance to write that and put it into the movie. This is so
That
fucking
single
funny.
line, that single line
Well-
could have saved cinema.
Yeah.
And remember, there were other great lines too. Did you think like a pair of glasses could fool the world's greatest detective?
No.
Because Batman would definitely refer to himself as the world's greatest
He would, yeah,
detective.
easily.
And if I can ever be in a position in my life where I can impact this industry for the positive, I'm going to try my damnedest.
Yeah,
to do
cool.
that.
What's the point of a statement
What
like
was
that?
My damnedest.
What's the point of that? As
But,
a
like, you
statement?
could
I
be
will
doing-
drag this industry down.
You could be doing
If it's
so
like-
much more. And what did he choose to do? Make a rambly video for 20 minutes. This main point that came through is that you, audience member, are too afraid to get out there and support theaters by seeing films that scare you. Okay, that helps. Thanks, bro.
Guys, thank you so much as always for watching. Look forward to more videos
Say get Stuckmanized.
very soon. And if you like
Say
this,
Do you
it.
think
go click
Goku would
right
be
here
happy with
and
this
get
video,
Stuckmanized.
Chris? Do you
Yes!
think he'd be
Yay! He said it. We
Da- da-
yeah.
da- da-
hooray.
da- da- da-
Click
It
right
was
here.
all worth it in the end.
Oh, there it is!
There it is. Not putting up for the front of the video, but at least it's here.
Okay.
Yeah,
Alright,
And this
that,
is
what a
why he's
waste
the
of
champion of
time.
cinema.
that's such
What a
a
waste-
bad
Yeah,
video.
that was a
I don't
really
know what
empty
that was
video.
for.
That's a shame. Thank God we were here to say something because, oof, that was rough. Barely
It's
anything was
such a
said. What a waste
why,
of time.
how, why, where,
It was
who,
20
what?
minutes. He had
Yeah.
20 minutes to talk and uninterrupted, and he barely said anything.
Ugh.
What a shame. What a shame.
I only learned that I'm scared of movies. That's the only thing I remember.
So scared,
Dang.
so very scared.
Shame me, Chris. Do it. Oh, yes, do it. I'm like
No.
Boogie. Oh,
Shut up,
shame
Boogie.
me.
Oh, okay.
Shame me for being. I don't want to be challenged.
Especially when he went, yeah, you're all cowards, you won't see original movies. And then 30 seconds later, because I'm making an original movie. It's like, oh, yeah, that's why.
There it is. It is.
Insecure about what he's making. is
So
not-
yeah, pretty good video.
Oh my god, this is crazy. There's a top comment that says, we don't just want weird, we want good stories. Oh,
Yes, true.
get in there.
Base.
Dang,
This
looking
guy
at
knows
that,
what's up.
Looking at that icon he's using for his channel, that's it's changed. He's changed.
I mean, he used to be hopeful, full of energy, full of life. No, not really.
that
He
was
still
when he
looks
was
kind of
mega-
dead-eyed in that one too.
Yeah, he's looked kind of dead-eyed, but he's definitely he looks different. He looks different.
I just wish that he like could ever have explained. Like, I can't think of anything else. We've covered him a couple of times where it's just like he was just there early, wasn't he? That was it. He was an early adopter of the vlogging format for film review because I've always just been blown away that I've never heard anything from him about a film that like couldn't have been garnered possibly from the synopsis.
I have heard more insightful commentary from Wings of Redemption.
You know, Rags, I was about to say the
I mean-
classic, that's not a very high bar, but you know what? That's a mid bar. That's a bar that's like not the easiest thing to clear ever. Because he said something on that Lolcow Live that was
That's right. That's right.
super
seatbelt.
interesting.
The thing is it's just I don't know that how often are you going to be surprised by a perspective that Chris Stuckmann offers, where you'll be like, God damn, I never thought about it that way. How often does that happen?
For someone who says that they are so invested
And
in
and
art and
original,
creation
you know,
and
they love being
originality and
challenged.
filmmaking and being challenged, he's the most bog standard, boring person you could just kind of imagine. He never says anything insightful or interesting. It's just he moves his mouth and noise happens, but why pay attention? Why listen? You're not going to
almost
learn
bounce
anything.
off of his observation when it comes to like a YouTubers talking about movies and video games or something. Hearing something that's interesting that I've never heard before is worth a lot. Compared to just like Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3 is a video game that was released in 2023. It was developed by Sledgehammer Games and published by Activision. It's the 19th installment in the Call of Duty franchise, and
You sound a little bit too
it's
lively.
available on PlayStation 5 and Xbox. Yeah, and PlayStation 5 and Xbox One X. Wait,
Remember, it's,
Xbox Series X
The Killer
and PC.
is directed by David Fincher,
David Fincher. Man, he
I-
said so little about the killer. That was so lame.
who is famous for having created other very memorable films
I want to punch you. Stop it.
like Fight Club,
Stop.
and
No.
The
several
movie
others.
Chad,
The movie
stop
was
it.
Yeah, like,
fantastic,
the
and
expectation
I
that you
recommend
almost
it.
have
We'll
is
see you next time. Get
that he's so
Stuckmanized.
overflowing with things to say, so overflowing, like a bountiful waterfall. It just keeps coming. He can't help himself, just talking about
Yeah,
all
like
of the intricacies of the filmmaking process and how much he respects it and admires it. Or, alternatively, when it really annoys him in a film, like how poorly the script is derived, rather.
Yeah, when he turns on the camera, he's like, "God, I got so many thoughts. I've got to say who directed it, who wrote it, and whether or not I liked it. Fucking hell, which
But I
one
only
do I
got
do
half an hour to
first?"
get it done.
Yeah, I got to
only
be
half
quick.
an hour.
Jeez.
Can tell people they're afraid. Oh, fuck.
Also,
what happened to that?
people say next video. We're actually probably going to end there because that went a lot longer than I expected it to. There was a second video, but it's going to be moved into a different one now.
Whoa.
Don't you worry. Don't panic. But short man bad. 4 hours. Also, you got other stuff
That is pretty short.
releasing, okay? You guys will be fine. You'll make it. Look at them being all angry and booing.
Yeah.
You're all just afraid. That's what it
Yeah.
is.
You're
Afraid to be alone.
It's
in the
Afraid to
world.
be challenged by the short.
To be challenged by your own thoughts, all right?
Yeah.
No.
But
Hey,
before we
remember
go,
when Gary was here? That was fun.
yeah, he was unable to come back. People figured that out.
That's not the mic.
But before we head out, why don't we, Mr. Disparu, why don't you tell people what you're up to and where they can find you?
Oh yeah. I think my next video is probably going to be about the actors' strike, as details have emerged. They keep leaking details of the contract so that they still haven't signed for some reason. It's like everyone just thought it would have been over by now. It's like, yeah, there's clearly some resistance that some people don't like it. So I was going to see that. Last video was Madame Web and the disaster of that. Which
And you did, you've completed coverage of Robin Hood, right?
Oh yes, the glory of Robin Hood, where just out of nowhere they get locked in cages, and then a pink bunny rabbit walks in with an electric cattle prod to assault them.
Oh, sounds
It's
great.
for no reason whatsoever.
I need to watch your guys' coverage on that. That sounds like a hoot.
It is
A little bit, yeah.
Hey, if you only watch one, watch episode 7. It is the most deranged episode of TV I've ever seen. Out of nowhere. Oh, it was bizarre. But yeah, if you like trash television, go for it.
And presumably,
All of it.
being inspired after today's episode, you're going to start at the end of your video saying "get disparized," right? You're gonna,
Disparized.
No, I'm gonna start insulting my own viewers. I was like, you're just scared. You won't watch the next one. I dare you.
You're not subscribed. 40% of the audience isn't subscribed. Fucking you cowards. Cowards is what you are.
You peasants.
Oh, that kind of stopped. People don't do that anymore, I think. I haven't seen that in a while.
I wouldn't be
Because
surprised if that.
everybody did it. Like one person started it, and then it was on every single channel. People pointing out their own analytics.
Yeah.
I feel like that's going to be the meme for a while now. Are people going to combine the "Only Joy in My Life" meme with the "You're Too Afraid" meme somehow? We'll see what comes out of that. Lil Platoon.
They don't know the meme. You are just genuinely insulting your own audience.
Yeah. Lil Platoon, what are you up to? What's happening?
Yeah, I was one of the very, very many people who was terrified of the Marvels, but one of the only people who actually saw the Marvels to be terrified by it. So the Marvels is hopefully next weekend, but I caught the flu immediately after seeing it. So the script got longer, but I couldn't record anything. But it's now mostly recorded. So next weekend, the Marvels, hopefully.
Sweet. And what have you got now that would satiate an audience?
Now, I don't even know what the last video I did was. Ahsoka, like midway through reviewing that. But much like the show itself, my review videos on that have pretty much bombed, so I don't even know what I'm going to do with those ones. But they're fairly good fun. If you've got like an hour free, go in, or 4 hours more like. But, if you've got 4 hours free, go watch those.
Hell yeah. You guys love Ahsoka, right? EFAP chat? Big fans,
Yeah, I think it's really. I think it's really good.
I think they were 50-50, but once the zombie stormtroopers came into it, they were like, "Oh, this is me. I can see me in this." Yes.
There are people out there
That was the
for
part
which
where I
that was the breaking point. Those are odd people.
That's
and
the
I wonder
breaking
what
point.
their
That's where they went too far, man.
That's
because they're afraid. Rex, they're afraid.
They were afraid. They were too cowardly.
I didn't want to be challenged by the.
Shit.
Metal. What about you? What are you up to?
Nothing really new. I've been playing Blasphemous 2 on stream and just being out with a cold mostly. So I don't really have anything new to report.
Mm-hmm.
Go watch that Marvel's rant I uploaded from my stream. That was kind of fun.
Yeah,
That's about it. Just working away.
Blasphemous 2 good?
Yeah, really good. I've been enjoying it.
Sweet.
It's good stuff. Really decent bosses. So I think I'm going to finish that tomorrow. Actually,
I will say, of all the things you could have described them as, you went with really decent.
well, most of them were decent, but there were no bad bosses.
That's good.
There were like I think 2 bosses were pretty good, but there was no boss so far was like, oh, that was excellent. But there was one really good one. I guess would be my thingy. I don't know.
So if you describe something as mediocre, that's probably 5 out of 10, I suppose, maybe, that sort of thing. If you describe something as really mediocre, does that make it go to a 6 or a 4?
In my head, that makes it go
does it go
down.
up or down? Okay. So
Yeah,
when
in
you
my
say
head, that's
really,
Oh.
when you say really decent, does that mean it's better than decent, or
Oh,
it's
God, I
worse
didn't-
than decent if it's
I
really
just-
decent?
I just said
That's
words.
so
I didn't
funny.
think about that.
Wait, I think it's
funny.
about tone.
To me,
Yeah.
really good means is up. If I say
Yeah.
really good, that's better than just good. But if I say really mediocre, that absolutely implies a downward.
Well,
And the same way that really bad is worse than just bad.
I think the typical way you'd express it would be like, it's really mediocre. You wouldn't expect someone to say, it's really mediocre.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's
What?
really mid. Go check it out.
Really mid. You love
I
it.
guess it's,
This is so shockingly average.
It
I
is
guess
the
it would
meatiest
be-
of all the ogres.
really emphasizes the true nature of the thing that it precedes. Really good is like it emphasizes the goodness. Really mediocre emphasizes, and mediocre just feels like okay in my mind is better than mediocre. Okay is like skews a little bit positively.
Yeah, I think okay is I think
That's
okay.
okay,
Is better
you know?
than-
I agree.
Yeah.
Metal is okay.
Thanks.
I do think that tone is very important with okay. He's like, well, what if you say like it's okay?
It's okay. As opposed to it's okay.
Yeah.
Well, it's
alright.
okay. It's okay.
Anyway.
You
Yeah,
see, we're
I'm
learning.
extreme-
Yeah, we're learning
yeah.
so much.
That's what I'm up to.
Rags, Griggy, what about you guys?
Yo. Don't want to say anything at the moment.
Oh well, I'm just. You know the deal. It's back to the dungeon I go.
It's
Right.
essentially the
Who
same
dungeons?
deal for me, except the, of course, obligatory mention of a certain highlights channel that, if you guys aren't
That's
aware of,
right.
we're on the cusp of being able to monetize
That's
it.
true,
So,
yeah.
Ooh. Wow.
check it out, have a little look-see. There's some stuff in here that you
Wow.
cannot find on the Mola or Moolah channel.
Oh my god.
And, of course, it's run by Wolf, and he appreciates suggestions in the comments for what things you'd like to see elsewise as the years go on. I'm sure it'll be filled with every highlight you could possibly imagine.
Filled with cum.
link.
Highlights.
Link in the descripciones. Check it out. Subscrizzle if you want to see EFAP highlights, I suppose.
And ring that bell.
yes.
Cling-a-ling.
Thank you, of course, to Capital O Opinions for joining us as well. A link to all channels in the description, and Gary for his cameo, where he just came into.
It was always exciting to see Gary come up with his cameo.
Yeah,
We're
it's
always
like, woo! It's like, I'm here
Wild
too.
Gary brings that after credits energy to the podcast that we really like.
The Grandpa Simpsons thing when he walks in and just circles and leaves.
Yeah.
Everybody,
I'm gonna-
look! An old man's fiddling with his computer settings.
Might explode it. Might have exploded the computer. Who knows?
Oh god. But yes, on that note, we shall see you all next time, whenever that may be. Toodle pip. Cheerio.
you around.
Bye.
Bye.
See ya. You stole my.
No, I did a other voice.
You did a different
Oh,
thing.
you
yeah.
did a different thing. That's okay. Yeah, fair enough.